Go to Natufians on Wiki, and then go to genetics. We're gonna read it right quick. Because I mean, because the Natufians was very short on Neanderthal, and I don't know why people keep using them because it's really dumb. You know what I'm saying? Because that Neanderthal, that Neanderthal component came in with those late
genetically differentiated, carrying around 50% of the base generation.
No, just type up Natufians and then go to Wiki. You ain't gotta go to it leads you to their genetics.
50% best urine.
No, we finna go there. Yeah, I know. I just said that. We're gonna go to genetics. A bad example to using the Natufians. That Neanderthal component came in from them people with the late Neolithic component that you got. Go to genetics.
There's genetics. Where you want to go?
Now go all the way down. Look at the E's that they got. Go all the way down. All 2018. All right, go a little bit up. A little bit up. A little bit up. There we go right there. Where it says, you see where it says, hold on, go up a little bit. 2018, where it says 2018 analysis. Okay, 2018 analysis. Go down. I just seen it. 2018, not autosomal. Go down. 28, right there. And you can press that number. It says 2018 analysis of autosomal DNA using modern population and reference by Daniel Schreiner. The journal Frontiers of the Genetics found that the Natufian samples consist of 61.2% Arabian, 21.2% North African, 10.9% West Asian, and 6.8% Omotic. Omotic-related ancestry related to the Omotic people of southern Ethiopia. The study also suggests that the Omotic E1B1B lineages of Western Eurasia, the same article of Y-DNA. Hold on one second.
Yeah, you trying to read something else? I mean, I can just do that.
I'm sorry, y'all. I cut out.
A 2018.
Could you hear me?
An analysis of autosomal DNA using modern populations as a reference by Daniel Schreiner in the journal Frontiers of Genetics found the Natufian sample to consist of 61.2% Arabian, 21.2% Northern African, 10.9% Western Asian, and 6.8% Omotic-related ancestry, related to the Omotic peoples of southern Ethiopia. The study also suggested that this Omotic component may have been associated with the spread
of Y haplogroup E,
particularly Y haplogroup EM215, also known as E1B1B, lineages to Western Eurasia. 52. The same article also reports Y-DNA, duplicating Lazaridis' 2016 Y-DNA results, but also including mitochondrial haplogroups in Table 2 as follows.
And then when you look at the Y chromosome, you see the trace of E, and then you go down to.
Can you say something?
In layman terms.
Yes. What that means?
Stupid want to know what that means in layman terms, bro.
So what I'm trying to say is when he played this game, no one's denouncing. The Natufians was a bunch of mutts they self. They come from the Cambrians. They were mutts they self. But what I'm trying to say is that to use them to make it seem like they look like
everyone is
but what I would say is that the late Neolithic component, when y'all had SLC2485 allele, which shows that on chromosome 15, you got the lighter skin on chromosome. This is why you guys look the way you look, based off that mutation. You get it from those later derived, late Neolithic farmers that came from Anatolia across the Mediterranean that mixed with the Tacitus population who were Ibero-Marusian-like. But even before that, when you studied Ibero,
can I reply?
No, I'm almost finished.
Because you talked all night. You didn't let me even reply.
Bro, I got your genetics in me, and I study all of my DNA from sub-Saharan to North Africa, Middle East, all that bullshit.
We got drifted so far away. We could.
All right. Are you saying that they're Arabs? Based on the DNA that you just read, 62%. Are you saying that
that's what he's saying?
Arabs?
He's not saying that.
Are you saying that? No.
He's not saying that.
I'm saying that the modern Arabs, Horn Africans, and a lot of those early people have an old Arabian component. That Arabian component is what they're classifying as basal Eurasian.
Is a sub-Saharan African. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Is that what you want to say?
No, hell no. Sub-Saharan African.
We know that, man. I know everything about genetic.
But what it is Sub-Saharan African, because Ethiopia south of the Sahara is that Omotic component that you keep trying to blur over.
Yeah, but they are but most of their admixture is
but
out of Africa.
But they also got
they have a
hold on. You guys rattling off a lot of complicated stuff.
y'all not hearing me. Hey, look, though,
can I say something? Can I say something? The Natufians genetically will be closer to the Chinese.
Y'all not hearing what he's doing. Y'all not hearing what he did though. Y'all not paying attention to what this dude is doing.
It's you what you're doing.
Clarified for us.
He's trying to play people by denouncing that Omani component. No. Listen.
Can I say? You didn't even let me. You are saying what I'm saying. You don't let me even talk and explain myself.
He's asking you a question and then trying to get the clarity and build it. You're kind of like building off his question. Then you're taking it from. He's not really getting a chance to really like.
The Natufians, most of the Natufians out of Africa component put them closer genetically to the Chinese than they are the Western Africa.
Not Chinese. No, not Chinese.
They are the out of Africa. I'm talking because most of their genetics come from
basal Eurasians. They're split from North Africa.
Yes, but basal Eurasians are closer to all out of Africa.
No, they're not. Because you have crown. This is what I'm saying. You got. Aki, you have to study, bro. Basal Eurasians. No. I'm telling you where you're wrong. I can't tell you where you're wrong.
Can I explain?
Hold on, both of you. When you mention mixture, put in the time period. Put in the time period when these admixtures happen.
I'm gonna explain it. Let me
are the basal Eurasians part of the out of Africa or not?
Yes, they are part of the Africa.
When did that happen?
Okay.
When did that happen?
Aren't they?
I'm trying to give them the time. I want to give them the time.
Are they part of that small population that very genetically close?
They came from the. Oh shit.
That migrated from Africa?
Yes, I'm gonna answer your question, but you won't let me.
Yes. Okay, answer.
They come from the early Assyrian culture that's separated in North Africa. And they branch off at base at root in North Africa through Northern Sudan or Upper Egypt. They stood off around 100. Hold on. I'm trying to explain. Around 100,000 years ago, they were isolated. But hold on.
People 100,000 years ago.
Hold on. Y'all, I'm trying to get you to understand. It's a Hearts magazine from 2022, and it talked about the difference between the Levantine and Arabian component. They clearly said the Arabian people are more closer to African-like from the basal Eurasian split, right? From early North Africa. You can read this shit. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the way people look today is not the way the genetics or the population that gave them those genetics.
We already talked about the people.
We all agree on that.
Established that already.
We talked about this 5 hours ago.
Okay, we're talking about that.
Those when you go back that far, we losing.
Okay, I'm not gonna go back. I'm trying to get to the
basal Eurasian is found in all modern Western Eurasia.
I'm trying to get y'all to get a point. I'm trying to get. Okay, they won't let me finish, bro. It's hard. It's hard, bro.
Like they agree on 99. They really just
no, y'all. Hey, look,
hold on. Let Unc explain to me and goddamn and pseudo killers English, because this shit is getting goddamn crazy.
Hey, listen.
Break it down to me, goddamn.
What I'm saying.
Hey, Sosa, can I say this? Unc is catching what this nigga's doing, bro. Y'all not catching what this dude is doing and saying, bro.
But why are you insulting me?
Why
are you insulting me now?
Hold on,
I'm almost because you keep cutting me off, and it's like you scared.
But y'all both
I'm not scared. I am a Muslim, and you know I am a Muslim.
Because I
can't curse you and say anything bad.
Because at this point, I don't even know. At this point, I've lost what y'all even.
I don't even know what the argument.
I have no idea what y'all even arguing about.
I'm just let him finish. I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm explaining in layman's terms. That 68% that was in the Tufians was what fragments of the basal Eurasian that's found also in Arab population.
So what does that mean to the total conversation? Like, what does that mean? So
what that means is that the people, the Arabs or people that Arabian people are closer to the basal Eurasians than other late derived Eurasians, right?
Hold on, Mike. Stop, Mike. Hold on, bro.
I'm sorry. But he's trying to block out that 27% that's attached to North African with the earlier layers from the Omotic components. But what he said earlier initially was, and y'all didn't repeat this, they had no sub-Saharan traces. But that article also says that they got the what? Let me finish, bro.
I didn't say that.
No. Let me finish.
He didn't say
That article also said that they got that Y chromosome, E1B1B, from the Omotic population. Guess what that means? That means that those pre-Arab, which is those basal Eurasian populations who come from something called the Imrians or the Agrigetian population, mixed with the Cadrians who came from North Africa and inserted E1B1B into them. So what you're looking at is a mixed population. They also mixed with a few West Asian hunter-gatherers who crossed from Anatolia, but that's only at 10%. So you're talking about a mixed ass
When
people.
did that happen?
That's it. That happened. The Natufian starts around the Natufian starts around 13,000 years ago. That clay of Edith, they have mutated.
Can I reply now? When you say pre-Arab, what do you mean pre-Arab? Even the Arabs themselves, the biggest component.
I'm talking about before they were called Arab, when they were basal Europe. They weren't called
Arab.
Let
me talk. Let me reply. When you call the Arabs not Natufians, when they have the highest Natufian component in all modern populations.
It's like you're not comprehending.
Pre-Arab. What pre-Arab means? The Arabs themselves
are
mainly Natufian.
Before, listen.
The Iranian hunter-gatherers was also mostly basal Eurasian.
I don't even know how to.
The North African component that you say, the North African component that you
this nigga racist. Y'all not catching it. Y'all not catching this shit, bro.
Y'all are not catching this shit, bro.
Y'all are not catching this shit. Listen, this is why he keeps trying to. This is why he keeps trying to blur me the fuck out, bro. Because this nigga don't like. He don't like black blood. Listen to what I'm trying to say. No. Let me finish what the fuck I'm saying, bro. What I'm trying to say is that the reason why I say pre-Arab is because they didn't call themselves no fucking Arab 8,000 or 12,000 years ago. So I say pre-Arab for that, nigga. They didn't call themselves that shit. No one cares about what they call themselves today. So I say pre-Arab. I'm not talking about their genetics. You're talking about a recent term. And like I said, they were called pre-fucking Arabs. Their genetics is older than a fucking name, bro. Cut the bullshit out like you don't get what the fuck I'm saying, man.
Can I replay now?
Get out of here, bro.
Can I replay now?
Go ahead and denounce that black blood and that E1B1B that they had like you're trying to do. Because you want to make sure there's a bunch of fucking Eurasians that got it from somewhere else.
Oh my God.
I know what the hell you doing, bro.
Please,
hey, bro. This nigga racist, bro.
I'm not racist. You know that.
No,
you are now being racist. You are now being racist.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am a bigot. Yes, I am a bigot.
You are getting emotional. I
don't like ignorant ass niggas. I don't like racist crackers, and I don't like racist.
I will not insult you.
Any one of you motherfuckers.
You can insult me. Insult. Okay, insult. Did you finish?
I'm done. I want to see.
Did you finish?
I'm done.
When you say the Arabs aren't Natufians or the pre-Arab
genetics,
we know that there was no Arab back then when the Natufians. There was no.
That's what I mean by pre-Arab. That's what I mean by pre-Arab.
Can I replay? You talked. Can I replay? There was no Eastern Africa, modern Western African admixture, because also they had a Natufian component. There was no Arab. I know there was no modern North Africans. But the Arabs, you want it or you didn't want, are the closest modern population to the Natufians. Even the Saudi Arabians are between 16 and 17% Natufian. And I don't
more
argue.
Than that. It's 68%, and they get to 70%. Yeah, you're talking about South Arabia?
So when you call them, even the Iranian hunter-gatherers were more basal Eurasian than the Natufians.
And some regions, but you got to remember, there are different layers of Eurasia because basal Eurasians was an isolate group. The other groups like Crown Eurasians.
I know they are basal Eurasians. Okay. Where is the problem? What did they say that made you angry? I don't know. Tell me, what did they say that made you angry?
Because it's like you're trying to blur out the African component, that 6.8%, where they clearly said they got.
Did they say that?
I don't know. Why don't you talk about that proportion?
I didn't say that, man. I didn't say that.
Okay, you didn't say it. Okay.
What I said is they are mainly Eurasian, and do you know that?
Yes, but those early basal Eurasians look like a type of black people. They look like a type of black people.
Also, I told you, even the early Western Eurasians looked like black people.
Yeah, but they know, but the Western Eurasians, they have blue eyes. The Natufians didn't have blue eyes. We're not going to play that game.
Not every Western Eurasian
no,
have blue eyes.
You
know better than
we
that.
know that, but we talking about the Natufians.
The Western Asian hunter-gatherers.
We talking about the Natufians, though. We're not talking about some of the people that have blue eyes in Europe and Anatolia. We talking about they didn't have blue eyes at all.
The Iranian hunter-gatherers they
had 10%. They had 10% of that in them, but they didn't have blue eyes.
Did they have blue eyes?
They didn't have that. They didn't have the allele. No, they was absent of.
What is problem? And what is the problem? Even if they had blue eyes, what is the problem?
Because that's the narrative that a lot of racist people like to promote. Like, do you go on YouTube and see what some of your North African cousins is doing when they show those crystals and those marbles with the Egyptians with blue eyes? They don't even know what that's about, and they don't even know.
Don't even get emotional when you talk about these subjects.
Real.
Those North Africans.
They don't know what the hell that shit means.
Those North Africans are mainly replaying to mostly the Western Africans, because we talked about this, not Western Africans, the African Americans, that they tell them you are an Arab, always. And when we talked about the blue eyes, even the ancient Egyptians had blue eyes, you know that. What is the problem of people having blue eyes? The ancient Egyptians also was mainly Western Eurasians. What is the problem with them having Western Eurasian?
They also had a toxinous North African component blended in there.
Yeah. Those ancient North Africans, like the Ibero-Eurasians, had Western Eurasian.
So we saying the same thing. So me and you don't have to talk.
I've been saying the same shit. I've been saying that for 3 hours.
I don't know.
3 fucking hours.
Y'all saying the same shit. Like, y'all don't really disagree much.
I don't know why you got triggered when I was talking about Philippines. I don't understand. You start insulting me.
No, I didn't insult you, but it comes off like you don't.
But you said I am a racist, and
but
I don't even.
But Aki, you come off like you have an issue with a. I don't know.
No.
You come off kind of. I don't know, bro. You come off like you got an issue with an African component or something like sub-Saharan.
I don't have a problem with the African component. I told you even before that modern North Africans have more sub-Saharan African than even those late Neolithic North Africans that people talk about always.
Slavery, but you said it's because of slavery. Though.
I don't say.
Okay, I'm wrong. Okay.
I didn't say. I told you there was slavery. This is a fact. This is not a lie. This isn't something I lied about. But also there was mixing, there was marrying, because people with Muslims, they mixed. They married each other, probably princes, and the families that ruled also married each other. This is not and there was slavery. Slavery, part of the human race, because how you think the Yamnaya spread to Europe? Do you think they came and was partying with the Anatolian hunter-gatherers? They spread with raping and taking over.
Or like the Bantus did in Cameroon. Like the Bantus.
Raping and pillaging.
This is the human race. This is how people.
The Bantus took over Cameroon.
Since Putin had go on the question.
Yes, these people.
Your mic's too piece. I can't hear you. Your mic's too piece. I don't know this.
Were the ancient Egyptians sub-Saharan Africa?
No. The modern Egyptians are Egyptians. The modern Egyptians are the Egyptians.
The closest.
If we could just stay right there, we'd be good. But we never.
The closest people to the ancient Egyptians in Africa are the modern Egyptians. Not me, not a Western African, not a Eastern African. They are the modern Egyptians in Upper Egypt. The modern Egyptians.
But the Somali people, I'm not saying the Somali people are them. They share a lot of genetic affinities based off that early North African component that went south.
They share the genetic. But you know what?
They have the same EB. Matter of fact, they may be closer paternally. Let me just say this, and I'm gonna be quiet. They may be closer paternally to the Egyptian than you, because you're EM81. Somalis is EM78.
I am EV78.
Right, and the Egyptians are EM78, and the Somali are EM78. The Somali is EB32, and the Egyptians are EB12.
You know, our autosomal DNA is not the same
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's different.
It's not the same, but it is close. Sometimes it is close.
But all of you guys, including the Somali,
We are more Ibero-Eurasian. We are more Ibero-Eurasian. They are more Natufian.
I'm about to get you
We
out
are
of
more
here.
Anatolian.
See what I'm saying? I told y'all
Iranian.
that shit ain't gonna be over. Go ahead, put the hammer down, bro.
I just want to ask a question.
Go
Hold on
ahead.
for a minute. I want to ask y'all a question. Right? Man, the internet is unstable. Can y'all hear me?
It's been like that all the time, but go ahead. You've been pretty. Just go ahead.
Okay, my question is, what are we considering the Nubians? Do y'all classify Nubians as sub-Saharan African? A heavy dose of sub-Saharan Africans?
I don't know.
Like more African, like African American, sub-Saharan African.
I'm gonna ask you a question, Uncle, if you allow me. Whenever you finish, the Nubians they had a Nilotic component that could be classified as sub-Saharan because some of their components developed right there in South Sudan, and they also had some of the people of Sudan were from the Red Sea. You know that the Proto-Bija type people.
Yeah.
Also they even have an Arab component.
The Arab come later. That comes to 641
man, it's 6,000 man. Stop that.
Yeah, Stupid, your mic out, bro. We can't hear you at all. So you
are you, Mike? Are you considering them sub-Saharan African though? I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yes, I consider. I consider. Okay. I think they are between. I think they are between sub-Saharan Africans, Eastern Africans, and North Africans, because they came in a place that touch the three populations, the three areas.
Stupies, are you considering the Nubians sub-Saharan African?
No, because where they're located.
Huh?
They're located too far north for me to consider them sub-Saharan. That's my problem with it.
No, I'm asking you, yo. So you?
No.
Okay, Stupies, you out there? Where you at, Sosa?
I agree with Ngozi and Mike. You ain't got to go there.
No, I want to hear your stance. Are they considered Sub-Saharan African? They definitely fall underneath that mystical line. So I just want to know. Come on, yo, you gotta make the stance right now because I'm coming. So your stance, your words will be held against you.
I kind of honestly don't. I ain't gonna fret. I'm out there though.
But are they Sub-Saharan African or not?
No, like I mean,
they not. Let me get this straight. The whole world recognizes them as Sub-Saharan Africans.
Parts of it. Yeah.
Nah. They say the Nubians something, then they give you the different gradations like it goes in there. We're gonna play that game like the Black Egyptians, the Pharaohs.
You taught me that Nubia is a misnomer. You know what I'm saying? They weren't just necessarily one people, bro. Like it's so you know what I'm saying? Like, no. At the time of ancient pre-dynastic Egypt, nah. There'll be a mix. I mean, yeah, it may have some African, some sub-Saharan African components, but I'm not just gonna say that's the sub-Saharan African. Like I would say, a West African, sub-Saharan African. Like they have to be quality.
Are you? So you at?
You're saying that they're the same as West Africans? Both of them are like they're the same? Sub-Saharan African?
Niggas is Sub-Saharan. No, they ain't. No. Gozi explains it well. He said each, you got African populations. The Southern, the Khoisan ain't the Egyptians, nor are they West Africa. They had their own, but you still consider the Khoisan Sub-Saharan African. They're a component than say Nubians and West Africans, but they still put them in that below the Sahara category. Remember that? Or we forgetting that rule? I'm just want to make sure. Yeah. I'm just checking. So you ain't gonna give me a straight answer. Okay. So you don't have a straight answer. Right?
If we talking geography, then I'll buy that. Yeah, below the Sahara.
That's the only thing it could have been, right? So let's show the screen, right? I'm gonna get y'all out of here. Right. I got everybody position on it. National Geographic calling the Black Pharaohs, though. Am I tripping? National Geographic, the Black Pharaohs.
That's not a good look. Because if they call in the Black Pharaohs, then what are they? That's a
hold on. I'm saying I'm not agreeing with that. Right, I think this is racist.
Just want to make sure.
That's Geographic did. Where we at?
Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay, so here we go. So let's get into this, right? This is what I want to bring to the community on the way out the door to close the show out. So, can y'all see the screen?
Yeah.
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 You ain't let people. Okay, so what we got here, we got what? Man. Okay, let everybody in. I won't let nobody in. Okay, so we got Nubian evidence north of the first cataract. National Geographic call them the Black Pharaohs, right? We call them the Nubians. They below that crazy sun, sub-Saharan Africa, right? Okay, boom. It said ideology versus reality. Ideology versus reality. What is it in reality? Who is these people? We know what the ideology is, right? Nature of interaction. Nubians in the Egyptian social landscape, Nubians raiding Egyptian towns, challenging dualities. Who, what is Nubian? Yeah, that's what we want to know. Who, what is Egyptian? Yeah, I don't think y'all know. I really don't. Rethinking disciplinary divisions. All right, these slides are coming from Berkeley University. All right, moving next. Key considerations of many. Rethinking the cultural divisions that have been imposed upon the archaeology of the Nile Valley. Widening the catchments, goddamn, widening the catchments to include surrounding regions. We need to do that. See, this is what the modern Egyptologists is doing. Number 3, the importance of mobility. People, human beings are so damn mobile that they walked all the way to North Africa. So we know they mobile, right? Okay, this is what we got. These are called pangraves. And watch this. Nubian evidence north of the first cataract, right? At Nubian cemeteries. So you got Nubian cemeteries north of the first cataract at Rif, Gamdan, Q, Bandara, Haminish, Baladish, Hu, Armanet, Todd, Munal, Hikalapolis, Wadi, Kabanya, and Cilia. Okay, now in Egyptian cemeteries, so you got Nubian cemeteries, right, with Nubians, right, buried all in Egypt, north of the first cataract, and then you got Nubians in Egyptian settlements.
And you're mixing Nubians with Nubian and Nubian people.
Bro, don't you cut me off. I swear to God, I'm gonna put you out.
You are mixing everything. Let me explain.
Out of here, bro. You about to get put the fuck out. You're interrupting. Tell Daba.
Yeah,
y'all know what Tell Daba is.
Let him make his claim, then you come back in.
Tell Daba. This ain't a claim. This is archaeology. Tell Daba. To the right, ladies and gentlemen, is right up near. Tell Daba is actually located in the Delta. Y'all see it right there, that black dot. That's Tell Daba. At Tell Daba, you got Nubian cemetery. Home Romba, Dakor, Kanush, Misha Gassis, Del El Balish. You got Karnak, Jebelian, El Kab, Edfu, Elephantine, Mager, right, in Egyptian cemeteries. So you got Egyptian settlements with Nubian grave sites. Now you got Egyptian cemeteries with Nubians in Egyptian cemeteries at Del El Bash, Abydos, Dar Abu Nega. Make it a little bit bigger for y'all, Negro pens. Right? So what we're seeing here, all up and down the Nile, is Nubian fucking. Tell me ain't no sub-Saharan African component. There's all the graves. As a matter of fact, the closer you get to the right, heavy laden with Nubian cemeteries and pots and wares all over the motherfucker now. As a matter of fact, all the way to the Red Sea, do you see these quote unquote pan graves, quote unquote Negroes, quote unquote whatever the hell y'all want to call them. Y'all make y'all mind up. The record is clear. The record has spoken. It ain't none of y'all niggas getting past it. I know y'all gonna try. Y'all not getting past this.
If there was the same thing,
30 more slides, but we're not gonna do this now. Every time you run your mouth, I'm gonna cut off a logic record. Now, once again, all over the Nile, heavy laden up in the Delta, you got a quote unquote Saharan presence, whatever you want to call them. I'm gonna say this again, ladies and gentlemen. The dark orange is heavy grave sites and archaeological sites dealing with what you want to call the pan graves. The pan graves are what? they're quote unquote supposed to be Nubians.
What does that prove? What does that prove?
That proves
what it proves?
quote unquote. Wait. I'm just saying y'all was acting like that it wasn't this there, wasn't that there, but they was all over the place, all the way from the Red Sea. They all see that light orange. All these see y'all. Most of y'all are Nile Valley centric, but all over the place you got these pan graves. What I mean? What am I talking about? We're talking about this. We talking about the different types of pottery, different wares, right? We talking about grave sites. At Heliopolis, I just named all these spots. Edfu, and I'm saying these people been buried there for 2,000. So if you're in a place for over 2,000 years, we ain't even been in America for 2,000 years. What are you saying? What are we calling these people? You don't think they can be Egyptians after 2,000 years, although they carry the Nubian type? Like, what are we really talking about? What I start to realize is you don't know what a Pangrave cemetery is, right? You don't know what a C group cemetery is. Look, HK27C, C group. But let's look over here, Heliopolis. So in Heliopolis, you got C group cemeteries. All these groups, they're said to be Nubians because they don't know their damn names. But what they do know is, right, they come from where? Below the Sahara. Because people travel, and I told you that earlier. Grave sites.
I'm gonna go out there.
Would you call them Egyptian?
I ain't say, yo, so what are you? You've only been in America.
Just saying the seat.
Yes, I didn't put it in the trash because that was the bag that was on the floor.
Just saying this.
Either way,
Julie,
Julie,
you gotta move out, Juju.
You gotta mute
out.
Hold on, I'll get it.
So brother Bubble Banger, if there were in the country,
look, hold on, stop. Look, HK47 and HK21 Pangrave cemeteries. Do y'all see the bullhead? Do y'all see the blacktop pottery? Where is that located at? In Heliopolis. This is what they put in their grave sites.
But after 2,000 years, they still have separate cemeteries? After 2,000 years, they still have separate cemeteries?
I mean, the same way Jewish communities have separate Jewish communities, but you never say they're not American, man. Like, what are we doing here? Like, are we serious here? And not to mention, let me stop the screen because I got a whole presentation for anybody who want to jump froggy. Like, I'm gonna tell you, your best in class around this motherfucker. This is all college universities.
No, but that analogy that you use about Jewish cemeteries.
No, I'm saying you have.
If you're a part of the culture, you burn the same cemeteries.
Stupids. Are you an American after 400 years? That's what I want to ask you, bro.
I'm saying he's arguing nationality now versus genetic.
No, I'm arguing.
I don't even know what
people that's been there since the beginning of Egypt is what I'm arguing. I'm saying based off they're classified. They don't even know their names, bro. But what they do know is they bring a certain type of culture with them. That's what they do know. And watch this. So you would have to ask them what they identify with. Because
no, but my question to you, Uncle, if after 2,000 years, if you're there from the beginning, why separate cemeteries? If you found Nubian in Egyptian cemeteries and Egyptian in Nubian cemeteries, it would denote to me a mixture of cultures. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But if you're still having separate cemeteries after 2,000 years, it raises red flags. Why different cemeteries?
Wait a minute.
If they distinguish themselves from each other, you got to respect the fact that they're saying they're not them.
Distinguish themselves.
Do you see what y'all doing?
Themselves.
So how do you live in Egypt for 2,000 years, right?
And still buried somewhere else?
Hey, how do you live in Egypt for 2,000 years and not be an Egyptian? And not follow Egyptian law and not follow custom traditions, but you have a clan that just do shit a little bit different. Remember, see, you didn't listen to what I was reading with the slide.
Let me ask you this. Is that true?
What I said was, hold on, bro. Before y'all ask questions, what I said was, it is time to rethink our thinking. Who is a Nubian? Who is an Egyptian? Remember, I read those questions. Y'all let that slide off the top of y'all head. So what Stupid is doing is he's going with the old antiquated thinking. And although do you live in America, Stupid?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Huh?
Yes.
Are you an American, Stupid?
Yes.
Are you sure?
We using Stupid as an example of
Ask your
America.
question, Stupid. Stupid, I'm asking
No,
you a
because
serious
it's a different
Seriously,
situation.
Stupid. People been here at the beginning of motherfucking North America. So ain't none of us gonna let no white person, green person, purple person tell us that we not fucking Americans. And then we're gonna say, you know what? Not only are we Americans, we African Americans.
Yeah, we're Americans by nationality. Americans are Native Americans. Those are the indigenous population.
Okay, that's the monkey wrench, dog. Because that go for the
I'm
white
saying,
people.
I'm just saying,
hold up.
if they distinguish themselves from each other, how then are you going to argue that they are one and the same? If they're saying we're not them, this is who we are, this is who a Nubian is.
No, they're not saying that.
Oh,
I'm saying this. Watch this. Let me show you again. I think y'all missing. Y'all arguing the wrong argument. Y'all knocked out on y'all feet and y'all punch drunk at this point. Watch this. This is what I did for you. I started right here, yo. I said Nubian evidence north of the first cataract. Ideology versus reality. Y'all on some ideological shit.
But that just means that they were there. They're contemporary. So yeah, they're gonna have influence. They're gonna be there.
Hold on for a minute. Let me work. Nature of interaction. Nubians in Egyptian social landscape. Right? Nubians, look, raiding Egyptian towns. All this shit occurred. Look, challenging dualities. See, right now, I'm challenging dualities. What is Nubian? See that? Because guess what, bro? They don't fucking know. We acting like they know, and I'm telling you, they don't know. Now, is Egyptian. Y'all don't know who an Egyptian is. It says, why is think disciplinary divisions. Y'all is here dividing shit based off of what y'all read, and I'm saying all that shit is changing.
They're asking who or what is Egyptian in terms of culture, right? They're asking who or what is an Egyptian in terms of ideology and reality. So they're saying that when we look at Nubian culture and we look at Egyptian culture, that we need to re-examine who is who, but they're not making a claim that they're one and the same. They both are distinct, but they're saying that we need to take our time in establishing which one is which, but they're not the same.
Yeah, the slide is making a distinction itself by calling them Egyptian and Nubian. That's a clear distinction.
So I made my point, and I'm trying. I mean, I don't know what to tell y'all because
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
You actually have African Americans that run around in kufis, and they run around in African garb. And when they take their ass to work, yo, they put on a 3-piece suit, and the police pull their ass over. They pull out their motherfucking Maryland driver's license. Don't play. Let's not play this game.
Yeah, now you talk about nationality.
And decide on who you chilling with. You even an American or African American. Are we serious right now? Yeah. So I'm trying to tell you that there were plenty of Nubian groups in fucking Egypt. Some, watch this, y'all. Some, hold on. Some self-identified as Egyptians. And some self-identified as Nubians. And some self-identified as both. And some changed over their lifetime. The same way we do today.
I agree.
That's all I've ever been. So there is no one way. Watch this. There is no historical record that any of y'all can pull up. Watch this. That says a Nubian is not a fucking Egyptian. Or a Syrian is not a fucking Egyptian. You only got to do two things. And I'm going to give away the secrets so don't nobody know. No, I'm saying, does anybody know what makes you an Egyptian?
Well,
I'll tell you what don't make you an Egyptian.
What would
hold on, I'm gonna tell you what don't.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you what don't make you an Egyptian. Your Hubble group doesn't make you an Egyptian. Nope. The color of your skin doesn't make you an Egyptian. Nope. So I'm gonna ask y'all, What makes you an Egyptian according to the Egyptians?
Yeah, I already know. We're at the culture. We're at the culture.
I'm asking you. Come on, social.
We're at this culture, bro. We're at the culture stage of the conversation that I knew we'd be at.
Nope. I'm gonna ask you.
If people identify
culture.
Give me no. I need some specific things. I'm gonna come to you.
Culture is specific, bro. You have to. If you're not following Egyptian culture, how can you? You have to identify. If you identify as the Egyptian, that means you're practicing and following Egyptian culture.
And if you identify as a Nubian and it's buried as a Nubian, and live
what
as
makes
a Nubian, you're a Nubian.
Your
culture. Your culture.
Okay, y'all. I'm saying specific things.
What makes two peas an American?
Man, because all they got to do is pass the fucking
naturalization.
Or be born in this motherfucker, right? But that ain't what make you a fucking Egyptian. See what I'm saying? So I'm trying to ask.
Okay, just explain to me what makes one an Egyptian, so I can have clarity.
Say you don't know.
I don't know.
I need to hear you say you don't. Thank you. How about you, Stupies? Do you know?
Stupies
say if you don't know, I'm not gonna get you because I didn't fucking know.
Stupid say
you don't know. Thank you. So we were all sitting here arguing for months, not knowing what a fucking Egyptian was. That was hilarious on all of our parts. So let me tell you what makes an Egyptian. You simply have to speak the language and worship Egyptian gods.
Culture, man. Come on, bro. It's culture.
No, but I gave you specific things, bro. Listen.
All that culture.
Listen. So listen, but I said specific things. We know it fits within the culture. I gave you specific things though. So every time anybody from this point forward start howling and screaming about this ain't this and this ain't that, y'all 100% wrong. And I refuse to argue with y'all. So the guy from North Africa, he's right. And Ngozi is right. But they can also be wrong if those people that they talking about don't speak Egyptian and don't worship Egyptian gods. So you could be a flat out Nubian and worship Egyptian gods and speak Egyptian, right? That would make you an Egyptian. Just as much Egyptian as any fucking body. Now, y'all don't have no historical past that, and this I promise you.
Right now we back to mixing up going from genetic to culture.
No, I'm not, man. Fuck it. You know what, yo?
I'm saying Mike and Ngozi had a.
I'm not listening to Mike from Morocco. I'm talking about ancient Egyptian. The conversation has actually been on ancient Egypt.
But
what makes
from the US?
Lace with your.
Go ahead, Mike.
But I am from Morocco, yes. But you are from the US, from America. What is me have being from Morocco have anything to do with our talk?
Hey, Mike.
At least I am an African.
What makes an ancient Egyptian, Mike?
Mike is not saying that the Moroccans are the Egyptian, bro. He's not.
No. I'm asking Mike. What makes an ancient Egyptian, Mike?
I think we talked about this for about 5 hours now.
No, Mike. Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike.
We talked about the
Stop it, Mike. Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike.
Yes.
What makes an ancient Egyptian, Mike?
I told you we talked about this for 5 hours.
No, Mike, I'm asking you right now. We didn't hear you. We was all tone deaf. What makes an ancient Egyptian, Mike?
Because it is not a simple question.
Oh man, bye, Mike. Mike, shut up.
It's not an easy simple question. We talk genetics, we talk culture.
Mike,
we talk about this. It's not
Mike. So you on the same level as all of us. We just didn't know. Now we know, Mike, and I'm not arguing with you.
I don't even know what you want to say.
There's a different question. If you ask what is an ancient Egyptian in terms
of culture, asked Mike what makes an ancient Egyptian an Egyptian, and he don't know. Just like all the rest of us.
How can someone tell us what an ancient Egyptian isn't if you don't know what an ancient Egyptian is?
I'm saying if
I can tell you who are the closest modern population to the ancient Egyptians.
I
can tell you genetically who are
Mike, we're past that point, Mike.
They're not doing this. Let me ask you a question.
Genetically, the closest people to them are the modern Egyptians.
The genetics might make you a daggone North African, bro, man, but genetics do not make you a fucking ancient Egyptian.
So let me ask you this.
What you think?
So let me ask you.
I'm no longer listening to you.
Hold on, Mike.
That's why we can say genetic identity and cultural identity are not the same.
Let me ask you something.
Hold on. I'm letting everybody know.
No,
From this
hold
moment,
on.
from
No,
this
don't run
moment
yet.
on
Don't run yet. Hold
if
on.
y'all try to make an
You're
Egyptian
trying to
black, white, purple, this, that, I know y'all don't know what y'all talking about, right? I'm no longer listening to that nonsense, just like I don't listen to that shit Hassan be saying. It's fucking nonsense and foolery, and I'm not no longer participating in that because I got Harvard, I got Yale, I got Berkeley, and all y'all got is y'all Negro intuition. I'm not doing it no more. So if you think in Egyptian anything than somebody to speak Egyptian,
right,
and worship their gods, you don't know what you're talking about, and not because I said, because y'all don't have a source to prove anything otherwise.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Bang, 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 bang.
Hold on. Let me ask you this.
Bang,
So
bang, bang.
currently, we know that geneticists that this argument is being had amongst geneticists. So you're saying that
damn lie. The damn
so you're saying
lie.
that you're saying that. So hold on. So you're saying that geneticists aren't currently trying to find out who the ancient Egyptians were genetically. You saying that they're not saying that.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Y'all all act like I ain't come on this show and did the rebuttal to that crazy ass 3 fucking mummy fucking shit that y'all keep.
That's not my point.
No. They only got 3. Wait a minute, bro.
That's not my point. You're right.
They only got 3 fucking mummies.
You're right.
And the mummies don't tell you whether they're fucking Egyptian or not, bro.
Right.
How about that?
Let me ask you this.
Simply telling the people that was in them graves. Because I just proved to you that there are graves. Hold on, bro. I just proved to you there are grave sites all over that motherfucker.
Yeah. So what you're saying is
that is ethnicity, bro.
Come on, I got you, bro. You won that one.
You act like you don't.
Hold on, come on, let's go.
That don't mean that person identified as an
trying to go
Egyptian.
super saiyan on me. You got that.
Identity is not the same as cultural identity.
Hold on, what Judah's trying to say. So you're saying that those geneticists should just basically relinquish that type of that the whole shit is pseudo.
No, I'm saying
that what Johannes Krauss is trying to do by taking different mummies and taking genetics, that whole shit is pseudo when it comes to establishing who the ancient Egyptians were. Is that what you're saying?
Yes? I'm saying that they only found 3 mummies, yo.
No. I know they only. But you're saying that.
How do you identify? Listen, you got 3 mummies in the Delta, right? In the Delta at that.
Exactly.
5,000 years of history, and then they tell you, well, you can't use this to tell who the Egyptian is, right. And they are already.
But according to you, that whole shit is bullshit. Because even if they run the genetic, it's still not gonna tell you who Egyptian is. So you like so basically fuck all that because it don't matter what they come through with genetically. It's all bullshit because it doesn't tell you who's an Egyptian.
To identify a population, they give you the title of it's the title, my nigga.
Nah, I'm not
talking about culture.
Let me say something here.
Are you saying that modern Egyptians are not close to the ancient Egyptians because of their concept?
He's not saying that, Mike.
He's talking culture.
Because I don't understand what he's saying. Because most North Africans, East Africans, West Africans are Muslims. No one knows.
Me and you the only niggas that read the goddamn book, and you know what I'm talking about.
And you the only niggas scared to debate Chief X.
Let Mike get a statement in. Let Mike get a statement.
Let me say
how about that?
Can I say something?
Hey, I got on Chief X panel.
Let Magic Mike make a statement. Go. Let Magic Mike make a statement because he's.
I think that what he just described was what makes you a citizen and that type of thing, but not who you are as an individual, biologically, genetically, etc. But what makes you a citizen, what makes you recognized by the government, by the country, whether you worship the gods and speak the language. I don't think anyone disagrees with that, whether they could describe it or not that way from a cultural standpoint and from a citizenship standpoint. Yes, I think we all can accept that would make you an Egyptian during that time.
Facts.
Where's your source for that?
No, my source is what I just said. I'm believing that that's his source. I mean, or that's what he believes. He stated it.
Yeah,
we agree with that.
So why agree with the source? We agree with what he's saying. Yeah, that's what Unc is saying. He's talking
about.
Yeah,
I just left DC. I just left the National Geographic Museum. They're doing a huge exhibition on ancient Egypt, and that's very telling and enlightening. Everything they put in there. I listen to these every now and then, and most of the time, you guys really, like I always say, you agree more than you disagree. But yeah,
this is a modern Egyptian They look like that in ancient times. This man, he's from Upper Egypt. Here's some more. You know, I'm just saying, like, you know, it's not more. We got to remember too, the Egyptians expanded their territory, especially when they took over some
Amir,
portions of North Sudan. No, let me finish.
I have
I
a
just want
question.
to get out the way.
can
The
you show
Egyptians
most of
expanded
them?
a lot of they expanded a lot of their territory, especially when they went into North Sudan. So a lot of Nubians became Egyptians. They were Egyptian citizens. They were born in Egypt. They were Egyptian. You even had some Nubians that went against other, or some Sudanese that went against other Sudanese people
Yeah,
for
we
the
all
Egyptian
agree.
government.
Yeah, we all
So
agree on that.
Would they be considered as,
Yeah.
as we describe them today as Nubian Egyptian, like we say African
they
American?
would have been Egyptians like Mapiri, who
Okay.
Yeah. But see, so may I ask you this, and goes, is the Ptolemy Egyptians?
is the who? The Ptolemy was
Ptolemy.
Greeks, but they became
No,
Egyptians.
no. But
Actually,
they adopted Egyptian culture, bro.
hold on. No,
That's a
yeah,
good
you know
question.
what? Hey, hold on. No, I'm gonna ask you. Yes, they were Egyptians. You know why?
All right. We
You know why?
good. We good.
You know why? You know why they were Egyptians?
Wow.
You only get the term Egyptian when the Ptolemaic period comes in from the term Hekapata.
Come on, Gozy, don't do that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, you finna get there. Come on, family. Come on, King. Don't do me like that, bro. Don't do me like that.
So hell yeah, they was Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? Yes, they were.
Shit.
Matter of fact, they were ancient Egyptians because there was nothing called ancient Egypt past the Ptolemaic period. How about that?
Yeah,
Hey,
I
Mr.
said.
Rich, somebody unmute Mr. Rich. Hey, Mr. Rich, what did you say?
Mr. Rich is muted? Who's muted now?
Hey, I didn't think that he got it. Hey, what's up? I didn't think that my man represented the statement to the fullest. That's why I was like, it wasn't. He left out.
I can't hear you. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Keep you talking? You must be in a bad area. We can't hear you if you're talking, bro. I think you're in a bad area, huh?
Who was just talking about National Geographic? Who was that?
I don't know. Oh my God.
Didn't somebody just say they went to a museum and National Geographic?
Magic Mike.
Yeah, that was me.
Intelligent man, Mike. Say that again. What? I'm listening because I just got back.
No. Just said that the National Geographic Museum in DC is doing a huge exhibit on ancient Egypt. They're focusing mostly on King Tut and the 18th dynasty, but it's a lot of information that really kind of covers a lot of, kind of what you guys have been debating over the last few months. So I just thought it was very telling.
Hey, it's a modern Egyptian. If he came to North America right now, would they call him black? This modern Egyptian?
Hold on. Come on, Mike Magic. Mike, want to hear what you telling though? What you mean? Talk to us. What you saying?
I think that overall, kind of going back to what you were mentioning probably 30 minutes ago with the sub-Saharan component throughout Egypt, this museum shows that component. So that there were, I don't know if they would have been called Nubians or Sudanese, whatever the case may be, they were in Egypt. Would they be called, Nubian Egyptian, like we say, African American? Who knows what they were called? Who knows if they were universally recognized by the government and by the people, or were they just clustered all together? Did they fellowship with their fellow citizens openly, or were they in hiding? Who knows what their affiliations were on a day-to-day basis, but they were there. We just believe, based on the evidence we have now, that they were in a major minority position. But that does not mean that they were there. They wasn't there. They were there.
So let me come to page 10 on the element. Thank you for that, Magic Mike. It says, the beginning, it say being Egyptian and being foreign, over 3,000 years of ethnogenesis. Egyptian could be anyone who inhabited the urban zones of the Nile Valley. That's Asman, 1996, page 97, and Espil, 2006, page 452, and Moores, 2001, page 177. Let me say this again. An Egyptian could be anyone who inhabited the urban zones of the Nile Valley, spoke Egyptian language, worshiped Egyptian gods, and was loyal to the Egyptian state, no matter if he or she was born in Egypt or not.
Right. So
that's it. That's it. Period.
Yeah, but
right, so we got Nubian Egyptian, we got We got Greek Egyptians, all
Yeah.
that.
So you got to. They weren't having this conversation that we're having.
Mediterranean Egyptians.
Facts.
Yeah. Okay.
All that shit. And the people that you see there now, are remnants of all of that collectively. So no one to say that the modern Egyptians aren't ancient Egyptians. No one would say that the modern
not no one to go. We still have that argument, bro.
See, the problem is the ancient Egyptians make up 90 some super majority of what's left in Egypt today. The remnants of what was there, although albeit at a smaller percentage, are just really not there as much anymore.
Sometimes closer to 80%. Sometimes close to 80%, especially the Copts. The Copts are very close.
But yeah, they also found it at the clinal level, not just based off that little Coptic component, because that's a piece of DNA, and that gets tricky. But at the clinal level, the modern Egyptians, even the Arab Egyptians, are just as high as the same as them. They had to go deep. So even the Arab Egyptians are just as Egyptian as them. They try to play that Coptic game, but they had to go further. And then now they're saying at the clinal level, genetically, the Coptic and the regular Egyptian citizen, they're all the same. Most of those Egyptians
very close. They are very close, yes.
Yeah. Don't y'all go back to the Tufians.
But I want to say that they are very close. And Anch was talking. I didn't know even what
they gonna start talking about that the Tufians. They gonna start fighting. I swear to God. Don't let me go back to the Tufians. I promise you.
Anch start freestyling.
So I'm coming to page. Yeah, I know you don't know what I was talking about. You ain't supposed to. Page 11 clearly states, according to J. Assman and G. Moores, the ancient. Watch this. Did the ancient Egyptians have like a nationalism like the United States? Anybody can answer that. Mr. Moses, did they have a national identity? Yes or no? How about you, Stu Peas? Mute. How about Magic Mike? Magic Mike, did the Egyptians have a...
I would say that the government and the ruling class would have wanted everyone to, but I'm pretty sure not everyone identified with it as they did. But I think the idea was there that there was a national identity. But again, as far as how much everyone identified with that, I don't think everyone did. I think that's plausible.
Right? And I'm saying you're wrong. How about you, Mr. Know-it-all from North Africa, because you live in North Africa, Mikey, did the Egyptians have a national identity? Yes or no, Mr. Mike?
Okay, Mr. American, that he say, because I don't look black, I am not North African. The Egypt was one of the first.
Are you serious right now, man? I'm asking you a question, bro.
Yeah, Egypt was one of the first.
You got to define national identity. Define national identity.
Egypt was one of the
like America defines national identity. Mr. Mike.
Even to this day, even to this
national day. I'm just asking you a question. This is discussion with all. I didn't know this shit till I read a couple books. I really didn't. Y'all made me do this shit. I wasn't trying to do it. I ain't Egyptian mainly, but y'all made me do it.
Egyptians, even to this day, have a high national pride.
Okay.
They always link themselves.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
To this day,
Sosa, did the Egyptians have a national identity like America does?
I would say so.
You would say what?
I would say so.
You would say some of them. Okay.
I would say so. Yes. No, I would say yes. I would say yes.
Say yes.
You're wrong. Let's read what the expert says. According to J.M. Asim and G. Moores, the ancient Egyptians did not have the concept of ethnic or national belonging and expressed their identity in relation to family, village, or town, and in connection to kinship, familiarity, and trust. Asim, 1996, page 97, Moore, 2016. It's a localism as a crucial aspect of Egyptian identity, meaning a local areas like Park Heights. You know how to, yeah, like that. Like I'm in Upper Park Heights. Yo, I'm here. I'm on Hilltop. I'm in 24115. Local shit. That's how the Egyptian was. Watch this. It says localism as a crucial aspect of Egyptian identity and in one's own city meant that the family and friends of the deceased could assure further existence through offerings. So they were saying, yo, I need to be buried close where somebody can give them offerings. I don't want to be somewhere all the way far away. It's got to be local. Now let me finish this off right here. It says, this localism probably influenced regional differences. Come on, man.
You're the lead.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
This localism probably influenced regional differences. There is evidence that the inhabitants of the Nile Valley considered the population of the Delta to be as different from the population of Upper Egypt. Wow, I could have sworn I tried to tell niggas, but let me keep going. It says, as an Egyptian is different from someone from the Levant. I rest my case. Page
Also, they also different themselves from the Nubians.
I'm not listening to you.
You didn't finish. You didn't finish because you acted like you're saying something new.
But I asked you a question. I'm gonna ask you one more time. Did the ancient Egyptians have a national identity, Mr. Mikey? Yes or no?
I am telling you that to this day, they have Egyptians, unlike most Africans, have a high sense of nationality.
Yo, how dinner your ass about the conversation? Go give me a source on that.
Just
hey,
listen
Mike,
to me, please.
Just listen to the conversation.
Tribalism, tribalism was high.
You got hey, Mike, let me show you how we do this.
Can I replay? You didn't even let me replay.
Okay, I know what I gotta do to you. Let me see where you at. You lucky I can't. I'm gonna mute you out. I'm gonna show you how I do it. I'm about damn it might put you black hole. I'm gonna mute you out. Now, we've reached a portion of the conversation where I've heard us talk each other to death and to a tizzy. I'm officially tired of it. I'm now bringing sources for everything that I say. So to further this conversation, you make a statement and bring a source. If you don't, I'm not listening to you. I'm not paying attention to you. I can't even hear you. So, Mr. Mikey, you're talking me to death and you made that shit up. I don't want to hear most Africans. We're talking about the ancient Egyptians. I gave you a source to prove my point, right? I even read from an Egyptian, I gave you an Egyptian text that talked about how different the Delta population was from the Upper Egyptian population. I did all of that. So for you to continue, you can talk to everybody else who might want to have a conversation with you, Mr. Mike from North Africa. You can talk to them, but you can't talk to me. I'm up in the ante. So Mike, I'm gonna ask you one more time, bro. Do you know what the hell you talking about on this situation? Or you like the most of us, we ain't realize it, we ain't know, we just ain't know that. I'd have thought the same thing you thought 6 months ago, bro. It's okay to not know, but we learning right now, bro. And we learn through the experts and sources. So go ahead, Mike. Give me something that you got sourced up. If you don't, yo, talk to them, yo, because I ain't got time for that, yo. It's damn near, what time is it? It's 10:17, yo. I'm not doing it, bro. I'm tapped out on the talk me to death without a source. I'm tapped out on that. And the show. Go ahead, Mike. Where you at? You unmuted.
I want you to finish. I don't even know. I don't know what you want to say or what you want to prove. Because tribalism was in all ancient populations. And Egyptian was one of the last and less tribalistic societies. Yes, they had differences, they saw themselves different, but they had a sense of national pride. It is one of the most and the oldest central countries in the world. Egypt was a country. Egypt was a country
right now, Mike.
Just
Mike,
let me finish. Egypt was a country.
I'm saying, what you talking to? You're not talking to me, right?
He talking to you. I think he agreed with you.
Talking to me. How's he talking to me? He's supposed to have a so he's sitting there making up shit. He made all that shit that he said.
I'm not making up shit.
But
Egypt was more central and less tribal than most Europeans European countries in the medieval.
Just talking, bro. You talking us to death, bro.
I mean, what are you saying? Like, I don't get.
I want a source that says that the ancient Egyptians weren't tribal, wasn't none of the shit I just read, and was what he's saying it is. He just saying it, and I showed you what I was talking about. I didn't just say it.
They would have to be less tribal based on the fact that they had a
I'm gonna read it again. I'm gonna read it again. Since everybody went deaf on me.
Yes, they saw.
Maybe I'm missing it.
What are you reading from? What are you reading from, bro? Like what?
No, the thing you supposed to be reading. I told y'all.
Are you saying that you're saying that the Egyptians are tribal, correct?
Man,
right?
I'm gonna read it, bro.
No, I'm trying to figure out what your argument is.
I'm saying that their nationalism was local. It didn't extend like we think.
That's
so
fine.
Naturally,
that's fine.
We're gonna think, right. So naturally, so we're gonna all think that they was that. And I gave an example of Baltimore, Maryland, where I was on a hilltop. Right, the spot I hung out was called Hilltop.
But that's not tribalism.
But hold up.
The tribalism doesn't.
I'm saying you can call. Listen, I don't know if that quite fits that. I'm saying it was whatever it was localized. It wasn't a whole national thing.
Yeah,
right. Remember they had national deity, tribal deity. Yeah, I mean, it was just there.
That's what I'm saying. Tribalism is the wrong word because tribalism is anti-civilization.
Right.
It's not. That's the wrong word.
Right.
It wasn't that, but it didn't have this one, and it was based off of their burial practices and wanting to be close and wanting to have different things and different things. You know what I'm saying? It's something we're learning now. We the elders didn't teach us this though, bro. Right? Nor did they have this. The elders said the Egyptians was black.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
They left us with that, right?
Can I say something? So, the pre-dynastic of Upper Egypt and the late dynastic of Lower Egypt are more closely related to each other than to any other population as a whole. They show ties with European Neolithic, North Africa, more than Europe, and more remotely India, but not at all with Sub-Saharan Africa, Eastern Asia, Usain, or the New World. Look this up now and tell me if I am wrong.
Yeah, they don't have. That's what I'm saying, Mike. They're not.
Tell me if I'm
they're not in a genetic state. They're identifying Egypt in terms of how you identify, what culture you accept. Like that. That's what I'm saying. I feel you on that. We have left the realm of genetics now. We're just on like nationality,
even culturally.
But I'm gonna tell you, see, the conversation that you're having using citizenship and culture actually makes it easier to have a genetics conversation once you get to the end of it, because you're still dividing the people based on what you're calling them.
Then Mike, why are we having so much trouble? Like, if you say genetic, Unc will reject that shit like a motherfucker. Genetic, I'm gonna say it for Unc. A person genetic does not tell you who they are, bro. Like, so get around that.
That's true. That's true.
Get around that, Magic Mike.
Say it again.
Uncle's gonna say genetics, DNA doesn't tell you who you are, who is an Egyptian, bro. That's what he's gonna run down, bro. Like,
yeah, but I mean that's his stance.
No.
If that's,
I don't have no stance. It's what the experts say.
Okay,
Let me read the source.
Hey, hold on. Let me shout out the chat though. Let me check everybody. Like the show, subscribe, man. We got over 100 people in the building still for part 2, man. Like and subscribe, man. Share the show, man, so we can get our subscribers up. Go ahead,
No, go ahead, keep talking. I'm gonna find the source.
Yeah, I'm just saying if that's his stance. If that's his stance, that's his stance.
No, that's not my stance. So it's an experts do analysis, do textual analysis, do archaeology. That's what the experts say, man. That's not.
Experts are saying that genetics don't tell you who you are.
Right. Yeah. We gonna run it on you.
It doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you.
Are you saying that it doesn't tell you everything, or it doesn't tell you at all?
It doesn't tell you ethnic identity. Because you know a human being can choose. Wait a minute, right in front of our face, right? Watch this, y'all. Okay, so if me, Captain Tazariak, Ali Muhammad, right, took a DNA test, right? Would it identify that I'm an atheist? Would it identify that Captain Tazariak is a black Hebrew Israelite? And would it
No.
identify that Ali Muhammad is a fucking Native American? It would not,
Nope.
right? It wouldn't. That's my point.
No, but those are titles that they give themselves. You're West African. He would identify that with all three of you. Not the titles. He would identify that all three of you are West Africans.
It just wouldn't tell you the ethnic group though, bro. It wouldn't tell you the religion they practice. It wouldn't tell you what that individual person identified with, yo. You do know, yo, you can be an African American and swear you're a fucking Indian, right? And identify with that and put on all the clothes. Y'all didn't know that? And for your whole life think that, and the person come by with better information, you change that shit up. Now you thinking you're more and you identifying with Saudi Arabia. That's the point I'm trying to show y'all, man. Like I had to get through this myself.
Hey, we got our atheist brother Rob Bourne in the building. First round draft pick, number one overall. Shit, what's good, Rob Bourne?
First round draft pick for sure.
Yeah. Guard all five positions, versatile. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit.
Brought the presentation from the iPhone to the community.
Yes,
For anybody else.
Yes, sir. Shit. Well, yeah, Rob, he lied in. Yeah, he must say ready.
I'm in. What up, y'all? I'm just chilling,
good,
man. I saw y'all was live, so I jumped on, man.
Yeah.
I see y'all going with the y'all still in the commission world, yo.
Oh yeah, they did a whole goddamn 3-hour genetic battle on Encounters with Culture, like
trying to teach Sosha and Sheffrin how to bring sources to the table.
we got sources in the pseudo killer chat.
You ain't wrong one.
We brought a
we
real
don't disagree.
African on the
We don't
panel.
disagree.
Look,
And
he a whole African, so she can't Diop Jope no whole African.
Hey, Jalanda,
Like,
we
how y'all
brought
gonna,
on the
qualify
panel,
one and
and y'all
disqualify
all
the
get
other?
them.
Where we do that at?
I
Y'all-
can say
y'all-
100%
we brought a
that
source.
Diop was wrong.
Right, we brought a source. We brought a whole North African on the panel, and y'all
You
told
can-
that nigga he was wrong.
Don't
I'm
listen
done
to
with
me.
y'all.
Don't even listen to me. Just
Is
pull
this
up
North
the
African
North
from
Africa.
Egypt or Morocco? Is there a difference? And how is he
Okay,
qualified in other
from
Where
African
you
parts?
from? Where you from?
I'm from Florida. But I'm West
Exactly.
African
You ain't
Geechee.
nowhere near
I ain't
there.
on here trying to claim nothing but what I am. All I'm trying to do is we trying to correct and vilify this white supremacist type thinking.
Julie, you gotta go to a museum to see that he can walk out
culture.
his backyard and look at.
Right, he can look at his grandmother.
That motherfucker walk outside and see what he.
Look, he can go talk to his grandma.
Yeah, I'm tripping with that shit.
The issue is your culture can
But he's not
change.
an expert. That doesn't qualify him.
No, we're not saying. Nobody said he was an expert. Nobody said he was an expert.
Okay, well,
I'm not an expert. Most people here
No,
not an expert.
Yeah,
You better than these yahoos, trust me.
Yeah, normally Juju sources come out when we disagree on something that we ain't had nothing that we disagree on that we had to put a source out to end contention. Like
we don't disagree with you a lot. You never bring a source, so stop capping.
what I disagree with me with?
Stop capping.
Name something. What do I disagree with me with?
We know you don't never bring no sources. Put a one in the chat if Sosa brings sources, people.
All you gotta do is tell me what you want a source for, and we can handle that. You know what I'm saying? Everything I say is verified. I don't got my own.
Right. The truth don't need no support.
Yeah, I just say what the experts say. I
Need a source.
don't
Y'all
make
need no support.
The
Y'all
source.
Crazy.
Y'all gotta jump through all
Stop
the
it.
sources because y'all
Stop.
lying.
As soon as you go look a shit up, they say what the fuck up is saying.
Exactly. Y'all gotta go do all that. Y'all gotta show people colorful pictures and shit because y'all lying. You feel? We ain't gotta do all that.
If we pull up
The truth don't need no support. That's what my grandmother said.
The truth.
Fuck out of here.
Shit.
That shit sound good. Y'all almost believe that shit, Chef. That's
It's
good.
the
Right.
truth. The truth don't need no support. It is what it is.
These arguments already been had before.
Already been had. Y'all
When it
pull
come
out
live,
the same,
yeah,
y'all pull out the same sources every 3 days. What is it gonna say different?
Sheffrin,
Y'all ain't
you don't
never
want
seen
to
this shit
inflate the argument by bringing the same people on the panel every time to have the same conversation when we should be moving on talking about other things. So obviously,
I agree
this is
but
what y'all
these
like.
niggas love. Listen,
we try to talk about science. you know, James Webb. We ain't talk about
Yeah,
monkeypox
but
yet.
James
Don't
Webb
nobody
would be
want to
Can we
talk
talk about the
about
African
James
Meeting
Webb.
House? We got so much other subjects we can talk about, like how Ubuntu is a predecessor to humanism. You know, we got so much more that we can double on. So don't go there. Tell me with that.
What you just
You
say?
said Ubuntu is a predecessor to humanism, or
I like
are
to
you
think
saying
so.
that, or are you saying that there are some things in Ubuntu that runs parallel with humanism? That's a huge difference, bro. Like, don't blackology that shit.
Oh, man.
Or, but I am the resident blackologist.
Yeah,
Until
because
you can prove me wrong, or
now you're gonna have to
otherwise,
show me that the
that's the
Ubuntu.
stance I'm gonna take.
Yeah, that you're gonna have to show
until
me
you
that
can
the
source
Ubuntu.
up and prove me otherwise, that's the stance I'm gonna take.
You
And I'm gonna
made
do
the
that just for
claim.
entertainment purposes,
You
whether
made
I'm
the
right or
claim.
wrong.
You
But I
made the
like to
claim.
talk about, but I would like to talk about the comparisons though. That would be an interesting show.
Yeah, that
I'm
definitely.
just putting it out there.
Right, because you have to
Swing
show that the
spin it how
Ubuntu.
you like, Sosa.
No, you have to
I'm
show
just
that
saying.
the Ubuntu follow the scientific method. Now, if you're saying that they did that and they were scientists,
I'm not
then you
saying
got a goddamn
anything.
point.
I'm just saying let's have a show to talk about some other things.
Nah, yeah. Otherwise, you're doing a Wujawa. There's things in Ubuntu that
My name is Julanda.
That mirrors.
My name is Julanda.
Humanism.
My name is Julanda.
Your name is Juwad.
My name is Julanda. You can call me Juju Sosa. Okay. And again, we can have a conversation and a show on it at another time. All right. And bring some sources with you.
Tell you what, bring the Ubuntu. I'll go ahead and look at that real quick. I already know it's craziness, but bring it and then we'll go over that. We'll do a show. We can do a show on that. You jump on. We'll put it in the topic.
Okay.
We'll put it in the topic.
Okay.
Shit,
I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Man, humanism is a scientific endeavor. It deals with the removal of supernatural beings, like removing it from a God concept and shit like that, man. And
correct.
Reciprocity and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So like without the scientific method and being scientists, they're already going to be some major differences, but I'm sure there's some things that run parallel. I mean, reciprocity and do unto others as you have them do unto you, shit like that. Like, yeah, it's going to be parallels like that. Okay. You don't need a source for that, right, Juju?
Of course you do.
You don't need a source for this.
You should have a source for everything, Dan.
Do you agree with what I said or you disagree?
Yeah.
See, you don't need a source.
No, we need a source. We need
all right, we can do that.
a source to teach, dear. We just not gonna let people go off by what we're saying. Okay, that's what we're not gonna do. So we can put some things up like definitions or whatnot, so people can come to their own conclusion.
Hey, Jalonda, you can trust
They're not
me.
gonna. We're not gonna be speaking on just our word.
Yeah,
that's
I just
what
gave
we're
a
not going to
definition.
do.
Jalonda, you can trust me. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But see, I just gave the definition of humanism off the dome. Now you can
off of it.
Yeah, you can go to the internet right now. You can pull it out right now and dagger me if my shit's incorrect. I just gave it to you off the dome. If I'm wrong, you got me right now. Go ahead, get me. Go ahead, get me. Says put me in checkmate. Shit.
Hey, you done? You got all of it out your system?
Yeah, I got it out my system.
My man.
Y'all just better hope Reggie don't show up and be like,
oh man,
they gonna poop and fuck it up.
Take a big dump in that mug. Can I share my screen? It's over with.
Hey, Magic Mike, did you get it out your system?
Oh, I'm good, Doc. I'm good.
Okay.
I heard Magic Mike though. Magic Mike said he went to that damn exhibit. Didn't you say you went to the exhibit, Magic Mike?
Say that again.
You said you went to the Egyptian thing in Maryland or something?
Yeah. It's in DC right now. The National Geographic Museum there is doing a huge exhibit on ancient Egypt, specifically focusing on King Tut's life. But
hey,
again,
what is some interesting shit you learned so far, bro?
No, I want to ask him a question though. So you see everybody trying to put Egypt in this African.
Put Egypt in where?
This African context.
Context.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And it was slow, right? But this is what people say. They'll say, well, it was the racism, right? But the truth is, it's always based off the archaeological. Things take time to do. You know what I'm saying? So once you clear the hurdle of the scientific racism and clear the hurdle of the initial Egyptologists learning on the damn fly, right? The old God. Once you get past that, we're in 2022, right? Now we can start to, evaluate, try to figure out what this is. And really, a lot of them are calling for a whole reevaluation of all the fucking artifacts because they start to admit they didn't know what the fuck they was talking about. It's the funniest thing ever. But that's how science actually works. It's the most, but that'd be a daunting task because shit is stole all over the fucking world. That would be daunting.
Yeah. The museum talked about how once they made their initial discovery, how the Egyptian government at the time, back in I forget what the date was, but they had to fight to keep the actual artifacts in Egypt because Britain was trying to get it. Everyone was trying to get everything, and they had to really fight to keep the the mummies and everything they found, all the artifacts in the tomb. The huge struggle to keep them in Africa, and a lot of it still was taken away. It's very interesting.
So, and I'm glad you brought that to our attention. But watch it. I lied, Chef. I don't got it out because y'all do know who Sherman Ham is, right? Sherman is. Y'all know who it is, right?
Who?
Sherman Hemsley.
No, Sherman. SCHUENEMANN.
Nah.
Nah, man. What do he got to do with African American history?
It's not a he. That's actually a she. And watch this. That's actually the author of your most famous fucking article.
What about Thurgood Marshall, though?
Oh, don't get that. That was a great lawyer. And I'm gonna finish this point and I'm done. I'm done with these for another 2 months. I'm not gonna do it. It says a study of ancient Egyptian mummy genomes published by V.J. Sherman and her associates aim to investigate changes and continuities in the genetic makeup of the evidence of the
choppy.
Fayum in antiquity. One statement in this paper particularly deserves critical attention. Particularly in the first millennium BCE, Egypt endured foreign domination leading to the growing number of foreigners living within the borders, possibly contributing genetically to the local population. 2017 one Sherman. It says several phenomena are confused here. Foreign rule domination is understood as a factor leading to the growing number of foreigners. It say the first millennium BC division led to the emergence of the Libyan dynasty in the north.
Well, you check them on you like them.
Y'all got me.
Go ahead. I had to mute Magic Mike. Go ahead. Magic Mike, you'll mute real quick. Just unmute yourself. When
It say the first millennium BC division of the previously united land led to the emergence of the Libyan dynasty in the north and led to the conquering of Egypt by the Kushite kings from Nubia. However, these Libyan kings used Egyptian iconography and language, prayed to Egyptian gods, and were buried as Egyptian kings. Venom 2003. The population from which they came had been living in Egypt for centuries until men bearing names of Libyan origin took over power in one part of the land. It all comes down to understanding these individuals because of the non-Egyptian origin of their personal names. As we have seen in the previous section, this is very problematic assumption. The same can be said for the Kushite rulers of Egypt during 750 and 650 BCE. Although bringing with them some, inherently Kushite elements of royal still also use Egyptian iconography and language, prayed to Egyptian gods, and were buried in traditional with predominantly Egyptian elements. The same may be said for the private personas of Kushite descent buried in Egypt. There is no comprehensive evidence based on textual sources or archaeology that an increased number of people of various origins came to Egypt in the first half of the first millennium. That's Becker, 2019. The increase in foreign presence because of foreign rule is even less evident during the Assyrian 7th century BCE and Persian 6th century. It's a rule of Egypt. It seems that first real demographic changes began slowly after the Persian rule, and especially during the Ptolemaic Roman rule in Egypt from the 4th century onward. Now, so I hope y'all get the book. All that shit, that DNA article y'all was talking about, it's a bunch of poo-poo. Because it actually wasn't no foreigners coming in. For the most part, motherfuckers was already living there.
Yeah, DNA don't matter. I get it.
Y'all made that shit up. That's my point.
All right.
Everybody got knocked the fuck off and do some more
All you
stuff.
do is succeeded to
I
kill
don't, I
Red.
don't think you
That's
understand
all you
Whatever,
anything
do.
from
I
all
All
what
to
you
kill
talk about.
Reggie.
I'm gonna email Johannes Cross and tell him to knock that shit off over there. They
I'm
doing.
there no, this the lady. Hold on, the lady. I read the lady named Sharon.
No. I'm saying Johannes Cross is the one that sequenced the genome Neanderthal. He doing the mummies. I'm gonna email him and tell him y'all knock it off with that DNA genetic shit. Y'all fucking.
Oh man, DNA is good for what it's good for, yo. But you can't make DNA tell you who an Egyptian is and tell you who a foreigner is because I think Magic Mike said it already. He was like, yo, that's man, come on, yo. All right. I just rest my case. I'm letting y'all know I got 30 slides for any nigga. And no, I'm not debating T-Fex because he ain't got enough for me. No, I'm not. $400.
We got the
Give Mike.
I know Robo had did a
Hey, Sosa.
African spirituality.
What I know about you though, Sosa,
Yeah.
you're gonna get this book, you're gonna read that shit, and you're gonna pick out where I fucked it at, where I over. I know you're gonna get it.
Yeah, I most probably will. If I thought, yeah.
It's thin though. Look, this is a small look, yo. An average reader like you, yo, you read this motherfucker in 3 days.
Yeah. That's a little. Yeah.
Cambridge.
I wanted to switch to now. We want to deal with the. I know Juju might have some odds with that. The Afrocentrism and African spirituality, because I remember like I was watching the show. We ain't gonna say the show, but he was saying like Diaz was saying, and some of the Afrocentric is saying, in order to be an Afrocentric, you have to adopt one of the African spiritual systems. You have to go back to the African spiritual system.
Who said that?
I believe that was Diaz that was saying that.
To be an Afrocentric?
Yeah. In order to get back to your Africanness, I don't know if the term Afrocentric, but to get back to your Africanness, and this is one of some of the this is the rift between people like Malefica Asante and some of the other people. You know, Malefica Asante is atheist, and they're saying like in order to be, that was always a little gray area with them.
Okay.
I mean,
so is he an atheist?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got to it. Yeah. That's where you end up at for real, yo. Yeah, I mean, you know where we end up at really study. You like, oh man.
Bravo, where you at with the African spirituality? I know you had feelings on that shit. He was like, he denounced all that shit.
Yeah, he went hard. Where you at, bro? Come back. Where you at, bro? Boom. AB.
You want to step out, goddamn.
Yeah, I'm at with the African spirituality, yo.
Yeah,
I think
I'm at with that shit.
And got us all hurtled back into another cult again. That's what the hell's going on.
Go back to the goddamn Stone Age and shit.
Yo, what you said?
Yeah. I said some of the argument is that in order for one to be Afrocentric, they're saying that you have to adopt an African a spiritual system in order for one to be an Afrocentric.
I don't know. I never read that before, but I don't even think that means that don't even fit the definition of Afrocentric.
Well, you heard about the rift of Malefica Asante and some of the groups that was going on.
And some of the what?
The rift that was going on with Malefica Asante and him getting kicked out of the International Afro.
Yeah, I heard about something, but I don't know. I heard somebody talk about it, about something, some last book he wrote or something.
Yeah, because he basically embraced humanism. He was trying to get away from the more the original Afrocentric model You know what I'm saying?
You talking
Get
about
more
Malik
to
Asante?
yeah,
Embracing humanism?
yeah, that's a fact.
Mm.
That's why I was asking you if he's read his new book.
I never read it. I
Being
didn't
Human Being. That's his new book. The latest book. Being
So
Human Being.
it's about humanism.
Yeah. He embraces humanism. If you listen to some of his newer lectures, he's talking about humanism. And
Right. So like this argument goes double-handed. So when I have this conversation, I talked to this about I don't know how many years ago, and we was talking about the evolutionary behavior and the creation of religion and why this even came about and how that is a binding part of societies, and it's a reason why these things came about. So you look at when the brain somewhere around 500,000 years ago becomes bigger, then you become complex, and then you become and then you begin to make tools. But in order to make a tool, you have to visualize this in your mind and then visualize what it's going to do. So we talked about, I just never talk because this is something that like I don't really talk about because I read stuff on it, but I'm like, once I know, for me, I'm like, I'm good. But when I believe that has to be broken down. And when you look at, so the arguments that they'll give back is that, oh, you using Europeans, atheism is not African, blah, 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 all that other stuff. But then if you flip the coin around, all of the Europeans says that we're superstitious and we are the religious of all people. Is that really true? Or did we accept that and did we not look at it? So no matter how you break it down, you're going to find humanist principles in all of those things, because you'll see that, yes, they believe in some type of creator, but the creator can't help them. It has nothing to do. It creates and it's gone. They don't build no temples to this creator. But now comes the supernatural agents, though. So now these supernatural agents can embody nature and all these other things, and they deal with that. But then when you go into the evolution in Africa, where all of this behavior and all of this stuff is formulating, what is it that they doing? This is like, okay, the sun sustains us, the water sustains us. When the moon comes, this happens. Oh, if it's a drought, this happens. So you can see how this comes about, but that doesn't change the fact that it still have a supernatural part. So some part could be humanist, some can be agnostic, because they tell you that Chuko is so great, we don't know him. Miami is so great, we can't reach him. So that's like a person saying, I don't know if God exists, but I can't tell you. I can't break it down to you. I can't tell you what he looked like, he, she, it, or any of that. So all of these things got to be put in the context. So what I learned in the last 2 weeks is that 98% of these conscious communities, they all superstitious. Because how are you gonna deny the fact that these people have supernatural beliefs and believe in the afterlife and the dead could help them and all these other things, and then try to switch it to some new age thing and say, no, it's all nature? So I'm like, no. Let the Africans have their stuff, but let's get into the weeds of this. So now when you're looking at, I'm going to be quiet after this. After Africa, when you look at it, it's sort of like that religion, because we look at where this evolution is taking place. That's a part of their society. It's a part of how they judge. It's a part of how they eat. It's a dealing with when the people are born. Like, think of that, brother. That's something great when you seeing a baby come out of a woman. And you see that and you be like, okay, this is how life gets here. All right, so this woman, we're going to name her Allah, Earthis, or whatever they do. But everything that they do is a ritual, bro. It's a ritual for birth. It's a ritual for death. It's a ritual for that. So these things got to be compartmentalized and broke down, bro. But now for me, just to answer that, I just wanted to put that out there. For me, I never dealt with the supernatural, ever. I don't deal with it, never have, and that's why I am a 5%. But it's a reason I say what I'm saying. I'm saying it for a total different reason. Man, the original man created God. and I'm representing that thought. When I say that, that's what I mean. But if you want to go to the well, you can't do that because you're saying you're a God. How are you a God? I'm not the supernatural. I'm not the creator. This is all natural. This idea is all natural. And that's how I see it. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't deal with it, bro. So you telling me I got to go back to that? That's fine to look to see how the people was doing and how's that. But in reality, those people they think that they can deal with the dead and the ancestors. I have no proof of such thing. I don't know about that. And then they'll switch the topic and be like, well, the Haitian revolt had spirituality. And what about Nat Turner? Yeah, they believe. What other God did Nat Turner know? What other God did Frederick Douglass know? Whatever God did they know after a certain point in time? But the point is, was there really a supernatural agent that assisted these people in obtaining their freedom? The answer is no. But if we look at the evolutionary process of religion and what it does and how it keeps a society together, puts forth a moral character, you could say that they were influenced by the codes. But never was there a supernatural agent of God on anything that emancipated.
Of course.
And how my stance I always had this stance. It's not nothing new, bro. We just in the conscious never talked about it. We heard all of the elders, we heard Professor Small, they be saying, I'll be like, yo, son. But we want to respect it because Africa is always under attack. You're not an African, I'm an Israelite, you are Asiatic. So we got to defend Africa, bro. But while we're doing that, you kind of slipping into that other slippery slope. So now you on the skateboard, bro. You didn't jumped on it. You was on the bike going to see Jesus. You jumped off and you got on the skateboard and you went backwards and you still dealing with spookism. So what we talking about? I don't care if it's African. I have the right to question the reality of a tradition. You can't tell me that I'm hating Africa because of that. And that's my whole issue with this whole topic, bro.
Yeah. We aligned on that. Like everything you're talking about, like that's my mainstay. Like I love that shit. Evolutionary psychology, like I've been studying that shit for years. Like I used to always get frustrated with the conscious community when they try to understand religion by understanding Christianity. In order to understand religion, you got to study it from an evolutionary aspect. You got to start with early Homo sapiens saving and work his way up the scale. And even when you get to those supernatural beings, those supernatural elements mostly appear when we get civilization. We can never say for certain because beliefs don't fossilize. We don't got no writings. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? But there's a method, even though it's superstition, there's a method to using a supernatural agent as a representation for a civilization in order to govern people. It's you know what I mean? It's even though it's in spookism at the time, it was very technologically savvy for that time frame. It's just that in 2022, it's time for us to, I say it's time for us to evolve past that. So I agree with a lot of shit you're saying, though. Like, that's my shit, though. I love that shit.
I concur with all of that. Facts.
I'm going to get some pushback. Europeans said we was the most spiritual. They was really saying that we have not elevated from that to science. That's what they really was trying to tell you. Remember when Charles Darwin and them ran
the ancestors are causing your microphone to break up.
Yeah, say it again. Yeah, say it again.
The Orishas don't like what you're saying right now.
I said the Europeans actually, they said we was the most spiritual, and we got it confused. What they really were saying was we was less scientifically savvy. We were shrouded in beliefs and spookisms. That's what they really were saying, right? Because remember when Charles Darwin circumnavigated the globe, he ran into these tribes, these hunter-gatherers, these tribal people that was in the 1800s, right? Think about the underdevelopment. And so he ran across these people who were shrouding their own traditions, right? That was viewed as being backwards, Remember that? Remember the words they used? Even Charles Darwin used these words. And it was really the divide between scientifically literate, right? Science and fucking spookism. The technology wasn't there, right? I forget the name of the term, not barbaric. What's the term?
Savage.
Savage, right, right. They were saying it was savage, but it wasn't savage like you think, like I'm gonna eat you up. They were saying savage in the fact that they didn't have shit that they had. They didn't have the intercontinental ships. They didn't have the gun. They had none of that, and they was doing a whole lot of praying. And so it was like a backhanded comment to say they was the most spiritual. And we took that shit and ran with it, right? And so the elders ran with it. And I'm gonna say this: when Dr. Ben tried to break away from that, they stoned him. They don't even talk about Dr. Ben no more. And they don't talk about him because he was an atheist. Hubert Harris. They don't talk about them.
That's unfair.
Yeah, because atheists are not. I think we gotta agree though that atheists is not really accepted into a Pan-African Afrocentric model. Like they don't.
Why not?
Not embrace.
Why not?
I mean, you would have to show me, especially in the Pan-African. Like normally the Pan-Africanist movement,
Oh, he's saying why not?
Yeah. Normally the Pan-African movement are they're anti-vax, they're anti-evolution. And if you're anti-evolution, you know what I'm saying? They're anti a lot of the scientific jargon. Like they're not aligned with that shit.
Wait, Rob Born to tell you, and I know he agree with me partially on this. The fucking real information was coming from the atheists. That's the funny part of this whole thing. John Clark, Hubert Harris. These niggas was atheists, yo. Hubert Harris was beating the brakes off of everybody. He wrote for the Garvey. He ran the newspaper. He was in charge of the information, right? A lot of the atheists, the class, the Harlem History Club. They was John Jackson. They was all atheists.
Was Du Bois an atheist? I think he was, right?
Yeah.
W.E.B. Was W.E.B. atheist?
I think you could put him as a
agnostic.
Agnostic.
Yeah, you could put him as that and as like a humanist like that, because you know that whole era is because of that stuff that's going on in the end of the 1800s. You got people who have been stripped from all of this stuff, and they've been here for three some odd 100 years, and you got people teaching them about this God. So now they are able to read the book. They can read the Bible. They could be like, okay, you lied. We not the people of Him. We not accursed. And then they like, yo, how the hell is my master getting saved and this dude is becoming worse? And they like, yo, is this fucking God real? And then they'll turn around and just start denouncing it. I mean, and they had every right to do it. But here's a person to look at. So when we're talking about Pan-Africanism, we'll look at Carlos A. Cook. Are you familiar with him?
No, rock out.
Yeah, he made the African nationalist movement, right? Or pioneer movement. And he's called the ideological son of Marcus Garvey. But he did something to the teachings. You see, Marcus Garvey thing was what? One God, one aim, one destiny. He took God out of that. He took God, he erased God out of that. He said, nah, son, we ain't doing that. we not doing that. Mm-hmm. And it's basically based off of the nationalism of the people, or the people are the people who free, are the ones who are supposed to bring forth the freedom, instead of looking outside of self or having these things attached to it. So in his newspaper, he has a magazine called The Street Speaker. You see these things there. So now you see the time frame. You in you're during the great speakers outside. All of them are influenced by Hubert Harris and all these other individuals that's speaking. So that ideology of humanists and all that other stuff has always been there. And then you have that black communist stuff, that communism that comes into play. And then that takes a hold, and socialism and all that other stuff, that starts making people start thinking about different ways to approach liberation of the people. So it was a part of the Pan-African movement, but the problem is you don't hear about it. You don't, it's just, they don't talk about it. It's like they push them to the corner.
Reason why they don't talk about it though, Rob, because they was atheists, bro. And the same way, right? We not getting along right now. It's the same shit. Like, how do we really exist in the space when we start saying, well, African spirituality ain't no more different than anything else. It's just a homegrown African idea that ain't gonna change the way you do nothing, right? It is actually represents the first stages of early religion. And religion has definitely evolved since then. So if the African religion don't evolve, you still got to go and buy animals to sacrifice. So if you buying animals to sacrifice, you're gonna get beat by a person that say Jesus Christ was a willing sacrifice, and all I gotta do is believe in it. It take them 2 minutes. You gotta drive, you gotta go get your sacrifice, you gotta get the priest to do it. You gotta do all that. You gotta learn yourself, you gotta deal with blood, you gotta find an area to do it in because the blood all everywhere. Come on, dude, I've been through that. That definitely represents you're behind, you're lagging.
Yeah, because
like it's right there for you.
Garvey wouldn't, right? Because Garvey wasn't an atheist, right?
Who? Garvey? No, he's not. Garvey's not an atheist. He's a Catholic. He has a whole. It's called the Negro Catechism, and one part of it is called religious knowledge, and it's telling you about is God black and Jesus is black. He even got the Aboriginal shit in there. He got that in there too. I mean, I'll leave that alone. But I'm gonna put this up here, right? I'm gonna put this thing up here. If you let me share my screen, I'm gonna show you it.
You just sharing. You ain't sharing no more. You were just sharing.
Who was sharing?
That was me sharing.
Oh, I thought it was you. All right, go ahead.
Nah, I'm gonna put up Carlos A. Cook, and look at what he says. So this guy is the ideological son of Marcus Garvey. So this is what he is called. And let me see if I could get his picture up there. Hold on. Oh man, I didn't left the presentation and went all over the place. So this is him here. So you see him there. That's the African nationalist. I called it the African nationalist missing link. And interesting that if this guy, he didn't like to be in the public. He basically, and the other individual, when you see the Nation of Islam come on the scene, and that thing that they made, the hate that hate produced that made them, he told them, I don't want to talk to you. Go talk to Malcolm X. He'll talk to you. If he never did that, he might have been in that spot because of how they did that. But anyway, let's get to what he says in his organization. So this is his paper right here. These are the black people that's out there speaking. Sister Betty, all of them, they got all different type. They ain't talking about God. But anyway, I want to show you what he says. He says, buy black, what we know. We're gonna blow this up here. Hold on. Let's go back. Oops. Damn. How do I make it? All right. Where'd it go? You can see my screen still?
Yeah.
All right. This one right here. So I'm gonna go the African Nationalist Pioneer Movement. Here he says, we know that Mongolians are interested in their own security. The Arabs have shown by their record as slave traders that they would gladly exploit the blacks and Africa and are currently doing so through Mohammedanism. We know that the idea of God was conceived by man, hence man made God, and that brotherhood among men is possible only between members of any one given race. We know that the rights of black men must be achieved and maintained by blacks. We adhere to one cause, one goal, one destiny. So you see what he did?
Yeah.
He took that thing out. And this guy, he is known as the ideological son of Marcus Garvey, but you don't hear about him. You know what I'm saying? They don't talk to you about the important things that this person did. And the same way how this is the liberation of the people. He would write all the stuff where all the black people, here's all the black stores in alphabetical order, buy all of this, buy black, buy black. So he's one of the pioneers of this buy black thing. That's it. I'm done with that. But I just wanted to show you that in Pan-Africanism, you have people with that ideology.
Oh yeah. See, my issue is not with necessarily Pan-Africanism in its genesis. I'm looking at modern Pan-Africanism, where we are today. You know what I'm saying? That's my gripe.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so I think that's probably one of the reasons they took that. They possibly took him out because of his atheistic stance. Possibly, you know what I mean?
I don't know, brother. But I think it's interesting. I found some stuff and I was fighting with Danny and Saneb about it. And I was like, don't worry, son, I just gotta finish reading this. I don't know. I just found out about it. But yeah, I got some explaining to do. Because they always be fighting me about this.
So
This been a fight.
No telling Sosa he got the stone.
Yeah, they be fighting me.
Yeah, for sure.
You got a stone?
No, I'm the host. I'm just maybe the host. It's all good. Yeah. You good. You just made me the host, so I could, when need be, I can end the show, let people and so forth. So
somebody said buy black, but we still have to pay taxes to. I mean, we live in America, bro. What do you want us to do?
You know what I'm saying?
Like, I don't know what to do. I don't have the answer to that question, bro. I don't have the answer to that, dude. But I'm calling the conscious community, whatever that is. They are now called the religious conscious community. They don't get the CC because no, you are a religious conscious community. All of these people fucking, they all fucking, you know what I mean? Now, if you admit it, I'm cool with it. Like, yo, yeah, I believe in God. There's nothing wrong with it. If that's what you believe, that's fine. But when we having the conversation, like, yo, who's the one really doing the work? And then it gets to, well, there's certain things science can't explain. We know that. Duh, that's the purpose of science, the continuing of looking at. They don't even understand the brain 100%. Like, come on, man, cut that shit out, bro.
Exactly.
Hey, Rob, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
The mathematics that 5%ers deal with, is that considered numerology? And if it is that supernatural?
No, because it came from man and woman. Two men made that up. No, there's nothing supernatural attached to it. All it is the same thing as like how you have different forms of math. You have logic and then you have arithmetic. So we put meanings to the numbers to express our human experience. So if today is the 25th and we say that 2 represents wisdom, what is wisdom? Wisdom is you only know somebody's wisdom through their knowledge of what they know. Your ways and actions show people what you know. So we say that 5 represents power or refinement. What is power? So you could look at it from a physics point, or you could look at it one having control. But what type of power are we speaking about? We talking about the power over self. And that means that there was some things done to us that we had to relearn. And that's that knowledge, knowing about yourself, knowing about Black people, knowing about your position and what you need to do. So with that power, you are becoming what? Refined. That's why it's called power and refinement. And then we have that thing. Right, I'm gonna walk you there so you see. So now you add those numbers up, you get that term God. What does God do? To us, God is one who, once you know, then you start building on the positive and destroying everything that is negative around you. Those are definitions that man made. There's no supernatural God, no supernatural agent. We just took a number and put a principle to it and made a system out of it. That's it.
Right. I'm kind of curious as to why you're saying as to why it being man-made means
because that's where
because if I could just finish real quick, like, because part of the criticism that religious people get is that their stuff is man-made, and the fact that their religion is accused of being man-made doesn't mean it's not supernatural. So I'm not
okay,
sure
so let's do this.
why.
Let's do this.
Let me say this too, Rob, on like what the atheist argument is, if you say that What's what they're saying is that man created God. God did not create man.
Let's do this. We gotta walk slow here. So this is what I did in my other show, and this is crazy that we have to do this because we use these terms and we using them out of context when we having these conversations, and I really don't understand. No slight to you, brother. That's just something that I have. So we're gonna put this on the screen, and what I just described to you, I want you to tell me, does it fit the definition of the word? Here is the word supernatural. Definition of supernatural: of or relating to an order of existence beyond the visible, observable universe, especially of or relating to a god or a demigod, spirit, or devil, departing from what is usual or normal, especially so as to appear to transcend the laws of nature, attributed to an invisible agent such as a ghost or a spirit. What I described to you fits the definition of supernatural.
With the first definition, of or relating to an order of existence beyond the visible, observable universe. A lot of times, 5%ers they'll greet each other by saying, "What's today's mathematics?" And they kind of have put meaning to particular days based on the date, and they'll add up the numbers, and based on what the numbers add up to, they'll give a particular meaning to a particular date of the day of the week. And so that to me would be something related to some existence beyond the observable universe when you put meaning to today.
Brother, I want you to understand this, brother.
Some mathematics.
Hold on. We got to go slow here. Is wisdom beyond the observable universe? Understand what I told you. I said your wisdom, if we look this definition up, that comes from knowledge. We're saying that your ways and actions show you what you know. Tells people what you know. So you got indirect knowledge, right? The stuff that you basically read on things from books, and you got direct knowledge, the stuff that you specifically experience, right? Even though reading is also a form of an experience, but you're getting it from reading versus actually, you might not go through it. It might be theoretical at that point, unless you actually do it. So what was just described to you is dealing with the characteristics of human beings and how we relate to each other. There is nothing supernatural or observable out of it. In fact, we're using the calendar. So the calendar, those are principles that serve as a reminder of what you should think about during the day and try to apply it to your life. That has nothing, the calendar is real. The calendar is time. So when we ask today's math, what we're meaning is where you at today, how you see yourself today, how you see yourself living that principle out today. That is a man-made system. No supernatural, no God. Now, if you want to say numerology because you adding the numbers up, fine, I could agree with that. But it's numerology if you have it and it's pointed to a deity, that's different. So if you're looking at a person with a Bible or Quran or anything else, they saying that they got this from the supernatural being, and this is the ultimate truth and the only truth, and this is what it is.
I don't know if you have to be. I don't know if I would agree that you have to be pointing it towards a deity. I think you just simply have to be putting some type of meaning behind the numbers and what the numbers represent. I think that in and of itself is what makes it supernatural.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop talking. The definition is on the screen. What I just described does not fit the definition that you're speaking about. And I don't really have nothing else to say about it. The things that you just asked me and what you're doing is what the religious conscious community does. I'm over here talking to these dudes telling me that spirit is responsible for matter. And I'm like, yo, define spirit and tell me what spirit is composed of. I can tell you what matter is composed of. Tell me what spirit is composed of. And what's the definition of spirit? Nobody want to put the shit on the screen. Nobody want to put it on the scene. Oh, it's a force of nature. Okay, good. What is the four fundamental forces that govern the universe?
So let me ask you this question if I can, Robon.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done now, man. I'm really done with that, man.
What about when 5%ers say the black man is God? Isn't that ever relating to a God, and wouldn't that make it supernatural?
No, because we're not saying that. It's more of a humanist perspective, because we know that there is no supernatural agents. I'm not saying that I created the universe. I'm not saying we created the universe. We're saying that when you're looking at what we do is use the definition of terms. Supreme means most high. Being means to exist. For us, we saying that black people, until something else is found, we are the origins and foundations of civilization. We are the first humans where everyone else comes from. That means we in the family of the whatever you were, from minerals to the biological people who are men or whatever. We are the supreme beings on the planet Earth. That's what I'm
meaning. Can you list the four fundamental forces,
now,
please? You mentioned.
Hold on.
Hold on.
You say?
You got
the four fundamental what?
Forces.
Strong, weak, strong, electromagnetic, and gravity.
Strong, electromagnetic.
Strong.
Can you?
It's nuclear strong, nuclear weak, electromagnetic, and gravity.
Okay. Right. Just the last thing I would want to say about what we were talking about is, the definition you put up said up or relating to God, or some other things. It didn't really go into saying which God it was talking about. Whether it was talking about the creator of the universe.
Supernatural.
Brother, I mean, like, you see, when you look at the definition, it says especially of or relating to God or a god, demigod, spirit, or devil. Departing from
so
what is stop. Hold on.
Stop. The black
Listen,
man is God.
brother. Wait a minute. Hold on. Yo, could you just wait a minute? It says departing from what is usual or normal, especially so to appear to transcend the laws of nature. That is the God that they're talking. When they're talking about devil, they're talking about that. So when you're looking at the terms and how they're used, when you're looking at God, today God is defined as supreme creator of the universe outside the realm of existence. Demigod is the same. Spirit is the same. Devil is the same. Those are supernatural terms that belong in theology, which are outside the realms of nature. That's why it's the word that, brother, wait a minute, brother. I just told you, like, I don't know, like, I can't keep going back and forth with you, brother. I answered you 3 times. Even when I was talking, when the brother asked me a question about African spirituality, I told you why I said it. I told you what I mean when I'm saying it, and this is what it is. That's the way I view myself and view the world. Period. I believe that now you see how you say believe? I'm saying this on this point. The word supreme and being. I'm being real clear what I'm talking about. Supreme means most high. Being means to exist. I'm saying in the human family, the black people are that because we are the founders and mothers of civilization. That's what I mean. And not only do I mean that, me understanding the purpose and the creating of a high God or a creator God. Can I finish, please?
How is that?
Can I finish?
Let him finish the statement, man.
And I'm done right now. I'm saying that the creator, well, you just made me lost. So when me understanding why the African created God and why they created the things that they did to sustain their Pacific society after they go from hunter-gathering and then they go into agriculture, there was a need for these punishing gods. And this is why you see this phenomenon all across the world, because it's called social evolution.
Yeah. Right. Evolutionary. Yeah, it's Drake.
Right. So you said the black man and woman were the
supreme being.
The supreme. How
Supreme
is that?
being.
How
In
is
the
that
human, in the
observable?
human.
Okay, because the definition of supernatural means relating to stuff that's not
All right,
observable in
man.
nature. Like, how is that observable
Okay,
in
man.
nature that the black man and woman are the supreme beings and the creators of
Are
whatever?
They are the
okay?
creators of
Okay.
human beings.
Yo, brother,
Nobody
listen.
come from black man and
How is
Listen,
that? How is that
listen,
observable?
listen.
How is that observable?
Okay, how is
Evolution teaches that the
it's
Stop
taught by
asking
the
questions for
bones
the
that
sake
are
of argument, American Dream.
it's taught by the oldest bones that are found and the over 320 hominids that were found within Africa and the new DNA that we have.
Yeah,
You want to get real? And you want to get real? You want to
What
get
you mean
real?
by supreme? That's
Rubber.
what, that's what you mean
Go
by
past
supreme?
that. Let's go past
All right,
that.
I'm done, bro. You got it.
Rubber.
Yeah, let's two pieces get in, bro.
How does that make them supreme? I'm at a loss.
Hold on a
Is
second.
that what y'all mean
man.
by
You know that
supreme?
this dude was on the program for the last 3 hours and he has not been listening. Both the two gentlemen who was arguing about DNA, the one from Morocco and the Americans agree that all population came out of a black population. That was argued for 3 fucking hours. And he comes back and asks the same fucking question.
You know he's gonna be
This dude
contrary.
tried anybody.
I thought I made it clear I wasn't paying attention to that
Yeah,
conversation.
but I mean,
that conversation was nonsense.
I'm saying,
to me.
like, if
It was
he
pointless.
already give you his explanation and his definition of what he means by supreme being, you have to accept his definition for supreme being. You can't just tell your own.
All right.
So he's using the same words that Christians use. He's using the same words that Christians use and just changing the definition and claiming that he's not being supernatural.
That's how definitions work.
He
No
is
definition
using-
has an inherent meaning. You can change definitions of word. That's how it works.
He's using English, and he says 5%ers are natural. He says that 5%ers are natural. They don't believe in the supernatural. That's a fundamental tenet. It's natural. No supernatural.
Yeah, that's like
We're trying
Christians
to use
saying Jesus is
There are
real.
many
Christians
systems
say
that
Jesus
align.
is
There are many
real.
systems that align with.
Hello.
No,
Christians
listen.
say Jesus is real.
There are many systems that align with.
Then Jesus can be real.
They say Jesus
can be
is
a
real,
real
but God is
person.
a supernatural
What's
being.
your point, stoopies?
God exists outside of law of nature, bro. Like, come on, why we gotta walk through that, bro? You already know what it is.
Listen,
Come on, man.
Jesus
Hold
can be real,
on. It is so
Jesus,
weird
the
that
individual,
it is so
can be
weird,
real.
right?
But it
Like
don't
the
mean that.
weirdest thing to me right now is that Raw Born has been, you know what I mean, making a point of going at everybody and calling them supernatural and spooky. And the minute someone tries to like speak to Raw Born about his stuff, y'all come and just crowd and just try to
fam, listen, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. Wait, hold on, time out. I want to be real clear. You was having a conversation with me before anyone said something, and you kept asking me something. So I put a definition up there, and I asked you what I just described to you in mathematics. Does that mean that? You had to concede to that because it doesn't.
I didn't concede to anything.
You have no
Rob
point, brother. Unless
I didn't concede to anything.
Yo, brother, listen.
Don't lie on me though. Don't lie and say I conceded to anything.
All right, brother.
Said what you do fits the definition.
Can you give me a second? Can you just give me the definition? Yo, brother, can you get? No, it doesn't, and you have to prove it. Put a source up to show me that wisdom.
I felt it.
American
fit the
dream.
definition perfectly.
American dream. Pull up a definition that shows me the verbs of wisdom, power, and refinement are supernatural outside the realms of human experience. Until you do that, you have conceded. I don't care about what you talk. Yo, can you stop? Yo, can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop?
But it's not numerology.
Bro,
yeah,
listen,
listen.
It's cool,
Here comes
bro.
Sosa protecting him
Yo,
again.
listen, brother, listen. And then I want to be clear with you about something. You keep saying I'm attacking people. This is the religious mind that y'all niggas got. It's like a Christian, right? Where you can't question God. You can't question the Bible because it's the word of God.
I can't question you.
Can I finish,
and I
brother?
can't question you.
I
can't question you?
Yo, wait a minute, bro. Can you just let me get my point out, fam? Listen, hold on, bro. So you asked me something and I answered you. Then I had to pull up a definition for you. I don't like to deal with people who just talk to me. I want you to show me what you're talking about. If you can't show me with information that I am incorrect and this is your ideas, I push you to the side. So now, can I finish? I'm finished. Yo, wait a minute, man.
Put your definition back up.
Can you just hold on, bro? So you said I'm running around attacking people. You don't even know what the argument is, because what the conscious community is doing is saying that these people do not have supernatural beliefs, meaning that they do not believe in a created God out of themselves. They don't believe in the afterworld. They don't believe that they're Babalawos and these people can talk to the dead, and that these abosoms or whatever tradition can help people. They're denying that. And they're saying that that is a form of nature, and that I'm hating Africa for questioning the reality of such. That's not a fucking attack. If you look at my channel, Each One Teach One, I've been teaching about those traditions. And if you paid close attention, I'd be like, well, you know, that's their worldview of how they sue it, even though we can't prove it. Hey, that's their spooky. If you're gonna do it, at least, yo, can you stop? Can you stop? I'm correcting you.
Let him finish his statement, bro.
I'm correcting you.
Let him finish his statement,
I'm
bro.
correcting you. I'm correcting you about something, and you are wrong, bro. And that's it. You said I'm running around attacking people. No, you got it twisted. People was attacking me for asking a question to Jabari. I asked him a question. I said, yo, why are you always talking about these Hebrews and all this stuff, and you have similar beliefs to what they talking about? Like, what are you talking about? You have a creator God. Here's the story of Nebuchadnezzar. I created the world. Before all things, this, that. What's that? Okay. All right. Noah flooded the earth because they disobeyed God. You got the heavenly book of Cal, rise the God, not the sun, who lives on the planet Earth. People rebelled of him. He sent the eye out. They started killing people. He had to change of fucking heart, left and went up in the sky and created the duat. What's that? That's what I'm talking about. That's the argument that we're having. What you're talking about is not an attack, bro. So you need to check yourself before you come at me, and stop following the religious conscious community line of thinking of what they're saying. I'm telling you the same thing I'm telling them of what I am saying. So now you provide information that these terms of wisdom and all these things is supernatural. When you do that, I'm cool. If you're just gonna talk and you're not gonna show your screen, we can move on to the next person.
Put your definition. Put your definition back up. I can show you how your belief in numerology and your belief that the black man and black woman are supreme beings of the universe. I can show you. I
never said that. Yo, bro, listen.
Now you're cutting me off.
Bro.
I can show. Can I finish my statement?
No, bro. No,
this guy.
I'm not putting nothing
this
up. I'm not. Listen, I'm not
speak
putting.
For 2
brother,
minutes.
Yo, listen.
How you
I'm
gonna
not putting,
ask me to do
bro,
something? Then
listen,
when I tell you to do what
I'm
I
not.
need,
No, I'm not doing it. Bro, I already
right,
showed you my information. You put it up and show me I'm fucking wrong.
All right, so
you
that's
show
my
me
point.
It.
That's
I'm
my
done.
point. My only point is your
show
belief
your information.
in numerology.
Stop talking. Where's your information?
Your belief in numerology and
yo,
your
listen.
belief that the black woman
brother,
and black man are the supreme beings of the universe
brother.
is spookism.
No, it's not spooky because it's not. I'm not. Yo, brother, listen. Show me that we believe in something outside of ourselves. Show me that I am saying that I am the creator of the universe and it's supernatural outside the laws of existence. Show me
the
that.
numerology that you believe in
Put
is
the definition. All right, so now we're gonna put the definition
that you deal in is
Okay.
outside of yourself.
No, it's not.
What
the fuck you talking about?
That's outside.
All right,
numbers
man.
Don't exist within yourself.
What are you talking about?
Believe that numbers have meanings outside of yourself.
No, brother.
Come on, bro.
Listen, this is the last. This is the last time.
That's spookism.
Brother. Okay, this is the last time I'm telling you this, bro, and I'm not doing it no more. We created that, and it's a system that's dealing with the natural mind and psychology of black people. These terms. Jesus. No, there is no. Jesus is a person who was resurrected and came back from the dead.
Men created Allah.
No.
Yes.
No, brother, listen.
Yes.
Yo, listen, man.
In some other debate, you would tell them that,
man, I'm done,
in some
man.
other debate, you tell them
that.
Robo,
I'm done, yo.
Yeah, he's
this
not
nigga's fucking pseudo, bro. You don't.
I'm pseudo.
Yeah, you are.
Numerology, but I'm pseudo.
Robo, like, don't do it, but he gets a kick out of that.
How do you deal in numerology, but I'm pseudo?
No,
How
you said it. Listen, brother. I want to ask you a question, brother.
You want to ask a pseudo?
No. I want to ask you a question. Me giving a meaning to a number with an actual action of human existence is supernatural.
Yes.
Pull up a definition and show that to me.
That wouldn't be supernatural unless he's saying there's
the definition you put up. The
It would only
definition
be
you put up,
supernatural unless
the
he's saying that
first
there's an outside
definition you
agent.
Sosa, be quiet. I'm speaking to Rabon. The definition you put up, Rabon, of or related to the observable universe.
Shut up,
Mathematics,
Sosa.
Yeah, I
mathematics
just
has nothing to do with the observable universe. Mathematics and the meaning you put to them
Leave
have
me alone,
nothing to do
Juju.
with the
Leave me
observable
alone.
universe. You can't show those numbers in the universe. You can. What does number one stand for? Wisdom. Show me wisdom in the observable universe.
Hey yo, who said number one? Who
It's
said first and
spookism.
foremost?
I said whatever it means.
Okay,
What number
okay.
means
So now
wisdom?
it's
3?
spookism. So now it's
Yeah, it is.
spookism.
Numerology
Okay,
is spookism,
okay,
bro.
okay. All right.
And
Remember
that's
what you
your
just said.
forte. Stop
And
calling
after this,
everybody
and after this, I'm
spookism
not talking
if
to you no
you're
more.
dealing in spookism,
I'm not talking to you
Rabon.
no more, bro. After this, you're
I'm sure
done.
you wouldn't. Most people that talk to me don't like to speak to me a
Yeah, because
second
you don't got
time.
no sources. You lucky this
I
ain't
ain't
my
got no
show. I'd have been
sources.
kicked you off. Now
Ask the
shut the
pseudo
fuck,
killers.
yo.
Most of them don't
I
like to
don't want
talk
to
to me a
curse
second.
at you, bro.
Yeah,
Can you
this
just
point
be
we
quiet,
just
bro?
ignore
Yo, I don't want to curse at
American
you,
dream.
bro.
Man.
I don't like that. I don't want to curse at you. Here's the definition. You told me I'm dealing with spookism. Here is the fucking definition of spookism: belief in or practicing or communicating with spooks or spirits. Where the fuck am I doing that at?
Your numbers
Source the
are
fuck up,
spirits.
nigga.
Your numbers.
Source the fuck
Your
up, nigga.
numbers. Your numbers.
My numbers is what? My numbers is what? Shut the
Your
fuck up,
numbers
man. You fucking
represent
clown ass
ideas.
nigga,
That's
man. Now you gonna make
spirits.
me curse you up. Now it's spirits. Let's pull up the definition of spirit, you fucking clown. I'm gonna show you how you do, you fucking bird ass
Your
religious
numbers are
conscious community
spirits.
niggas. Okay, numbers are
Wow, your
spirits. Remember
spirit
what
is
you said,
really
you fucking
disturbed
clown.
right now.
Watch
Your
this, nigga.
spirit is really, you're
Watch
acting
this.
really spooky
Watch
right
this,
now,
nigga.
Rabon.
Watch this, nigga.
Rabon, now I'm a nigga too?
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
in
you
your
all that
numerology?
right now
Is
because
that
you're
in your
getting on my
numerology,
fucking nerves.
Rabon?
This is how we got to treat you niggas.
Rabon, what's going on with your spirit right now?
Yeah, okay,
You're
we
being very
doing it right
spooky.
now. We doing it right
Hey,
now.
American
Oh,
Dream, you a nigga. Hey, you a nigga though, American Dream. Like straight up, like you a nigga.
Well, whatever, man. Rabon
You a
has to
nigga
be
like
going
that.
against every teaching that he ever teaches
Yeah,
is a
I
fact.
gotta agree with Rob on and
He has
Sosa
to
on
be
this
going
one. You
You
against
a
it
straight
right
nigga.
now.
fuck out of here.
Whatever teaching is fundamental to 5%ers, Rabon has to be breaking them with his behavior right now.
yeah, I am. You
You're
know,
losing
it's
character,
called
bro.
we
You're
got something
losing
called show and
character,
prove.
bro.
Yo, can
Well,
you shut up?
Staying
you don't
Shut your
have to.
mouth.
You don't have to
Shut
worry
your
about
mouth.
being punished
Shut
by
your
a
mouth.
supernatural
Shut your
God
mouth.
for shit. You
Shut your
good.
mouth. Shut your mouth. Here's the definition of spirit: an animated or biteable principle held to give life a physical organization.
A
A supernatural.
principle.
Yo,
A
shut the fuck.
principle. Your
Yo,
numbers represent
I never.
principles.
Hey,
Your
hey, idiot.
numbers.
Yo, shut the fuck up and listen. Nigga,
I
read the
mean, listen,
definition.
I
It
mean,
says an
listen.
animating or biteable principle held to give life to physical organism. Where do we have a meaning in that says that these numbers do any of that? What the fuck are you talking about? Definition 2, a supernatural being or essence, such as the Holy Spirit soul, and often a malevolent being that is bodiless but can become visible. Malevolent being that enters and possesses a human being. Where in anything that I just said, that you just said that the numbers we have is spirit, where is that at in there? Where is that in the definition? You fucking idiot. Y'all niggas is idiots, B.
It says a vital principle. Your number represents a vital
Yo,
principle.
man.
It's
It says,
spookism, Rabon.
Yeah, he
yeah,
just.
okay.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
not. No matter what you show, Robert, he's not gonna agree.
You're not equipped to even have a conversation with me,
I'm
bro.
not equipped. You don't even know the definitions you're looking at, bro. Read
Okay.
the definition.
All right, man.
Your numbers represent spirits. It represents principles. That's what a spirit is. The spiritual world is the world of principles and ideas.
Show me a
You're
definition.
You're
Show me a
spooky.
definition. Show me a definition of this, bro.
We got 110,000 watching at 11:30. God damn.
Show me a definition of that being that, bro.
Hold on a second. Smash Rockwell. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Rabon, the one.
Yo, I'm done talking to you, man. Stop talking to me.
Hold on. Hold on.
American Dream.
I'll meet yourself, Rabon. My bad. I'll meet yourself.
Yeah, man, stop talking to me, bro. I'm done talking to you.
Smash
I told
Rock,
you.
Sure you're done
Smash
talking
Rockwell
to
in
me,
the building. Hey, American Dream from the boot. Smash Rockwell in the building, man. Peace King, what's going on with you, man? But we had a crazy show, man. You should have been on the panel, man. Cedric in the building. Send the link. Judah, drop the link for us. Said in the chat, man. Everybody else that want to jump on, man, and have a different type of conversation, man. Please join in, man. For sure, man. If you ain't hit the like button, man. We at 110. Subscribe to the channel if you hadn't subscribed, man. We're trying to get to 2,000. Damn, we still at that 1.7. For sure. Yeah.
This nigga here, non-source ass nigga, got 1,000 questions.
Yeah, he enjoyed that shit, bro. Like that, he love that shit. He loves the contentious shit, bro. Like he's not gonna concede to nothing.
I may be a nigga, but I'm not spooky.
That's what's up, bro. You're not spooky. Whatever, brother.
Though.
I know. I talk to spirit. I talk to dead people.
I tell you what, you stop calling
the
me
nigga. I'm good.
And I won't call you spooky. How's that?
Hey, all right, man. Whatever, bro.
Deal?
You still a nigga and spooky.
You know you better never come on my show ever again. Because I'm gonna keep your ass right there until you show your fucking screen. I'm not gonna let you talk. You lucky this ain't my show, nigga. Because you gonna have to show me what you talking about. And once you don't do that, I'll kick your ass right out.
You're weaker
and this
than
is
I thought,
and this is the new rule that I have.
You look so strong in that blue suit, but you're so much weaker than I thought. Look how strong you look in that blue suit.
I am.
You're such a weak person.
You should come work out with me. You should come work out. I do virtual training too.
Bro,
how many pull-ups could you do?
How
many pull-ups could you do? How many push-ups could you do?
I had to boot American Dream, man. It's too late to be that damn argumentative and goddamn disgusting.
You need some training sessions, man. Let me help you work out. You run your fucking mouth too much.
Cedric, what's good, baby? You in the building, man. How you enjoying the
conversation? Peace, family. How's everybody doing? Interesting. I was having this discussion last night with Wujao. It was so fun. I missed the show. I looked at
y'all
it.
had a goddamn 3-hour conversation about spirit, like damn 4-hour conversation about spirit.
Yeah, we had no. It wasn't actually about spirit. What that conversation illustrated to me is that we really have got a problem with pseudo sophistication in our community. We've really got a problem. Last night, I was requested to suspend reason and logic. My reason and logic, my understanding of definition of words to engage in a conversation. That was some culture. That is what stayed with me, that was even proposed to me. That I need to suspend my reason, logic, and understanding of terminologies to engage in a conversation. A sentence was proposed like this: the god hydrology is responsible for all of Earth's waters. Now, the mere fact that I understood what the word hydrology meant.
Oh, you the reason why all of those posts are flying around Facebook?
Yes.
I saw a bunch of people posting that up.
Because I simply was versed and understood what hydrology meant and could break down the definition, pointing out that that sentence was completely invalid.
Isn't hydrology, what is that? Isn't that curing something?
It is the study
using water?
It is the study of water, how it moves, its effects, and the result of what it does to population. So it's the study of water and how it works. It is the study of, hear this sentence, the God, which is the study of all water matter, governs all water matter. I mean, a completely messed up sentence. And the problem was, I understood what hydrology meant. So when you are versed and scientifically literate, I keep coming back to this point, you can't get played in the game. Now, the idea was that we need to set up a concept of spirituality to apply a scientific process. Now, my question was simple. The nomenclature used to identify things in science is based on there being a quantifiable, identifiable, measurable phenomena, which we can now classify with nomenclature. We can't do that with spirit. And Wu Jiao was trying to convince me that in science, we just randomly and ad hoc, without any purpose, choose nomenclature and then go find the evidence to support it. Now he's gonna come on here and say that's not what he said. But I kept making the claim and I kept making the point that if you have nothing quantifiable, you cannot add a nomenclature to it. So now we're going to reverse the process. That's why I was hoping Rabban was listening. All the definitions that exist for spirit, Ujao decided that they were not valid. So because these people use these terms interchangeably, like I say, the spirit of this conversation, we all understand in which context spirit is being used. But if I say spirit is a force outside of reality that governs reality, then we're having a different conversation. Now you're making a scientific claim that will put to the test. But no, that statement is invalid. A spirit is energy is invalid because we know what energy is and spirit isn't that. So we selectively using certain aspects of what spirit is to disqualify. But when we look at talking to people, to dead folks, when we look at all the spookism aspects of it, and I keep saying the confusion exists because it's an imaginary concept. There is no physicality or no reality to these ideas. That's why we can't have a nomenclature to it, because there's nothing to identify. So how are we going to set up a study or a science called spiritology? You see how dangerous
Question,
these are?
Sheffrin.
Yeah. We need to set up a.
Let me stop you. Because you move forward. Could you define the God hydrology for us? What do you mean by it? Put it in layman terms.
The God hydrology.
Hello?
Let me pull it right back up, because I sense that conversation. I just remember the conversation in full, and then I just go back now and do a post-analysis to see if I was crazy or not, right? So I looked up what is hydrology? And it's simple. Hydrology is a study of the distribution and movement of water both on and below the Earth's surface, as well as the impact on human activity on water availability and conditions. So now,
so when did that become a God?
How you can fit God into that, right? And now watch.
Isn't that a scientific thing like the water cycle? Like how the water cycle works?
But watch the play with words. The study governs. No, studies doesn't govern. Studies just explain. It provides us with understanding to a natural phenomenon. Nothing is governed by a study. So now when you use the word govern, aren't you implying agency? No, I'm not. How are you not implying agency and you're using the word govern?
Yeah. That was slippery.
No, he tries to be, really. And the man asked me, and that is a point that stayed with me, that makes me understand how these cults are formed. We're having a discussion with someone, and there's someone that asked me to suspend reason and logic and my understanding to follow them down their reasoning and logic, which we can't quantify, nor can we pull up anything that's going to attest to those statements. And we had this whole long discussion. But now I state my position easy. I'm a hard atheist. But when we're having a scientific discussion, my atheism has no role to play in that. My disbelief in God has nothing to do with how I use methodological naturalism to evaluate reality, which is science. So now how are you trying to shoehorn an imaginary concept into science yet again? I'm starting to see a trend.
Yeah, but like I already understand, like that's kind of how they rock.
Is Amir still here? Oh, he left? Oh, I seen his comment in there. Oh, yeah. He left. I'm looking now. Damn. It's like not to cut your wisdom.
I'll tell him jump on Amir if you're in the chat, bro. Jump on the bill, bro.
And this is the crazy part, right? So he said that spirit means breath. In my presentation, I showed you something called etymological fallacy. And this is what the conscious community does. They take the etymology of a word and put it to its present day meaning to make their argument. In reality, in the past 100+ years, the term spirit means, or more than 100 years, it means supernatural being or breath of the supernatural God. I mean, like, no matter how you look at it, it's attached to supernatural agency. You're not getting
The
around it.
comforter in the Bible is the Holy Spirit, is the comforter. I shall send the comforter. That's what spirit. Am I lying? When you read the Bible, when Jesus ascended, he said, I shall send the Holy Spirit, the comforter for you. Right. So spirit means supernatural. Not this bullshit what people want to say no mean. But hold on there.
And then,
So Wujahu was spooky. I didn't know that Wujahu was spooky.
I mean, Wujahu argues that the ancient Egyptian were naturalists. So that's his argument, bro.
no,
I had to argue
again,
with him many times. I don't do it. I just stopped doing it with him.
you know what it is? It is a wordplay. Now, if the ancients are describing a phenomena they see and they use anthropomorphism, so happy, his belly swelled and he spilled out his guts, and after he spilled his guts, his belly contracted. So we're talking about the flooding of the Nile, right? We're explaining the process that we see, right? In figurative terms. No problem with that. But when they go to explain why and how this happens, we get the God of the gaps. They give agency to gods because they couldn't explain the phenomena. So there's where the slick shit happens. You're gonna explain to me the natural phenomena, like they give the eye of the mountain got angry and spewed out, etc. Explaining the eruption of a volcano. When they try to explain why it happens, God of the gaps, that's where they place a God to give agency to these things happening. We do so it today. According to Wujahu, that's not what happens.
Are they saying that the Egyptians weren't spooky? That's what they're trying to say?
Yeah.
No, they weren't spooky. They were scientific.
Yeah, they argued that the were scientific.
Happy represented a categorization within the concept that we use now, like family, genius, phylum. Happy was the head of a genius. So happy was hydrology, the study.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're doing like they're just being anachronistic. You know what I'm saying? They're reaching back and then reshaping it to fit the current paradigm.
Exactly, as if
like they do the same. Hold on, so let me just say it. They do the same thing with the basically they're doing the same thing with the Dogon. You know what I'm saying? The explanation and the news, all that's the Big Bang theory. You feel me? So like that's how they play it. You feel me? So
what they're saying that these people weren't
exactly.
All right.
No. Everything was based in science. There was nothing spooky at all. Like if you ask Wujahu, if you ask Wujahu if they believe in the afterlife, he's going to say no, they do not believe in the afterlife. That's what he's going to say.
Yeah, I heard an argument that afterlife for the Egyptians was actually meant being remembered. Now, if I want to be remembered, Sosa, right? I'm just thinking hypothetically. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but I'm a king. I got 20 servants who know me well. One lady washes my balls. The next one brings my food. When I die, would I want to kill these 20 people and take them with me? Or would I want them to stick around to tell my story?
Yeah, that's the part. I mean, that's the trick back. The trick back is that they did want to be remembered and leaving the name behind is part of it, but it was also spooky. Like even Egyptologists, even all Egyptologists, well, not all, but majority of them would say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? They believe that there was a life after death. You know what I'm saying? And they believe that the people currently could communicate still with those ancestors, bro.
And that's the biggest trick bag you just brought up.
Yeah.
Let's refer to the Egyptologists. Sosa, all of them tell you what's the purpose of mummifying the goddamn body. We not playing here.
Yeah.
Yo, we got their stories where they speak for themselves, bro. Get out of here, son. We not doing this. We not doing this. And here's the problem, right? I don't have a problem with them doing that. That's their way of seeing the world.
Yeah,
fine. And it's a part,
I said the
again,
same
of
thing.
social evolution. The same thing. I don't care. But why are you trying to make it something that is not? Why you want to say that it's this? And it's just talking about the consciousness. Man, get out of here, man.
Because if they accept that that's what it is, then they have to put themselves in the category as Christian. That allows them to separate themselves from Hebrews and Christians. Feel me?
Yeah, it makes you feel a little bit better.
Jabari said he heard the spirit speak to him.
But Jabari's still here in the Egyptian spirits, right there in the museum in New York.
Yeah, hold on, but that's I mean, shit. I respect a nigga that just gonna be straight up spooky. I'm cool with that. Shit. Don't act like it ain't. Don't act like it's spooky. Don't act like it ain't spooky in it, but it is. Like that's my shit.
Yeah, and the
Egyptians.
Yes, exactly. And the Egyptians speak English.
That nigga stupid. That's stupid as hell, yo. He said the mummy came in English.
Listen, she was in New York for quite some time. She was in New York for quite some time.
So y'all, so y'all know y'all.
English.
Hold on. Yeah, I don't want. Let's get back to the serious bill. Like, go ahead. I don't want to clown. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah. So I know. I'm just saying, like, me and Rob Bowen used to fight over that shit. He's like, yo, them niggas had them. And I said, no, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Yeah, I remember.
And then y'all argue. You'll say, well, they had a way of life. And Hebrews say they have a way of life. And then I had to really, I always, just analyze everything I'm saying. I do it all the time. I go back and check experts on, and I just, you know what I'm saying? I realized that was something that I had made up. And yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I argued that shit, but I couldn't show you a source on it. Well, I could show you that there was that I was misconstrued. So like the Egyptians, their gods was natural. They was nature gods, right? They're the pantheists, right? And so pantheists, they actually use things in nature. But the truth is, they attributed spookism to it. Right. That's the fact. Which would, so they did what all men do, right? Culture, right? That's religion. Burial practices, all that got something to do with your religion. I even messed up what religion was early on. But, we all keep striving to get it right. We never say we perfect. We never say we're the experts, and we learn every day. And I think that's the fundamental difference from what we doing and from what everybody else do. They just stick with it. You know what I'm saying? They even start belittling motherfuckers. Me and Rob Bonner just fight. We fight prolifically. Right? You might bail out. I bowed down on conversations with Rob Bourne. He's bowed down on conversations that I want. But we never say, that nigga ain't never got me. That shit is downright irking to me.
Yeah, them niggas jumped me on that evolution shit, boy. There's some tapes that are hidden that you will never see. There's some tapes that was hidden that you will never see. Yeah, son. As soon as I'm man, get out of here talking that monkey shit.
Yeah. I remember that shit.
Yeah, that was prolific though, but it was good conversation.
I met Agozi. I said, yo, brother, I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking too fast. All I hear is that. This is all I want to know. What the hell is the common ancestor between us and this boson chimp or whatever the hell you're talking about? Do you have that?
Bonobo and chimp.
Yeah, that's all I want to know.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What's going on,
25 million years.
Hey, how you doing?
We gotta go back 25 million years.
Yo, Cedric, I'm gonna tell you this though. I'm gonna see if I can catch you with it because I caught Ankh with it. Yo, monkeys are not indigenous to America, right? Right?
Monkeys are not. Yeah, they're not.
They're not indigenous to America. So they got monkeys that been over here before anatomically, before us. How'd the monkey get here, brother?
I have to look and see that one, but I know
that's why I paused, because you got old world animals and you got new world animals. When you say monkey, Yeah.
Oh, you want
No,
the?
no,
Oh,
he's
you
saying there before us, before humans. He's not so. Earl on the New World on the fly.
Yeah, but when we say new world, old world, we're talking about the difference in continents. My parents, for example, are old world parents, but they were here before us.
No,
So
he's
the
saying here
Makars and
before.
those type of things are new world parents. They have no genetic relationship to old world parents, but they are similar.
No. Are you saying that they were here before Homo sapiens sapien?
Yeah. Monkeys. They what 16 million years, something crazy.
30 million years ago.
All right, 30 million. Yeah.
And now we have to.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for the answer? Are you ready? Yo, I got so mad about this shit, son. I'm gonna put it on the screen. I got him so mad about this shit, bro. He's like, I was like that, and I said, yo, if the monkeys could do it, then the Africans came to the Americans,
because
bro.
they had they fucking like a little raft or some shit like
that. Here you go right here. You see it? Hold on. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember
this
that.
is what the scientific article say. It said monkey ancestors rafted across to North America. I said, yo, what the fuck?
yeah. By chance, they got caught up in that little sea shit and this goddamn made it over.
This shit say they rafted son over here, bro. And I'm looking at it, but then I found out what it was. So I forgot the name of it. So you got a certain thing where islands drift off.
Yes.
But they had to stay alive, son. So they rafted over rafted over here.
Yeah, monkeys smarter. Monkeys feel water like a motherfucker. So that if they're on that raft, they're not jumping off that motherfucker raft, bro. They can't swim. They can't swim. So they gonna die on that motherfucker. They ain't abandoning that goddamn raft.
The monkey swam over here, bro. Yo.
Hey, them monkeys cold as hell while you bullshit. Like you see how they close
but
to
25 million years ago, I don't think they had that far to swim though.
Yeah. You don't think so?
Nah, 25 million years ago, plate tectonics and the ship were much closer.
Because when you look at the Andaman Islanders, right, like how it was way closer than it is now. You know what I mean? They really got stranded and isolated there from the island.
You know what still baffles me? Why the hell would you want to move from where you from? Like if let's say, I don't know, maybe a national catastrophe happened and you got to move around. But once you start going to a part and that shit start getting cold, I'm turning back around because it don't get cold over there. I'm not going over there.
Yeah, but that game,
you always fall on the food and the animals.
That game.
Yeah, yo, food game. You gotta eat. And you know, they
couldn't turn back. There was no food behind you.
No, ain't no turning back, yo. You ain't thinking. You know what? The migrations are very slow. And you know how it go, yo. Weather, plants, animals, food, herbivores, herbivores, carnivores. And they go just like that. And then you go it's like we thinking they navigate like them they following animal trails and shit, right? And once you break away and you keep going and you had 1,000 years.
So you saying that they broke away because in the big ass continent of Africa, you left Africa and went all the way to fucking Asia and Australia, bro? Really?
Yeah, you underestimate it. It took them 350,000 years, yo, to get out of Africa, yo. You ain't know that, did you?
Yeah.
That's how big it is, yo.
And when you get to that colder climate and there's different game there that's big, they ain't never seen humans before. So they don't have that evolutionary response to run away. So some of those games were way easier to hunt down than in Africa, who've seen humans and know to get the fuck out of there. So I'm saying, so some of the game were way easier to ascertain.
Yeah, eating that food, yo, they staying there and the climate is changing and they adjust. It's not like the shit on Monday is 100 degrees and on Tuesday is 0 below. That's not how it went, yo. It gradually got them, and they it's a little chilly. And they start to make fur, to use fur, all kind of shit. I mean, so you know, as human beings,
and they getting bigger and they ain't fucking with each other. Certain niggas are being pushed out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
you gotta go.
Yeah,
you gotta go.
Once a nigga,
like they pushed us out the believing tribe. They'd be like, y'all niggas gotta go. Y'all
they get around that water source, niggas gonna camp out and defend that water. Nigga, like, you better find another source.
All right, so I'm gonna fuck with you. I'm gonna fuck with you with Rob Bourne's greatest hits. All right, here you go. Why 40,000 years ago would people in the cave make this?
40,000 years ago?
Yeah, that's religion. Yeah, you know,
They
talked about that 10 years ago, right there.
Yeah. They just say they won't call it religion because we don't know what the meaning of it is.
Shamanism.
But they'll say that it has the tenets of it.
Listen. You in a cave, bro. That means you got out of where you was. This is, you know what I mean, during the ice age, and you sat there and made this shit.
Yeah,
nigga got time. Nigga got
Do
time.
you see the? Do you see the?
Nigga got something.
Yeah, the shit tight.
Do you see the detail on this shit?
Yeah,
bro?
shit's tight.
Yeah.
But at 40,000 years ago, our brains is already at where it's
Look
right
at this
now.
shit.
Like, good.
Look at Lion Man.
Yeah, Lion Man. Yeah.
That's a shaman.
Yeah.
And that's not in Africa too.
Nope, not in Africa.
They're already doing them anthropomorphic beings and shit.
Yo, listen, man. This came from this is where the Sphinx came from, y'all. Fuck it. I mean, it's gonna be pseudo, bro. I can run a whole pseudo coat with this. Can I make a coat with this, huh?
Yeah, right.
Sure could.
Yeah.
Can I make a coat with this?
Yeah. This must have been aliens, Martin. Humans were way too simple. They couldn't do something like this.
Yeah.
They were busy surviving. They had no time to create art. This must be the aliens.
So you don't think they did this 40,000 years ago?
Oh no, they did that 40,000 years. Yeah.
I'm talking to Cedric.
Yeah, I do. No, Rabon. I'm helping you with the church.
Oh,
I'm helping you with the cult.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yo, so did y'all find any new things on Gobekli Tepe? You got any new stuff on that?
I don't think they did.
That's kind of old. That's probably the oldest temple you can find on Earth.
But I don't think there's no new research yet, though. Ain't nothing new. I don't think come out.
They had some new shit. Yeah, they got some new shit. Yeah. I was reading something the other day. They finally digging it up, and they look at it as like one of the oldest religious.
It is the oldest. It is the oldest. Yeah, I was looking at it too, but I ain't seen nothing since I looked at it. But they, you
got shit in the Green Sahara too, though.
Yeah, but that's like 12, 13, but they got erected 16-ton wall. I think the heaviest wall like 16 tons. Like,
yo, that art form that's on there, son. How they drew that fucking alligator, bro.
That 3D shit with the hell, cold as up. And then they got some ugly shit though.
Yeah, some weird looking shit. Shit look like it got mad hands and shit. Yo, so the human mind is crazy, bro. Yo, listen, bro. I don't know, son. And then when I bring up Gobekli Tepe, he want to bring up the Stone Age. He want to bring up Nap-the-Playa. I said that's cool. They dealing with astronomy. All right, I rock with that.
Yeah, they doing something a little different.
Yeah. I said these dudes over here doing this though. Like, yo, son, like what we saying?
Yeah, that carving Unc is like some man. That shit.
Yeah. But hold
serious,
on.
bro.
Let's put it in perspective though.
Go ahead.
Motherfuckers is spending their time right on artwork. These other niggas is spending their time using shit that's valuable. They learn. They want to know when the season's coming and going. They tracking and marking time. That's serious. That later on will be what people on the Nile Valley do to farm and knowing the monsoon rains is coming and returning. So it's different, you're doing different things. Like, so what are you going to do? You want to do some artwork and some carvings and pray to the local god or whatever, or you want to do some shit that's scientific. These niggas at Nap-the-Playa was scientific. And then we got some areas of butchery that go back 15,000 years to predate Jabal Tepe, right? Where they butchering and all that shit. And so motherfuckers is figuring out, I want to waste time and build some nice structures, right? That predate any structure I done found, right? In Turkey. And another nigga say, well, I want to build a structure that's marking time so I can, get the seasons going. So humans do all kinds of shit. And I know y'all seen the pictures on the walls of those areas, right? They got these jet black niggas, they got these brown niggas, and they got these light brown niggas all on the walls. I think I showed that before.
Yeah, but that.
Now,
wait, where you showed that at?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Hey, you saying the people at Gobekli Tepe?
Yeah.
I don't believe you. You got to saw something.
Didn't have science show. You telling me they did all of that and they couldn't do what the people who made motherfucking those stones and the playa? You saying the people
I'm saying that
Gobekli Tepe couldn't do the motherfucker that that
No, yo,
phony
you
ass
just
shit in
talking
that
right. You just talking right now, though.
Yeah,
You just having fun.
Yeah, you gotta
No,
consider.
y'all talking and having fun though.
No,
you
I'm having
just
a conversation.
made all
No, you talking and having fun
compared,
right now, though.
You compared the two like one was better, like
No,
it
I
was
didn't.
more
What I said was
technology.
one
You
was
know,
dealing
you
with a
act like it
spiritual.
was more technology
No,
in that supplier
and I'm saying
than
it
it
is.
was
It's the
in
start of
Quebec
astronomy. It
Late, and
absolutely
that's some
is.
bullshit.
It's the start of astronomy, my niggas. What the fuck is y'all talking about?
I do get that. But
Y'all
we
slap
just,
silly than
but
the
we just,
motherfucker.
but we just scratching
The
the
hell's
surface.
wrong with y'all?
I'm
That's
saying,
like a nigga building a
If they
church,
can
yo.
erect 16 tons,
That don't mean you can chart the fucking
blocks,
planets.
you telling me
That don't mean
that
you can
they
chart the
couldn't
moving of
do?
nothing, nigga.
but
It just means
hold
you
on a
can
second.
build.
Like I said,
You
that's
can
why I
build
was.
in stone. Just because you can build in stone don't mean you can orientate it nowhere.
I get what you.
I mean,
No, they did. But hold on. That's what I'm saying. Hold on, bro. Like
the niggas in Europe could do that.
No, they
What?
could not. No, they could not. No, they could not. No, they could not. Nobody in Europe was erecting 16-ton walls.
Right,
13,000 years ago. Nobody was doing it. But what I'm saying is that also that they were hunter-gatherers. They didn't even live there. They didn't even live there, bro. Like they just scratched the surface of what it was. They just found like a little site that they think
So
that they were
until we figure
cranes.
out that they was
Runaway
then we'll reserve that.
Afrocentrism.
Don't tell me what they did until you show me.
Runaway
Afrocentrism. I'm telling you about here's
so
what
you
we
think,
know.
So
Here's
let me
what we
get this
know.
straight.
Here's what we
Hold
know.
on.
Here's
Hold
what
on,
we
If
know.
we talking about
Hold on for a
Quebec
minute.
Late Tepe,
So wait,
how
whoa,
did
whoa,
you
whoa.
end up
So
in that supplier comparing the two?
Because Rob Bourne mentioned it, you crazy ass dude. That's how we ended up there. Rob Bourne was in a conversation with somebody.
Yeah,
That's
I
how
think
we ended
though,
up there.
I think they're making claims, but it's not 100% that it could have been used for astronomy. We just don't know.
We don't know yet, but
Right, so we'll wait till we know.
But hold on, what we do know
right.
is that they intentionally buried that shit. There's like, I think it's like 2 or 3 levels to that shit. So they will return, build some shit, come back, bury it, build some shit on top of that shit, come back, bury it. Like, and these niggas was hunter gatherers, bro. Like they didn't even live there. That's what's crazy. So in order to do that shit, you have to organize a fucking team of motherfuckers. Man, like, come on, bro. Like that shit's serious.
Hunter gatherers, right?
Hunter gatherers.
So the people that built a fucking not the playa were semi-nomadic.
Yeah, that's not hunter gatherer. I get you, but that's not hunter gatherer. But they erected 16-ton slab wall, man. And when you see those carvings, it ain't nothing fucking with them carvings. Like I'm just fuck that. Ain't nothing fucking with them carvings, bro.
Yeah, and that supply look like that.
That shit is fucking like some Maya shit, nigga, in the 50. Like this shit's serious, bro. You know what I'm saying? I ain't shitting on that supply, but that shit fucking hard as hell, bro.
Man, you looking at it from an artistic, from what this shit is called? What is called, yo? Architecture, yo. You looking at it from that?
Not much skill is in that, yo.
You
just gonna wave your finger at that, yo. Like,
so what you rather have? You rather have something that's gonna chart the seasons and you start to mark time, or you want to have something where you praying and it's all in what the human want to do, bro.
If they could do all that, they knew.
They already had found
Europeans what they had. They don't know what they got. Man, go find it.
They found the site. They found. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it because they found.
It never ends, yo. It never ends. Nigga, I got the Science magazine with it. Y'all talking shit that I ain't seen in the journal of science.
Yo, Smash want the link.
Well, I just can't believe y'all. Y'all just go far. Y'all just say any damn. Say it. Just say it. Make it stop. Dang.
Somebody put the link in the chat, yo.
Yo, but that shit is amazing, son. You gotta, that shit is crazy.
The pyramids is amazing, yo. What you?
Yeah, the pyramids is crazy. All that shit is amazing. If we don't
be
know
a hunter gatherer and build that
how
shit.
old
That's
is that
amazing.
supplier compared to the pyramids?
Oh, it's old. It's way older.
Not the project. 7,000.
Yeah, it's 7,000.
No, how old is Göbekli Tepe compared to the pyramids?
Shit,
it's way older than
that. Goddamn, like 7,000 so years old. At least 7,000 years old.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna compare Jabal Tepe to the fucking Great Pyramids. You just not gonna do it.
Nah, we ain't doing that.
That's 7,000.
Yeah, we ain't doing it. Nigga, I don't care. But
yeah, that's 7,000 years later. We're not comparing.
No, you made that up. How you? That's not no 7. Can you count?
Well, we're gonna use the low end, 8,000 BCE. When was the pyramids?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. 2,500. You right.
Yeah, I used the low end, 8,000. I even did the 95.
You got me with the 8,000, nigga. So what, nigga? Them niggas was trash over there in Turkmenistan.
That's what you really want to say.
I ain't want to say it, yo. Y'all
Listen,
nigga, I'm
man,
call you
we gonna make
dog.
we gonna make a coat,
Did y'all
bro.
get smashed today?
Yo, we gonna make a coat, yo. That's what Noah Ark landed. Yeah, there you go right there. Now, fuck it. Let's make a pseudo coat.
I
said it smashed today.
Should be easy. That should be easy work. You know what I'm saying? Like a nigga just don't got no more. A nigga's
Hold
more.
on, I'm giving.
I got
Hold
it.
on, let me get some.
I got it. Yeah.
I'm gonna send it to his email.
I just let him
Make sure
in.
you put all the light.
I
Make
just
sure
let him
you
in.
put all the light
Oh,
skin
all right.
people looking European, and that's it, because you know they're superior. So that's it. We'll get a cult full quick.
Nah, they was Natufians.
What? What did he say?
They was the Natufian.
Who?
The Göbekli Tepe people.
Y'all niggas crazy. Y'all don't even know what they look like, yo.
They weren't African, so they were superior. So Rabon, when we start our cult, we're gonna make sure that they're the lightest people we can find. And everybody's gonna join the cult, because of course, if it's African, it's inferior, right? So we gotta make sure that it's not African, to make sure that it's of a great stature, so that the cult could get full, because we can always say they were superior. Black people gonna always rush to something they find superior. That's a conversation these days.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? Like they thinking that shit was like a. I was saying they didn't stay a year round. That shit was like a sanctuary, bro. Like they built that shit. They would dip, go do what the fuck they do. They would come. They was like a pilgrimage, bro. Like going to goddamn
Mecca,
like Mecca and shit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga was Noah and them.
Look, butcher bones, deer, gazelle, pig, and geese. Bro, I've been identified as. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Like, the motherfucker was on some shit, bro. Them niggas was on some shit, like some serious shit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
It was African, nigga.
All day long.
Don't say that,
All day long,
Don't say that,
All day long. Shit.
They couldn't have did it if they wasn't the African.
The African mind.
No, what we're seeing now, is that now we know these people 8,000 years prior. So when they moved in to North Africa, that's when the Egyptian culture came about. Not from the south, you get it completely wrong.
They came from Turkey.
Yeah, they came
they
from
trying
Turkey.
that's their next jump.
Because
the Anatolian farm.
8,000 years before,
Yeah, the Anatolian farm
8,000 years before, they did all that. Yeah. I hear where the conversation.
Right. Yeah, you hear what's going. I know it's going that quick too. Yeah. It is.
So is Göbekli Tepe older than that the Playa?
Yes. Now the Playa is about 7,000 BCE.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's gonna take you about two. So they was building temples. They was building astronomical circles. And let's get all this straight, yo. Y'all act like they got major digs in Sudan and in North. They don't. So we don't know what's down there. Why y'all bullshitting? Like they don't even do it like that. Like, cause y'all niggas ain't putting y'all money to it. The people that claim to be Egyptians ain't going there putting 100,000 up. Yeah, you get rich people to fund that stuff, yo. We just sitting there chilling. We talking shit. Yeah, we ain't putting our money. Ain't nobody who you know gonna put 50,000 on that shit.
Hey, what's up with the killers? What's up, Bobby Banger? What's up, Rob Bourne? Everybody
What's
else?
up, man? What's good, Smash? Beating them
I
up.
want to point something out that y'all was talking about naphtha plier, right? They say, first of all, it ain't excavated. Only the tips of the rocks is sticking out. And they say that it's lined with Sirius, right? They say it's lined with Sirius, which if you go to the Egyptian Caesars, this marks the inundation of the flood. This lets us know when we can start doing agriculture. So it's funny, why would this be significant at such an early time if we didn't even know nothing about that? I mean, I don't got the answer to that. I just wanted to throw those facts out there because that can't be ignored. That they had a clock put together to show us when Sirius hit so they could know. Well, I don't know at the time of naphtha plier, but for all time periods after that, it was used to show Egyptians when the Nile was going to flood so they could start doing farming. So how could they have that clock already if they wasn't even doing the farming?
Oh, but the clock let them know. How did they, hold on, say it again. How they had the clock before? No, you get the clock before the farming.
Oh yeah, I know, but I'm saying the clock was set in a way so that it indicate to people when the rising of Sirius came. The rising of Sirius indicate to the people that the now was about to flood. Now I know they wasn't even in the region of that clock ain't in the region of the now, but I'm showing the significance. That season, I think it was, I don't know what the name of the season that flood was.
It's in the Western Desert, not
Yeah,
the
but it
place right there.
indicated by the rising of Sirius. And I just wanted to say that was tied into Egyptian agriculture throughout all of Egyptian history.
And one point that y'all missing, the area of Naphtali at 7,000 BC probably wasn't even arid desert yet. So, that's something else you got to consider also.
Yeah, but they got the bull coat there though. That's that old Nubian culture down there.
So if they had a bull caught there, then it wasn't arid desert. It had to be a place where livestock could feed and water at. So, you got.
I'm saying for me, they like science.
They just wasn't in the middle of the desert moving rocks around. That would be fucking retarded. But go ahead.
Yeah, they were doing that. No, they was actually on something that was slick. And remember, they remember when you read about Naphtali, they was actually at a level higher than their contemporaries, closer to the now. Let's get that right. And you got the work. You sent it to me. I forget his name, and I know Rob probably got it. But they look at these people as being, they look at the teeth and all that, and they literally call them Negroids. So my point is, so you in the Western Desert, right? They claim these people to be Negroids. I don't respect the terminology.
Why not?
Because that's just old played out. But the point is, they said that. Yeah, it's played out, but that's what they call them. So
all morphology that you show that Tutmosis III, it aligned with the Nubians, then you accepted that. So I mean, it would be saying.
I don't accept the Negro term.
But go ahead. I ain't mean to cut you with.
I'm just trying to make a point that these people these people was doing something different. Now Jabal Tepe, right? And all that I read, they wasn't doing that. They just was building some shit. And I'm looking at it. This shit ain't as slick as y'all making it. Y'all try to make it slick, but it ain't super slick.
So what
don't seem like they should be able to do that. I swear it don't.
Right. So
but it ain't that. So, don't make me hit the picture.
I'm asking another question. What when they go into certain cemeteries, right? Mm-hmm. And say they didn't have no headstones or nothing, right? Mm-hmm. And they trying to figure out who the people was, right? Mm-hmm. And they measure the skulls and stuff, and they come up and they say, okay, according to the skull shape, the nasal, they say that these people were more in line with like an African American type. Would you be offended by that, or would you call that race science, or would that just be skeletal remains that share a similarity that show the features of certain groups of people?
I said I was offended. I said I was offended with the term Negro.
Talking about cranium?
No, I said the Negro. I said I was offended with the term Negro, is what I said.
It's craniology pseudoism. Is that what you're asking?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. When do we start putting it on pseudoisms versus this is something that forensics actually use?
Yeah, but it's not okay. But if that's
they don't use cranium,
we said the word.
Man, come on, Cedric. Stop it.
Yeah, Cedric, they kind of upgraded it, Cedric.
They don't use that, do they?
Yeah, they upgraded it. Teeth, they use all that shit in forensics. Yo, they recognize people through their teeth too.
Yeah.
They can't find
the scientific study of the shape and size of skulls of different human races.
Right.
Yeah, but see, hold on.
We making everything fucked up. Like,
yeah, but it was fucked up because that's how they first did. They was wild.
Yeah, they upgraded that shit, bro.
Yeah, they upgraded, yo. That first shit was wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was super wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said niggas was stupid because their skulls was small.
Yeah, that was the thing.
That's the fucked up part about it.
Describing intelligence to it and all that. So let me ask you something. So were people living in Naphtali, or were their bodies found, or was this like the same case where people live in someplace else and then they go there, then come back?
Like Stonehenge type shit?
Yeah, like were there people living there?
I don't think we found no housing complex in that supply, right? There wasn't staying.
No, why? Because it's all under the standstill. It ain't excavated. They only see the tip of the rock.
Same thing with Pepe Tepe. Like that shit is far from being goddamn done. There's 3 levels to that shit.
So we don't know what's what. We don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, you never niggas ain't spending no money. I'm telling you.
But it just shows the ingenuity of the human at that time period. Like for the longest time we underestimated the intelligence of humans. We always thought they was just barbaric and thinking. We didn't. You know what I'm saying? It's only now that we're really giving credence to the human mind at that late stage.
At an earlier point in time, right?
Yeah, right.
Hey, hey, Jonathan.
I've seen him say that
oh, my bad.
In 300,000 years was just as intelligent as Homo sapiens sapien in 2022.
Right.
It's just the steps it take. That's why we all know that the whole crazy conversation about the Egyptians and the daggone Dogon.
Repeat that what you just said.
Yeah. I don't think at 300,000 though. I don't.
That's not
true. The social skills wasn't as good as far as like solidifying a community at that point at 300,000. You know what I'm saying? That's the advantage. Remember, like the first time Homo sapiens went out, they couldn't get past the Neanderthals. Remember, you know what I mean? They had it. They went out there, they got fucked up, came back, then finally at 70,000 they broke through.
But see, you doing a mistake though. You saying just because you Homo sapiens sapien aren't intelligent, you have already figured out the steps to make a weapon to fuck a nigga up. That doesn't mean that. That means if we took a person from 190,000 BCE and brought him here, you could literally teach them how to work on a jet. Why? Because we got all the steps.
No, the social skill in terms of bonding.
Nope, that's wrong. Nope.
Yeah,
they had to have weapons for hunting though.
Yeah, I was just looking at that shit. Right. I was just looking at that shit. Especially if you go back to 300,000 like that.
I have had this conversation.
Yo, Ron, man, are y'all serious, man? Why do I gotta be the nigga to bring the sources? The hell is wrong with y'all?
Modern man.
I mean, we could try to pull something up. I
feel like you now, Raw boy. Remember how we used to do you?
What are y'all even arguing? Hold on. What the fuck?
No, I am saying that. I am saying that.
I'm with Chef on that.
190 men 70,000 years ago was not intelligent as modern men.
All right, man. Hey, Sweet Pea, and you, whatever. I almost hit you with a woo.
Yeah, man. No. I
why not? Give me one good reason why. We got the same brain. We got the same.
We don't have the same brain.
We do.
What's wrong with you? Okay.
We got the same brain, yo.
Let me say one.
So wait a minute, but let's slow it down though. So you saying that did they have social complexity? Did they have like
not yet.
Do we got proof?
They weren't as intelligent as us.
No, they had.
We can't use that simple thing to
they had the social complexity.
There's a direct correlation.
Explain what you mean. Explain what you mean.
Direct correlation. There's a direct correlation between height and intelligence. Those people were 4 foot 5 tall. Small people. They weren't as intelligent.
Small people dumb.
Yeah,
I mean, no. It's not that. It's not that they weren't as intelligent. They hadn't got to that stage of social.
They haven't got to the stage.
So you trying? Wait, what time? Give me the date so I can beat y'all up. Go ahead.
If you're saying 300,000, then that would be incorrect. Like
I said, listen, when you
think about it like this. Hold on, think about it like this. At what point do we find hunter gatherers going from a more when you look at the bones, right? There's a time period when we can see that hunter gatherers develop a system where they were sharing the meat, and they analyze it because they can look at the marking on the bones, right? At a certain point, they see a lot of scratches and carving to the bone and showing like a free for all, right? And then eventually it get more systematic. You see what I'm saying? And it's showing evidence that they went from the more chimp-like one for all. One man for all type shit to a more organized, systematic spreading out, sharing of the food. Those things those type of things develop.
All right, what time period? What time period, brother? Because I want you to know while you sitting there making that shit up, chimpanzees do that now. And they've been doing
no. Chimpanzees
share food. Don't play with me, yo. I watched the whole
chimpanzees
on fucking chimpanzees. I'll beat you up.
I just watched chimpanzees.
And they don't share food.
They do share food, but it's rare. But they have but it's not the type of.
See, now y'all going into this chimpanzee shit. Yo, we ain't talking about no chimps.
I'm gonna get the video. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute and I'm gonna pull a video up.
I ain't gonna cut you off though.
I'm gonna go on mute and I'm gonna get the video. I'm gonna get the video that.
No, you gotta get the lady that actually spend time. Don't play. Yo, go to the straight up lady that live there with the chimpanzees. Don't play. Go right there.
I think everything shifts with agriculture, bro. That's where you see. That's where you see that.
No.
And then I think the war you talking about. What's that shit that happened? 13,000. No, not that. The 13,000 years. The war that happened in the I think it's what was that?
On the now.
Right. So they showed that they tried to call it a race war, but they don't know what it is. Yeah, and then after that, you see that kind of like fade off. So we don't know what that was about. Was it about land? Was it about food? Was it what? We don't know what it was about. But these people were doing stuff, man. I don't know, bro. I can't speak for 300,000. That's too far. That's too far back for me, man.
So give me a time, Sosa. Give me a time.
So that's you and Sosa.
I'm going to get. Just give me a second. I'm going to get the evolutionary psychology. I'm gonna get you a course.
Why do y'all go back to 300,000? Isn't
modern
man about
I was doing that.
But it's modern man not about
modern man is about 140,000.
No.
We experience paradigm shifts.
Homo sapiens go back to 350.
Like we don't know what we're talking about. Like, why are we going back to 300,000 when modern man is at about 140 something?
No, modern man go back to 350,000. Homo sapiens.
That's what I need to learn right now. Modern man goes back to 350,000.
And in Morocco, it go back to 190,000 Omo Valley, Ethiopia, right? So they got different. So what they starting to realize is there's different pockets. Homo sapiens sapiens. Yep. It's extended, and it went from 190,000.
Well, isn't this according to that A000 and that new gene that they got over?
No.
No, that's the ghost gene.
Yeah, that's the ghost.
Okay, all right. So the bones they got in West Africa, the 8,000-year-old and the 7,000-year-old, and they say that they have this DNA marker to 300,000. What's that? That's a hominid or that's modern man?
No, that's archaic. He's talking about the finds of Morocco in northern Morocco.
Okay, so wait, we got to get this right because I forgot this stuff. So an archaic human is not us.
Jebel Hood in Morocco was an archaic Homo sapien. He wasn't completely Homo sapien. And they went back further in time on Omo Man 1. He's actually 275,000 years old now. They just went back further. If you guys look up Omo Man 1 older than thought based off the volcanic ash. So archaic Homo sapien Jebel Hood was not us. He wasn't completely Homo sapien yet.
Okay, so what's the date of Homo sapien sapiens?
Homo sapien sapien, because of the mixture of what we are, it's actually complicated. So typically in morphology, we look like Jebel Hood based off the face, but his brow was thicker. He was an archaic Homo sapien, like Heteroman or Florsbad skull that they found in South Africa. When you find a complete Homo sapien based off Omo Man 1, because they went back further in time recently in 2022, you were 275,000 years old when you find Homo sapien sapien, not archaic Homo sapiens like Jebel Hood or Florsbad skull. But it can be older than that.
Okay, so all right, so 275, 300,000, same shit.
Yeah, that's same shit.
Yeah, so what about
230?
What's the ghost gene, bro? West Africa. What's that? That's archaic human, or that's Homo sapiens sapiens.
That's possibly archaic Homo sapiens like Jebel Hood or Homo Bodhi, which is what they used to call Homo heidelbergensis or Homo rhodesian, but they renamed it to Homo Bodhi man. So either it's some type of ghost human population that's close to Homo sapiens that you found in Morocco, because you got to think the earlier Homo sapiens were closer to those early hominid groups that they split from, like Homo Bodhi, who possibly gave rise to our species in Africa. So those early archaic Homo sapiens, like for example, that A00 marker, they found A00 like A00 in an Altai culture, like Neanderthals, which showed that Neanderthals was breeding with a first population of archaic Homo sapiens before our second population dispersed out. So there is no accepting Y chromosome that exists of Neanderthals, but they show traits of archaic Homo sapiens that left out much earlier, closer to A00. So based off A00 found in Cameroon amongst the Mbuti, in certain tools, that ghost population is very close, possibly, this is postulation, to what Jabella Hud was or floor bear skull was in South Africa, or Homo bodhi, which was the transitional species that formed into what we are today.
Okay, so 275,000 years ago, they had the ability to make tools, yes? Yes?
Homo habilis had the ability to make tools.
Right. Yeah, but but those Leviate tools wasn't as complex. Like Homo habilis was more primitive. That's coming straight out of the Australopithecus that we descend from. Then you get right to Homo habilis, which means handyman. And then when you become Homo erectus, it gets a little complicated. Then Homo ancestor, which evolved. And after Homo ancestor, you got Homo bodhi. Homo bodhi evolved possibly into 3 directions. One group goes into Homo heidelbergensis, into Neanderthalis and Denisovan. The other group becomes our species of human, which is Homo sapien, which later became modern Homo sapien.
Yeah, but I disagree with that. I'm gonna show my source. I ain't gonna talk. I'm gonna show the source. I disagree with that.
Wait, what part you disagree with? What part you disagree with?
I disagree with the. I'm telling you, Homo sapiens sapien. I'm showing my source. So
hold on. You got to state what you disagree.
I'm saying that Homo sapiens sapien go back to 300. Homo sapiens sapien go back to 300,000 years.
So you saying they'll do 300,000? Yeah, 300,000 not. Yeah. That's
but
fine.
we was all. I think everybody was giving rough numbers. Why you being a stickler on that?
No, Gozy said they wasn't Homo sapiens sapien. He said it was archaic.
Y'all go back to 275. Remember? So we gave you 300 with that.
Yeah, but we just was really talking about the social. We just want to get to the social complexity.
Can y'all see the screen?
Like, were they able to do that? Yeah, we see it. I'm good.
Can y'all see the screen though?
In closing, you was talking about the one in Morocco, but Goji just said one went back to 275 though. That's all I want to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, 233. And I'm saying whatever the age it is, they was just as smart as y'all was. Yeah. It's what I'm trying to tell you. Don't fuck it up.
Break it down.
Got the same brain. They got the same brain. I'm saying the difference is our experiences in time on Earth and learning, but they had the same ability. But remember, in the world we live in, which everybody fucks up, and that's why people don't like science, because religion allows you to skip steps in your mind through imagination. You skip the steps. So of course the Dogon could see the white dwarf star. Of course they could.
Well,
right in your mind. But in
show
real life,
us the 300,000 that you was.
Can y'all see the screen?
That he was Homo sapiens sapien, the same as us.
Y'all see the screen, right? Oh, y'all can't.
I agree with you.
I thought you was about to read something.
Okay, right. It say the time and the location of the emergence of our species and the associated behavior changes, are crucial for our understanding of human evolution. The earliest fossils attributed to a modern form of Homo sapien comes from Eastern Africa and approximately 195,000 years old. Therefore, the emergence of modern human biology is commonly placed at around 200,000 years ago. The earliest Middle Stone Age assemblage comes from Eastern and Southern Africa, but date much earlier. It say here we report the age determined by thermoluminescence dating of fire-heated flint artifacts obtained from new excavations at the Middle Stone Age site at Jebel Hood, Morocco. It say which are directly associated with newly discovered remains of Homo sapiens. And there's a source there. A weighted average age placed these Middle Stone Age artifacts and fossils at 315,000, give or take 34,000 years. Age, support and obtained through the regulated uranium series with electron spin.
Turn your phone sideways.
Turn it sideways?
Yeah, it's going to show the full screen when you do that.
Oh, shit. He's the master. All right, so hold on where I'm at. Support obtained through the regulated uranium series. Y'all know when the isotopes, radioactive isotopes decay at a certain rate, that's what they're talking about. With electron spin renaissance date the 286,000, 32,000 years ago for tooth. Hold on, for the tooth from Ayud, 3 hominids, Mandel, that's jaws,
These ages are also consistent with funnel and which is microfunnel assemblages and almost double the previous age estimated for the lower part of, let me see, hold on, for the lower part of deposits. North African site of Jebel Hood contains one of the earliest direct dated Middle Stone Age assemblages, and its associated human remains are the oldest reported for Homo sapiens. The emergence.
Yo, son, you just died, though. You just died.
He killed himself. He didn't. I know you know how you killed yourself. Go on, tell us how you killed yourself before we tell the people. You can tell them.
Right.
Go on, tell them. What word didn't pop up that we was looking for?
One of the earliest directly Middle Stone Age assemblages, and its associated human remains are the oldest reported for Homo sapiens. Where I kill myself?
Because we talking about Homo sapiens. That's one. So, how about y'all?
No. You can say.
I mean, what I got from this is that it says the Jebel Jahar are the oldest Homo sapiens.
Right. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but that's not 300. They not 300,000, no.
So
that's it's right here, 315,000, right here.
Now, go ahead. Go. Somebody break this down.
It's not saying that I know this much. We Homo sapiens.
It's telling you about the
It's telling you that's the oldest specimen found.
Stop sharing your screen.
I mean, come on, y'all don't see it's 300.
Yeah, it says it's the oldest specimen found.
Oh yeah, I feel y'all. Look, I'm the one learning. Say this. What's the difference between Homo sapien and Homo sapiens sapien?
Nothing. It's just how you say it. No difference.
Is the answer nothing to everybody?
No. Yeah, yo, it's just how you say it. You won't get slick.
Homo sapien or Homo sapiens sapiens.
Yeah, it's either or, yo.
Jabella
Hub wise, man.
Jabella Hub was an archaic Homo sapien, so he's the oldest of Homo sapiens. But when you look at Homo Man 1 in morphology, he wasn't as robust and his brow was smaller. They found the same type of shit that Jabella Hub was, which is archaic Homo sapien in South Africa. Type up Florisbad skull. Florisbad. He's the same type of human, or he was a modern human, but it's an archaic phase of us before we become modern humans.
It goes in.
Hold on, let's
just tell them.
Let's talk about the brain
like this. Hold on. Let's just say it like this, so y'all don't get confused. This is what scientists argue right here with me and this nigga doing. That is the argument. Right or wrong, Gozy?
Yes.
Let me
That's the argument.
Let me do it real quick.
So okay.
See it?
Yeah, blow that shit up.
Homo sapiens first appeared 300,000 years. You can't see it?
No, I can see it. I just blew it up.
300,000 years ago in Africa, with brains as large or larger than ours. They're followed by anatomically modern Homo sapiens at least 200,000 years ago.
Exactly.
And brain shape became essentially modern by at least 100,000 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
it was stages.
Hold on. Now, became essentially modern at least 100,000 years ago. At this point, human brains had brain cases similar in size and shape to ours. Assuming that the brain was modern at the box that held it, our African ancestors theoretically could have discovered relativity, built space telescopes, written novels.
Yeah, what sources using, nigga? You say so the 100 things? Nah, I don't even like this.
Because the brain, there was stages of the brain shifting.
Sosa, you're fucking it up. Whatever.
Hey, Sosa, type up this. Type up.
No. Hold on. Don't move because we gotta understand this. We lost. No, we lost. Hold on. We lost. We got the stage.
We're not lost. I heard Sosa. He said so. 100,000 now.
100,000. Yeah. Wait. So the people of 300,000 years ago, they have the same capacity as the modern brain?
Nah. Because
that's what we talking about.
No, they don't.
No.
They not the same.
No, hold on. Let me relax. But no,
they don't know that.
They don't. No, they do know. They do.
No, they don't.
Then why, bro? What are you reading? What are you reading? They're looking at the casing.
It hasn't been proven.
They're looking
for a minute.
They're looking at the size of. That's why.
No, come on. Do you know what you just read, though, Sosa?
Nah, let's just go slow. But I guess
I'm gonna agree more than Gozy, right? Watch this. But what you just read, according to what you just read, that the fully developed brain was at 100,000 years ago. You do know this, right?
That the brain shape essentially modern. That means it became more modern towards the to what we are now.
Right.
Okay. At 300,000 years ago, whereas you propose, we have Homo sapiens with brains large and larger than ours. There's a shift.
Like Neanderthals. Like Neanderthals, their brain was larger than
There's a
ours.
shift where it keeps going up and down.
Part.
Bro, that's so.
I said I conceded. I know you heard me say.
Okay, that's all right. We good.
But your source is raggedy as fuck because it says that 100,000 years ago is where you get the quote unquote anatomically modern human. Am I correct in hearing what you read?
No.
You did read that.
No, it said at least.
God,
it says 300,000. It said there followed by anatomically modern Homo sapiens at least 200,000 years ago.
Keep reading.
Yeah, and brain shape. And brain shape became essentially modern by at least 100,000 years ago.
Right, but we cool with that. That's cool.
Yeah.
But we talking about the intelligence. We talking about the intelligence of the people. So the only way we can do that is looking at the tools that they built. So is the 300,000-year-old niggas building the shit of the 100,000-year-old?
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Bro, Cujo, bro, you got to get a source. We can't do. I'm not.
I mean, that's not true. If you take a baby that's born
no,
now,
we're not doing.
No, seriously, if you take a baby that's born now, he's not going to know anything unless he's taught.
Bro, go get a source, bro. We're talking about brain sizes, bro.
Yeah, and there is no correlation with brain size and intelligence.
No, they don't say that. They do not say that.
Hold on.
There's no correlation with brain size.
There is a correlation with brain size and intelligence. That's why giraffes don't have brains. That's why chimpanzee brains aren't as big as
Neanderthal brains were bigger than ours.
Right. But chimpanzees' brains are smaller. It's not about, bro.
But Neanderthal brains were bigger than ours.
Tell you what, bro. All you gotta do is get a source debunking.
That is the source. I'm telling you, Neanderthal brains were bigger than ours.
Go get a source that says that there's no relativity between brain size.
That's speculation. There's no correlation. There's no proof of any correlation.
Go get it, bro. Go get it.
I'm not going to get it because it doesn't exist. Yours doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. That's only speculation.
We good.
That's only speculation,
I
brother.
keep arguing. I don't want to argue with your opinion, bro.
I don't know, but I just Googled it and it said Homo sapiens sapien is a subspecies of Homo sapien. Like I was taught in grade school, so I don't know why I'm wrong here.
No, because and now you right there where you get complicated and fucking confused because because scientists mix it back and forth. Homo sapien.
That's not really big. That's not really a big deal.
Yeah, ain't a big deal.
Y'all straightening it out, but I am confused. That's what I thought.
But wait a minute, yo. So I would like to introduce this to the subject matter, right? And this is my favorite.
Homo sapiens are a subspecies of Homo sapien, and y'all just going to run past that?
Thank you.
So what
That's
that
what
mean,
I'm trying to say. What the fuck?
Okay, so what does
y'all
that mean?
explaining everything else, but y'all not going to explain.
I'm
that
saying
part?
because it's the same because it's based off where you reading from. It ain't that's what.
Yo, this shit is funny. Oh Lord, so this is like a religion then.
No, it's not.
It's an interpretation of the word. That's what you're trying to tell me.
It's getting crazy.
Hey, can we do something right quick? I mean, I think this show is very educational. Can we show the
Gozy, don't hold on, don't.
Hey, Gozy, you familiar with that gene? That gene?
Come on, man, you did that on purpose.
No, I just want to ask a question. Are you familiar?
No,
with
how you gonna ask a question in the middle of me trying to show a point based off your raggedy 100,000? Where the brain get right?
I apologize, bro. Go ahead.
No, you don't gotta apologize. Just keep being.
So y'all just ain't gonna explain nothing.
I'm explaining. So
y'all just gonna run down every rabbit hole.
Oh man, I want to just finish. Yo, that can't. Smash made the point. I'm a deal with that, but let me deal with what I was going to deal with before Smash said that. So I want to come to 180,000, 160,000, where they find humans with imagination and cognitive skills, right? Modern thinking. So how can you have modern?
That's not 300,000.
I know, yo. I conceded to the fucking 300,000. I know you heard me.
All right, I'm out. All right, I'm out. All right.
3 goddamn times.
I'm
but
sorry.
then you brought an article that said that then it fucked up with the 100,000 year point. So now we're in a conundrum now. So how is it that at 160,000 years, modern human, anatomically correct humans, where they first find with cognitive thinking skills, where they eat shellfish, modern human origin, cognitive thinking. Before that point, they thought it was in Europe. Modern thinking. The same way we think at 160,000, but yet our brains ain't fully the size it is, you know, size it is now at 100,000. And I'm saying it's something wrong going on.
You know it don't happen all at once, bro.
You saying at 100,000.
Yeah, at 100,000, it essentially became more modern. That means that size had now encompasses the population of humans, Homo sapiens, bro.
No, I'm saying that at 160,000 at pinnacle point 13B. I'm saying right there is where you find cognitive thinking, where they the first step, where they save. Matter of fact, without them, you're not even here. They the ancestors of all living human beings living today.
I have no issue
Because it was the ice age and everything got wiped the fuck out. But them niggas, at 160,000 years, they don't find human population nowhere on the earth. Nowhere in Africa, nowhere. Nowhere but South Africa at Pinnacle Point, right at the Cape. The Cape Province in South Africa at the tip. It's right there.
I don't have an issue with that.
Right there, them dudes was anatomically modern humans, and this is with cognitive thoughts, where they first show up, where they got the paint shops, right? The medicines, you know what I'm saying? And they eating shellfish. Right there. So how is it that their brains ain't developed for another 70,000 years and they doing all the shit we was able to do?
No, it's not that. It's not that. They already told you. They already told you that at 300,000 you have some large and some larger.
Yeah, he conceded to it though. It's over now.
No, but I'm trying to explain to him that it happens over time.
Don't go back to a point.
Hold on. I'm trying to say that happens over time. So yes, even you can find it 180,000 years ago, but that doesn't mean that is incomplete.
There is no. Did you hear what I just said? I know you heard me. I know you heard me say that there aren't any more Homo sapiens on planet Earth. There is no excavations. None of it found at this time period. It's only one place they find this, bro. One spot.
Right.
One spot on planet Earth. Not nowhere else in Africa. They all died out because it was the ice age. And shit dried up, and during ice ages, the water levels drop. Right? In Africa, the climate come super dry. Niggas is done. Nobody's living. Matter of fact, we about to die out. If not for these niggas eating shellfish. We was done.
You got it wrong. It was the Netheroo saved us.
Even with the Netheroo. My point is though, yo, there aren't any more humans.
I shared my screen, bro. I mean, that's only
yo, somebody showing their screen. I don't think y'all want to show that. Whoever's doing that.
Yeah, share it, bro.
Somebody got their email, but get that off the screen, bro.
Yeah, share screen, bro.
Somebody got to get their thing off.
Wow, what's going to happen?
Oh, you want your emails up there?
That's Cujo. That's Cujo doing what he do.
Yeah, if you ain't got no weird shit running through your email, what difference do it make, bro?
I mean, yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. But no, I'll look it up. I mean, I was sharing my screen showing that it says point.
Yeah, you must have had some weird shit.
0.3. Nah.
Yo, you got a Cro-Magnon head, bro.
Go ahead.
I mean, but no, it's
go ahead, show
the reason human beings are what we are is because of a continuum of information being shared. It's not because we're smarter.
Of course, it's a continuum, but your brain.
Hey,
don't say that.
I mean, that's not a fact. That's
Cujo,
what we think.
You're supposed to have a source that says brain side is not relevant.
Hey, can I read something quick?
Why is it?
Go ahead, go.
Go ahead, bro. This is crazy.
Hold on one
why
second.
the chimpanzee in the Stone Age, yo?
I'm right here on Science Advances, the evolution of the modern human brain.
We don't accept that source.
Huh?
I'm typing in. You said Science Advances.
It's called the Science Advances. It says the evolution of the modern human brain.
All right, go ahead.
It says modern humans have large globular brains and distinguish them from their extinct Homo relatives. The characteristics of globularity developed during the perinatal and early perinatal period in rapid brain growth and critical neural writing. The cognitive development, however, it remains unknown how the brain globularity evolved and how it relates to the evolutionary brain size increase. On the basis computed of the tomographic scans and the geometric morphometric analysis, we analyzed that the endocrinal cast of Homo sapien fossils from the different time periods. Our data showed that the 300,000 years ago brain size of early humans already fell within a range of present-day humans. Brain shape, however, this is what it says. It says brain shape, however, evolved gradually within Homo sapiens lineage, reaching present-day human variation between 100,000 to 35,000 years. This process started only after the key features of the craniofacial morphology appeared in modern parallel with the emergence of behavior modernity of the same form archaeological record. Our findings are consistent with the importance of the genetic changes within affecting early brain development. That's it.
That's what
I know what you just said.
Facts.
But that's what
Nah.
That's
You know
not
what he just
Sosa
said?
That's not what Sosa said
That's
at
not
all.
what Sosa
That is exactly what I said, bro.
Y'all crazy, man.
That's not
Did
what
you hear what
Sosa
this man
said at
just
all.
said?
Oh
Yo,
my God, yo.
How y'all mix
I mean,
that
I
up?
don't understand how you could listen to that and just still repeat the shit.
And Gozy,
That's what Sosa Source said.
And Gozy,
No,
did
it
you
didn't,
confirm
yo.
what I said, or did you refute what I was
I'm
saying?
done, yo.
All
Y'all
right.
just want to argue.
Tiebreaker. Now we're gonna listen to Gozy. No, we're
Y'all just want to argue, yo.
And Gozy, did it verify what I was saying? Or did
Yeah,
it?
so the brain size, both of you guys, but the brain size of Homo sapiens
Oh,
is that.
hell.
Hold on, look, go back and read it. If you read it, you can see what I'm talking about. The brain size, but they still went through developmental phases. Again, if you guys look up the difference in morphology between archaic Homo sapiens or early Homo sapiens compared to modern anatomically correct Homo sapiens, even Neanderthal brain size is bigger than ours. That doesn't determine cognitivity or cognitive
So
skills.
What you read, I heard
No.
the same thing that
Yes.
Sosa said.
No, that's not what Sosa was trying to make the point that
I'm
our
saying what
brain
Sosa read. I
wasn't
don't
the-
know what point Sosa that you
No,
and
okay.
Sosa trying to figure out. But
No,
what
off-
Ngozi read was the same thing as what Sosa had on the screen.
Same shit. Bro.
No, man, they talking about, wait a minute. First of all, having archaic brows and all that shit don't mean your brain ain't thinking just like it's thinking now.
Ain't nothing
Y'all
to say
fucking it up. Right.
Ain't
So
nothing-
I'm trying to, they say anatomically talking about like the bridges of the eyes and all that shit, the very shape of your skull and all that shit. That's what make you modern human, right? But archaic Homo sapiens, which y'all was trying to get me, right? They had more archaic features, but they don't. That doesn't mean they wasn't thinking at the same level. If you listen to what Ngozi said, that's the fucking point. And I know y'all hear that shit.
Like we assume we're smarter than Neanderthal. We assume
right. That's bullshit. That ain't even true like that.
That's bullshit. That's not true. We don't know.
They was making glue. They was burning. They did. They practiced religion. They did all that shit.
I mean,
no, niggas wasn't practicing goddamn religion at 300,000 years ago. You tripping.
They won't burn it. They're
crazy. Niggas got to get their tribal shit right, hunter gatherer shit right. You tripping. You don't jump way off the goddamn roof.
That's the arrogance.
Yeah, you jump way off the goddamn roof.
Nah, I don't know, bro. So why they burying shit with they dead, bro?
Why they burn flowers in the grave, nigga? I ain't
listen,
tripping. I read,
listen,
yo.
man.
We have aspects.
We just don't.
We don't know
Some
what
things we gonna
oh,
say
we got
don't know.
aspects. Why
we
they
don't
burn?
know what
Why
they
they burn
believe,
flowers
bro.
in the grave, yo?
Listen,
Think
man,
about
the
it, yo. Why
motherfuckers be
would you
burying
care?
niggas. They burying love shit with them, man. They think they
Yeah,
going someplace.
right.
That's a possibility.
Right,
it's a possibility.
bro. Stop it. Come on,
What?
yo.
What do you
Now
mean?
get
Stop
off.
it.
No,
That's
you
what
right.
they
No, you
saying.
right. I'm on your side, Rob Bourne.
Yeah.
I'm saying Sosa tripping. You talking about I'm tripping, you tripping, Sosa. Study
Y'all
up, bro.
Y'all
niggas
crazy,
tripping,
man.
Bro. Y'all niggas are
I'm
tripping.
Hey yo,
At
Jonathan,
300,000 years ago,
hold
motherfuckers just
on.
coming out the goddamn savannah, out the
Hold
goddamn
on,
trees.
man.
These niggas has got religion. They got to figure their social system out. Nigga, y'all
coming out no damn trees at 300,000. Stop it. Yo, the
I mean, social system. So what?
Yeah,
The hunter-gatherers have been the most successful human beings on the planet.
Yeah, they've been around the longest, right?
The most successful human beings.
I'm not arguing hunter-gatherers, bro. Like I know more about hunter-gatherers than a lot of folks. I'm not arguing about what hunter-gatherers can do, bro. There's a time period when you look at hunter-gatherers when they get to the point where they're sharing food, bro. It's not at goddamn 300,000 years.
But nobos share food, bro. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking, man. Listen, bro, I can't.
Bonobos. They're in the Stone Age, bro. Chimpanzees have
I'm talking about establishing a system.
Yo,
I'm talking about establishing a system where now when you look at the marking of the bones, it's not chaotic. They understand that now these humans are.
Go get that article.
Yeah,
yo.
get that one.
Yeah, go get that.
Get that one, and then
I'm gonna go get it because now I gotta get
show
that
other
one.
ones that correlate that same bullshit because that's nonsense.
I heard that before, so I'm gonna just give social that. This ain't my first time hearing that.
Yeah, I just want to. They went back further in time on Omo Man 1 though. He's 235,000 years old now.
I want to ask an unrelated question. Hey,
Oh no,
Jonathan.
no! Don't run past the
Nah,
point. The point is clear. Hold on, wait a
to get
minute.
his source.
Hold on.
We gonna wait for him to get his source. All right, go ahead.
The point is the intelligence. I am saying it one more time. That Homo sapiens sapien now ain't no more intelligent than niggas back then. Y'all tripping.
Brother
The
Bobby
difference
West, can I
is
ask you a
they're
question?
learning of their environment. That's the difference. The putting together the pieces is the difference.
Can I ask you a question, Bobby West?
Oh my God.
This question is for Bobby West. How long did the Stone Age last?
It depends. No. The Stone Age
They
lasts.
start making tools.
No, the Stone Age lasts different time for different societies.
Yeah,
like
it's still
different
going
places.
on.
It's not yet.
Yeah, it's still going on in some places.
Yeah, the Australians were hunter gatherers when the Europeans arrived. Right.
All right. So wait. So if these people were just as intelligent, why did the Stone Age last so many years if they had the same intelligence as modern man now?
And I thought I explained it.
God.
I said, and I thought
No. Are you telling me that
really
it's going to
think
take you 50,000 years to understand the environment? That's what you're telling me?
To understand the environment? What if you were never exposed to fucking tin and copper?
You're intelligent.
Do that mean you're stupid because you didn't make bronze?
You said I have the same intelligence.
If you didn't have a bronze age, does that mean that you're
You
stupid?
are saying that these people are intelligence is the ability to solve
You
problems.
don't need it. You don't need
I
it.
got
The
to
same
prove
reason
it.
some groups of people didn't build ships and sail across the fucking world because they didn't have a need to do it. That doesn't mean they were less intelligent than people.
Yeah, you sound like you sound like the Europeans with that one, yo.
Yeah, you do sound like white folks.
No. Don't put that on me.
That's what you sound like.
Because that's what the white people look. Listen,
that's what they say.
That is bullshit. Kick me out
That's
the
what
room.
you sound like that.
Stupid, listen to me. Hey, Stupid. Hold on, Stupid. Let me say this. Relax. Watch this, Stupid. You're going to get it. When Charles Darwin circumnavigated the globe, right? Europeans was running into people. They was running the tribes, didn't have clothes and shit on. All that shit. That they was running in tribes that was eating other people. That was practicing ritual cannibalism and shit like that, right? They was seeing all that. And they was like, yo, these motherfuckers are stupid. But it was Charles Darwin to say, but wait, hold on, yo.
They were.
What? No, they,
You
man.
know
All right, fuck.
Smart?
I'm gonna let you have that shit, dog.
You know
Since you won't cut me off, yo, you won.
Yeah,
I'm great.
He's gonna do that to you. He's not gonna lie you to refute. He's not gonna lie you to refute.
You know why the Africans smart? Because the Africans have the most diverse genetic makeup. When
you just told me. I've never seen you do this before, Stupid. When you start doing this type
if
shit?
they weren't exposed to it. If they weren't
right.
exposed
What are you
to
serious
it,
right now?
Stupid.
Let
If
me
you're not
finish my
exposed
point.
to something, you're stupid.
Listen, Charles Darwin realized, yo, that wait a minute, these people weren't stupid. He said if we taught them our language and told them the shit they was doing, they picked it up immediately, bro. So their assessment was wrong. But the only reason that the fucking European had the intercontinental ships because they went through certain stages and there was a need to do that shit. But if you got everything in place right there, why in West Africa would you build the intercontinental ship? They built those big rafts that floated up and down the coast, dog. They didn't need to do that shit. They had plenty of food and resources. They didn't need to do it.
For example,
to get to that.
Wait a minute. For example, you didn't have a Bronze Age in Africa proper. You didn't have a Bronze Age because you didn't have large amounts of tin to mix with copper to make bronze.
They skipped, right? They went right to the Iron Age and some shit, right?
You didn't have it.
Yep, they had
You didn't
iron.
have a Bronze Age at all. It went straight from stone to iron. Straight from stone to iron. You didn't have a Bronze Age at all. That don't mean they're less intelligent. That's exposure. You sound like a white person. You sound like fucking a right-wing hack or some shit.
Hey, yo, chill with the. Hold on, bro. Chill with the. We're not. Stupid, he gonna take that back, and we're not trying to have that type of dialogue.
He gonna take it back.
No, we're not trying to have that type of dialogue.
No, we don't mean that.
It's
I
too
will
late for
double
that
down on it and I'll call him
shit.
stupid.
If he wrong, he wrong. If he wrong, he just wrong, bro. We can move on, bro.
I didn't call you stupid, brother.
No, you never call me stupid.
If he wrong, he just wrong, bro. Let's not do that.
Yeah, we're gonna keep it happy. We're gonna keep it cordial because we're on the same side.
Yeah,
all right, look.
And if I came across like that, I apologize, but I didn't call you stupid. I wouldn't do that.
I'm saying y'all answer might be acceptable, but it doesn't answer the fact that you need to get to certain points in technology in order to be able to smelt that iron. And also, what you said about no Bronze Age, they were using copper. You know what I'm saying? So they would make copper weapons, which was inferior. But
Bronze is an alloy. Bronze is an alloy.
Okay, well, whatever. I don't know what copper is, but I'm saying at the time when the others
Copper is real. Copper is an element. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin. And tin was largely got from the British Isles. That was one of the main sources of tin. There also was a source of tin in Afghanistan. That's where you got a lot of tin from. Just because you were exposed to these things doesn't mean you're intelligent. You were just exposed to it.
I don't disagree with that. I was just saying that at the time period, Egyptians were using copper. That's all I was at, so that we would know that they wasn't intellectually behind. They was just using another material.
Yeah, you proved our point, though.
The whole intellectually behind thing is ridiculous because it's all based on exposure. It's not you're intellectually behind. Just because somebody builds a ship, they build that ship because of need. They don't build that ship because they're smarter. They build it because of need. Because they had to, and any human being could do that faced with the same circumstance. And that's the problem. We still look at this shit from a racial perspective, as if a particular group of people are more intelligent than another group of people. No, human beings react because of circumstance, cause, and effect. Bottom line.
Environment.
Can I say something now? Because I don't get a chance. If we present two populations with a similar problem, two populations have a similar problem. Let's say it's a problem of irrigation. Or let's say it's a problem of growing crops. Population will understand that what is necessary and they figure it out. Long before the next population, and another population didn't figure it out. What you call them?
What kind of example?
What do you call them? You call them people who adjusted to what they needed to do. You have hunter-gatherer groups that still exist. They don't have a need for farming, so they never farm. Farming doesn't make you smarter.
And then you got groups that go extinct because they don't make the proper adjustments.
Yes, but hunter-gatherer groups still exist. When Rome doesn't, Egypt doesn't, Sumeria doesn't, but hunter-gatherer
groups Rome exists.
Hunter-gatherer
yeah. It is the oldest people.
They predate Egypt and they still exist now.
Rome still exists now.
Who's the smartest one?
Rome still exists now.
If the purpose of life is to live, who's the smartest?
Have the Bible.
What?
Rome still exists.
No, you know what's deep? You know what's deep? If they was to drop a thermonuclear weapon and most of Earth's cities and all that shit would get blown up, is those who in the hunter-gatherers, that would still be going on, yo.
Yeah, they will still survive because they know how to live.
So Cujo, here's the million dollar question, Cujo. Here's the $1 million question. All black and brown people have problems with a specific group of people on the planet. Why them niggas still around and running shit?
Because we're dealing with only 600 years of history.
Yeah.
We're living in that time frame right now. You know, we can't look at today like it's something that's been always going on because it hasn't. We're living in that time now. The same way certain people lived under the Romans, other people lived under the Turks.
Yep.
We're living in this time now. We can't look at our time like it's
Cujo is on fire.
Yeah, Cujo
ain't had that white Hennessy today. He ain't had that white Hennessy today. He on fire.
Yeah, Cujo.
He on fire now.
Sharp today.
I ain't drinking
sharp today.
Yeah, you sharp today.
Just Heineken, babe.
Yeah, you sharp
today. Hey, Jonathan, let me ask you something. When did Egyptians start using the zodiac, bro?
I don't know. I think the oldest one is what, Dendera?
Yeah, that's the Greeks. The Greeks did that. The Greeks practice astrology.
You saying the Greeks drew Dendera?
Yeah, that's a Greek temple.
Get him! We gonna get Unc. Get him!
No, that's a Greek temple. Y'all serious though? I know y'all. They didn't practice astrology. They practiced astronomy. The Egyptians practiced astronomy for measures of farming.
No, I specifically said zodiac for a reason.
Yeah, and the zodiac is Greek. It's not Egyptian.
So wait. I want to be clear on this. So them deacons and them 36 all out on the wall and them hieroglyphs with the letters that's on there. That's Greek.
It's Greek. Yeah, the Greeks are using African symbols, bro. What? Are you kidding me? Look it up. All you gotta do.
Son, I can't let you have that.
Why don't you just pull up on Wikipedia though? Come on,
the Greeks did not build that shit, bro.
Okay, well, why don't you pull it up? Do you know the time period it didn't do it?
Yeah, I know the time period.
What's the time period?
But there's another
time period.
It's in the Ptolemy period.
It's the what period? Hold on.
No. I'm being clear. All right, this is what I'm gonna do.
No, I'm saying it's the what period?
Hold up. I'm gonna pull it up, man. I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on, I got you. You know I got the secret science over here. You know what I mean
when I say the Greeks built it, though. You know what I mean? They financed it, nigga. They in charge.
You know I stay in that library.
You know what I mean? Hold on, let him pull it up.
You know I stay in that library, and these books. This shit costs $4,000. I couldn't buy it, but nigga, I got that shit. So you see that Egyptian economical text, right? I screenshotted this whole goddamn book. They was watching me, son. I was trying to steal this shit, son. They wanted. I couldn't get out of it. Couldn't get out of there. But let me go to this page here. So where is it? Is that 16? I think it's 14. Is that it?
Go ahead. Don't fuck it up.
Here it is. So it says here.
Don't fuck up.
Look. It says zodiacs are not found before the Platonic period.
You just lost.
Hold on. Period. But are frequent from then on. They occur alone or in association with planets, deacons, constellations, and various mythological figures. So the reason I'm talking about the zodiac,
nigga, you read the shit, just died, just killed you. Just admit that.
Bro, it's a reason. No, brother, listen, time out. It's the reason I'm reading it because I asked that question for a reason. Now the temple, what is that thing called? Haru
Can't
something.
talk way out of it, yo.
No. That temple, I think it's Edifu. I can't remember the name of
it.
But
you died just source, bro.
No, bro. Edifu is prior to that. Yo, bro, listen. No, brother. You think that them
you
niggas
just read?
I know
what
I
read.
read.
That book right there, though.
No, I'm trying to explain something to you.
Edfu was Ptolemaic too.
Oh, that's Ptolemaic, right? What's the other one? It's something with an H or something.
Running out of temples, nigga.
Running out of something. I just did this. I just thought about this. But what I'm saying is, those deities and all those, that Greeks didn't take their deities and throw that up there, son. Because we can see all of their
read it
brother,
again,
all of that.
I dare you read it again, brother.
I know what it says, son, but listen, bro. Listen.
What does that mean? What you just read?
Hold on, bro. Listen, man. Hold on, bro. All of their constellations. The constellations don't got shit to do with these people. Them constellations that's on Samoset, Temple, and all that. That's those figures.
Can you read what you just read again, please, sir?
I know what it says, bro. I said it before I opened
what
the
it
book.
say? Read it. Can you read it?
I know that, son. I'm talking about the temple and the deities and all of that.
I'm gonna read it because you don't want to read it because you know if you read it, it'll kill you.
It's right there.
What
you
it say?
It says zodiacs are not found before the Platonic period.
Can you stop right there, please? So if they're not found before the Platonic period, who the hell you think invented it?
All right. So what's this?
Boy.
What is this you're looking at right now? What's that?
You're looking at Egyptian deities.
No, what is that you're looking at right there?
The zodiac using Egyptian deity.
No. Now you're looking at something that don't got nothing to do with it. But you're looking at something that has nothing to do with the Greek. So this is what's his name? Senmut. This is his specific temple. Though that same alligator or whatever that is and all that there, that's representing the Northern constellation. That's their shit. This is how they mapped out their style, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's it. Nothing else, bro. And there's a reason I asked about the zodiac because you got the niggas that be running around here with
my source, man. Your book is beating you up for the record. Just
bro. I'm just saying. I don't. Yo, listen.
You gotta know, like you see how I got out the 350,000 quick. Yo, you gotta know get out of it, yo.
Nah, son. I'm not
dragging it on now, yo. You dragging yourself.
I'm not jacking it, bro. Because
you dragging yourself. I'm not. Yo, you put all the source to defeated you. Then everything you say defeated
all right,
you.
Okay. This is what I'm saying, right? What does zodiac mean?
It's a pseudoscience, yo.
No, brother. What does zodiac mean? What does the word?
Shit.
Okay, so let's just pull it up right now.
That the human being, right, is affected by heavenly bodies, which ain't nowhere near true. The Egyptians wasn't wasting time with that.
Let's just pull it up right now.
European deal. I seen a whole special on it. That's a Greek and European thing. And they tried to get the Chinese. The Chinese had their own zodiacs.
Son.
It
Nah,
is.
son.
Pseudoscience,
No value,
those
bro.
formations are arbitrary, and what works in the Western Hemisphere doesn't apply in the Southern Hemisphere. It's completely arbitrary, made up. It doesn't
what
apply
works
to
in
reality.
the Northern Hemisphere does not work in the Southern Hemisphere. The Eastern
Hey,
Hemisphere.
look what you're about to read now. I'm telling you that I disagree with this guy, and a lot of people do because he stopped the scientific study of what they actually knew about the planets and the stars by making a specific comment. One paragraph. That
No,
dude,
I watched it on
that dude, Ogenberger, that guy there, he made one comment that stopped people from looking at it because he wanted to rock with the Sumerians and all that other shit. In any event, and there's only 5 of them that study those astronomical texts. You only going to see certain names. You only going to see Marshall Parker and Claygett and all the rest of them. They the ones who have that. You're not going to see everybody with that. But anyway, this is what it says. The zodiac is a belt-shaped region of the sky that extends approximately 8 degrees north or the south as measured in the celestial latitude of the ecliptic, the apparent path of the sun across the celestial sphere over the course of the year. Did the Greeks develop that? No.
Yeah, nigga.
I disagree. No, hell no.
Keep
Them
reading,
niggas,
yo.
yeah.
Chinese zodiac, yo. Go find Egyptian zodiac.
Nah, bro. No. What I'm trying to tell you, brother. What I'm trying to no, brother. What I'm telling
Yo, the
you is
Greeks
that
looked at the sky. Are you kidding me right now?
no,
yo?
I'm cool. No, I'm cool with you. What you saying as far as the Greeks could have got some information with them.
I'm
All
gonna
I'm
let you
doing
rock
is
and then I'm gonna kill you because
all
I've been here in
I'm
this conversation.
all I'm doing is dealing with the information of what the zodiac is.
They got it
And the
from the
zodiac is of these people mapping out the sky. They identify 5 planets, son. They did this already. We got the records of them doing it.
I know. You talking about the
all
Greeks,
right then.
right?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Egypt. You didn't know that they mapped 5 planets?
Man, with their line the pyramids with Cyrus.
Nah, I'm not doing that pyramid.
I mean, so we know they did. I mean, what's your point though? The Greeks did a good job.
My point is that without the Western concept of this star means this and this day means this and this is your fate, I'm not saying the Egyptians did that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the zodiac in terms of mapping out that Pacific belt and the passing of the sun and what it does. They got 3 calendars, son. They got a religious calendar, a civil calendar, all that's written down, son. We got their Deacon clock, we got their Ramses clock, they got water clocks. Them niggas got water clocks, bro. Like they did that already, son. That's all I'm saying. But I wanted to harp on when I asked him about the zodiac, I wanted to see if he was going to elaborate on it because people be taking that fucking zodiac and using that Western shit with the astrology part. I don't see that shit in Egypt. I don't know where that shit came from, bro. That's all I was doing, bro.
I'm talking about astrology, bro.
Yeah, you're talking. I'm saying I just read what zodiac.
Not the zodiac. I'm talking about astrology.
Yeah. We're talking about 2 different things then.
I
said zodiac.
We get it from the Greeks. That's where our present, what we get it from. We get
astrology.
We get it from the Greeks. No, that's where we get it from. But the Greeks weren't even like a people like that until the time of Alexander. You know, we talk about the Greeks as if a place existed is called Greece. That's not true.
Nah, son. No, son.
No, what I'm saying is
that up. When you just took a sip of Hennessy, nigga.
Yeah,
no, that's not true. No, there was no Greece. There was no Greece. You had Athens, you had Corinth, you had Thebes, you had Sparta.
It wasn't.
Yo, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you one thing. What is linear A and linear B?
I don't know.
That's right, yo. The Greeks, that's Greek, right?
They had that. Them niggas had hieroglyphs and all that, bro.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that they did.
So they was a people.
I'm saying that there was no Greece insofar as there being a place. We call Greece now.
Like okay.
Like Anatolia was largely a Greek-speaking area. The Anatolia, what we now call Turkey, was largely
Anatolia was a large
southern Italy was largely a Greek-speaking area.
Yeah, but you're talking about after Alexandria, bro.
Now I'm saying after Alexander, this is where we get a lot of
okay. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Coming out of Asia. That's what I'm saying. It's not a Greek invention. It's not just.
But I gotta find that temple. I gotta find that temple for you, Uncle. I ain't gonna let that go.
Yeah, I know where
find
that.
That fucking temple,
Yeah. Go down.
I'm gonna find that shit.
No, it's right there on your Wikipedia article. Go down to the history, the early
Oh,
history.
hold on. Oh, let me go
Yeah,
back.
it's right there.
Because I just
go back
opened
to
it
the
right
early
there.
history. Yeah, that's why I got off that. I say, you talking about the I was thinking about astrology. You talking about
Yeah,
the
I ain't fucking with that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
got.
Go down to the early. Go down to the early. It's in that article.
I see the Hebrew shit. The Hebrew shit is
Right,
funny as hell.
1,000 BCE.
They got fucking Zodiac Man in the Dead Sea Scrolls. That shit is hilarious,
Hey,
bro.
bro, them shoes.
Did you go to the early history? You see it?
Wait, I don't see nothing, brother. In the same link, it just said history, and it starts
Early
with
Yeah, it's gonna say the Egyptians.
Wait. Let's go. All right, they got the Babylonian.
Yeah.
Oh, so it must be. Oh, I see it.
You see
it? As early as the 14th century BC, a complete list of the 36 deacons was placed among the hot. Yeah, man. They figured again that the temple of Ramses II and characterized every Egyptian astrological monument.
That's what you're talking about.
Both the famous zodiacs Dendera displayed their symbols, unmistakably identified by I don't know how to say that. Carl Richard how you say his name? Lepesius.
I can't even. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. But there's something else that was there before that temple, and it's an argument. I just don't remember where I saw that shit.
All right,
I'm not giving that shit to the goddamn Greek man.
All right, but hold on. Right here. This is what I'm talking about. Unshare your screen. Here we go.
I'm not sharing my screen.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about right here. I'm talking about astrology. So astrology is a pseudoscience that claims, right, to discern information about the human affairs and terrestrial events by studying the movements and relative positions of celestial objects. Astrology has been practiced since at least 2nd millennium BCE and has its roots in calendrical systems used to predict seasonal shifts and to interpret celestial cycles as signs of divine communications. And come right here, most, if not all, cultures have attained importance that they observe in the sky, and some, such as the Hindus, the Chinese, the Mayan, developed elaborate systems for predicting celestial events from celestial observation. Western astrology, one of the oldest astrological systems still in use. See, that's Western. Then you go to Mesopotamia.
Yeah, but let's stop though. I think this is an important. I want you to keep eating, but
hold on.
Go ahead,
Wait. I'm just showing you Mesopotamia, from where it spread to ancient Greece, Rome, the Arab world, and eventually Central and Western Europe. But see, you do not find Egypt in here.
Yeah, but I disagree with that, because look at the beginning. So in the beginning, it appears to me. I'm gonna tell you why I disagree, because it appears to me that they're using celestial events, natural things that's happened to do stuff. So if I'm looking at son, it doesn't matter. So look. If I'm looking at how they build a temple, they do something. What is it called? The ritual of sea hat. What's that based off of? That's based off of what? Astronomy. It's a ritual. You can call it pseudo. No.
I was reading astrology. It was different from astronomy.
No, that's astrology, bro. Because they doing that shit at a Pacific time. They stretching the cord and all that other wild shit that they doing. I don't remember
astronomy,
this stuff.
yo.
Nah, son.
It is.
It's dealing with an astrology because it's dealing with a deity.
No. Astrology is pseudoscientific, yo. It's different.
No, read the beginning. No, read the beginning part. It said that they were doing things based off of the celestial events.
It's pseudoscientific, though.
Right, and then, you can say that.
So here, let me show you what you're looking for right here. This is what you're looking for right here.
But the Western part, it seemed like that's where they add all that.
Nah, them niggas was pseudo. They were pseudo as fuck. I let them add that. Here you go. Look, astronomy.
Yo, where's Jonathan, man? Why you not helping me, man? You supposed to with the Magi or something, man. What the hell, man?
Look, here you go. Look on the screen. It says astronomy from the Greek. I can't even read that. Astronomia, science that studies the laws of the stars. That's different. Is a natural science that studies celestial objects and phenomena. It uses mathematical physics, chemistry in order to explain their origin and evolution. Objects of interest include planets, moons, stars, nebula, galaxies, and comets. Relevant phenomena include supernovas, explosions, gamma rays,
Okay, you're right. I just had to go back and read. I had to go back and read the paragraph, and
Here
it
you go.
starts
Look,
out
look.
on the first sentence. Yeah, the first sentence kills it. You're right, brother. The first sentence kills it. It says
I
claims
just
to
want to finish
discern
right here.
information about human affairs. All right, I got you.
Yeah, see now, astronomy is one of the oldest natural sciences. The earliest civilizations recorded history made methodological observations at night. These include the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Indians, the Egyptians, the Chinese, the Mayans, and so you got some cultures did both, right? And I don't even know why they put these niggas first, because we go not to apply it. It's the oldest such site. That's the point I want to make. So
Yeah,
we
that's
both
the
good
argument that
conversation.
that's the argument they be trying to have. That's what that Ogenbarger dude does. He
That's the
sticks with
Eurocentric
that
way
shit.
we're taught. We're taught things from a European perspective. So of course that's how we're gonna see it. It's taught from a Western perspective.
I don't know about that, Mo.
We
Science
are.
is science.
Like
You
we
fucking
say
up.
things like the somebody in the chat was like the Byzantine Empire. There was never such a place as the Byzantine Empire. That shit didn't exist. There was but no, there was never a Byzantine Empire. Ever.
Okay, come on, yo. Why
No,
you
that
going
was the
so hard,
Roman
yo?
Empire. The people in Byzantium did not refer to themselves as Byzantine. That's something that Western scholars called them to differentiate themselves from the Eastern Roman Empire because they didn't want to recognize the preeminence of it. So that's how we learn it. But in reality, there was no such thing as the Byzantine Empire.
Yeah, but it's still the Byzantine Empire, bro.
No, it wasn't. It was the Roman Empire. It was the Roman Empire.
Yeah, but it was different. But it was split up, yo, at them time periods.
No. The Western Roman Empire was gone when Byzantium fell in 1453. The Western Empire had been gone for more than 1,000 years, conquered by the
1453.
Yeah,
Nah, he right.
1453. That's when the Roman Empire fell.
1453. That can't be so.
1453 is when the Roman
Empire.
Empire.
For AD, right?
Yeah, AD. Yes, sir. To the Turks. What Mahmet? The Turks, the Ottomans, when they started using cannons, and they destroyed the walls in Constantinople, which is now present day Istanbul. Yes, yes, that's when Rome fell. But we learned it in our Western education. We learned Rome fell in like 400 AD or some shit.
Yeah, it did. It fell with the ransack by the
That wasn't
Vandals.
the only Rome. There were two Romes at one point. Rome was split.
Nah, bro,
But
hold
to
on.
be
That's my
quite
favorite
honest,
subject.
Constantine actually came back and conquered Italy as well. But they eventually lost.
But hold on.
That's where you get that fake ass Holy
Listen.
Roman Empire. That's when the Europeans were trying to become Romans. And that's what we live in now. Them niggas still pretending that they fucking up. We still living that shit.
You said
we gotta give him some more Hennessy. He too smart today, yo. I don't know what the fuck is going on with you
Nigga,
today.
I drink
Wait a
vodka
minute,
and
bro.
tequila, nigga. I don't drink that dark shit no more, nigga.
He stopped drinking the dog shit when he cussed me out. He was drinking the dog shit.
Nah, nigga, you cuss me out, your Baltimore ass, nigga. Big
Cuss
up.
each other out. Shit. We was
Yeah,
doing that.
hey, nigga, ain't no but respect, nigga. I fucks with you. For real. Big up, Baltimore. You know that. Hey,
Yeah, I
run them
fuck with
shoes
you,
hard on your picture, Shad.
Yeah.
Shoes hard, Shad.
Yo, this shit is crazy.
What?
Oh well, this shit is
So
crazy. Go ahead. Who's that?
So wasn't all of Christendom a part of Rome at one time?
Yeah.
So if the
But
Europeans
that's how you have
no.
You have the break between the Eastern Orthodox and the Western Orthodox Church.
No. I'm asking you this question. So if the Europeans who were a part of Rome one time want to reclaim their Roman heritage, who are you to say they can't?
Because they really weren't a part of Rome. What you have is you have these Germanic people who called them the Franks, for instance. These people were Germans. These people were Celts. These people weren't Romans. They did take on the titles and such. You have as late as World War I, you have Kaiser Wilhelm. Kaiser is how you correctly pronounce the word Caesar. In Latin, you wouldn't say Caesar, you would say Kaiser.
No, I'm not talking about the Germanic tribes. I'm talking about the French. Weren't the French a part of Rome?
The Franks are a Germanic tribe. The Franks are a Germanic tribe.
Yeah, the Franks, they Germanic tribe.
But I was
Germania. And the
They became
Brits, they're all Germanic. They
The Brits are, definitely.
Yep, the Brits.
I mean, they were really no Brits.
Germania.
That's what the Romans called them. They weren't really Brits. The Romans called them.
So the Romans.
Britannia, they called it Britannica with the force and shit.
Britain.
And they went there and fuck with them force. Yo, I love this shit. This is my favorite shit. Yo, they went in them force and got fucked up.
What I'm,
and look,
what
they
I'm
came
saying.
back with disease, yo, and fuck that shit up.
No, what I'm saying is,
But Attila, the Huns is my favorite nigga. These
Yeah,
niggas
they
was the
was the
ultimate
shit.
niggas.
They
They
were
was
the
the
shit.
ultimate niggas, yo.
They destroyed the Goths. That's why we say words like Visigoth and Ostrogoth, because they separated the tribes. Because Visigoth means Western Goths, Ostrogoths mean Eastern Goths. Because the
what I'm saying is that
Don't forget about the mountain Goths. The
at
mountain
one
Goths hooked up with your man. You know what I'm saying? To fight the Roman Empire. The black nigga the cross the Alps, yo. He had the help of the mountain Goths.
Yeah, that was
Hannibal.
early though. Those are more Celtic people. They wouldn't have been. The Germans didn't make it that far south by that time.
Listen, Bobby Boy, it's unfair now. If the Nubians can become Egyptians, why the Germans couldn't become Romans?
I mean, they have become Romans. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not arguing.
yeah, you're right. Yeah,
They
yeah.
have become
So
Romans.
you
They
get my
are
point.
Romans. That we are Romans by extension of them. Because they did take on the Roman shit. But what I'm saying
But
is,
remember earlier, just kill me.
yeah, no, but it's different.
You asked me, where are the Romans?
No, everything is not. This shit's not mapped. History's not mapped. You know what I'm saying? You have different contextual things. You can't just like, okay, since this happened, this happened. No, that's bullshit. No.
You asked me earlier, where are the Romans?
These people modeled themselves after Romans. They modeled themselves. That's why Europe is Christian, because of Rome. Christianity wouldn't exist without Rome. And arguably Islam wouldn't exist either without Rome.
No, but earlier you asked me, where were the Romans? Remember you asked me that
You
question.
gotta stop that. Hold on, yo. We cannot allow him to do that. You made that up. Islam do not need Rome to be Islam. You tripping.
Yeah, no.
Jesus
Because
Christ.
Islam wouldn't exist without Christianity. And Christianity exists because of Rome. As a matter of
Man,
fact,
stop.
Come on, let's go.
Uh-uh.
I'm ready. Let's go. That's it. Islam is nothing but an
Yo, give him a drink. Yo, go grab the drink, bro. Grab the drink, bro.
Yeah, come on,
yo,
I
grab
heard
the
you
fucking
saying we
drink.
doing that too much.
Islam is nothing but a rabbit-sized version of Christianity, without Jesus being a God. That's all it is. That's all Islam is. And I was a Muslim growing up. I grew up a Muslim. I've never eaten pork my whole life. That's what the fuck Islam is, and a rabbit-sized version of Christianity. And that's
you don't get no Islam before Christianity, though. That's what you're trying to say.
No, you don't. You don't. You don't get Islam because Islam is Christianity.
1,500 years later, right? Prophet Muhammad, 740, right?
I doubt very seriously if there was a problem.
623, 630,
Yeah,
he died 630. He died 632.
Yep.
I'm dyslexic too. I said it the wrong way. Yeah, but
Nah, you good. Same shit.
I doubt very seriously if there was a Muhammad. Islam came from Saracen soldiers who the Romans employed to be buffer zones between the Parthian Empire or the Persian Empire and themselves. That's all it was. They sided with the Romans because they found an identity in the Christian recognizing the Jews as a people. So they identified with Abraham. The earliest Muslims called themselves Hagarenes, saying that they descended from Hagar. That shit, that had nothing to do with Muhammad in the desert, none of that shit. That shit ain't.
The Persians ran across the first Arabs, though. They got them on pictures.
Yeah, them Saracens.
They ride camels. They on camels.
Yeah, you had Arabs, you had various Arabs, but you had Arabs in places like Petra, you know what I'm saying? In that area, that was actually a city, you know what I'm saying? But as far as like, there was no Mecca. Mecca had no impact on.
No, I don't even think Mecca was even.
Yeah, it didn't exist. Medina only means the city in Arabic. That's all Medina actually means, is the city. That's what it means.
I think the real name is Becca too, not Mecca. It's Becca.
Okay, Becca, right? Becca. Yeah, that's what it says in the Quran. It doesn't say Mecca. It says Becca. I remember that. I remember that from my Dr. Yoke day.
Yeah. So fucking I would say that they was dealing with the Eastern Church. Because they identify with Aryan theology, bro.
Yeah, you had a group called the Ebionites, for instance, who lived in that area, who didn't recognize the divinity of Jesus. They didn't recognize the divinity of Jesus. And I don't think it's like far-fetched to say that the person who Muhammad supposedly talked to, his wife's Khadijah's cousin, this nigga name
still got 100.
Waraka.
Still got 128.
That's the Arabic word for paper. That's the Arabic word for paper. His name happened to be Paper.
Yeah.
There's a story, man. And
I mean, the dead giveaway is the coins, though, bro.
Yeah, you see it in
that Muhammadan figure with the crosses.
But it got a cross on it. Yeah,
and all them shit. Every time you see the Muhammad sign, there's a Christian cross there. Then you got to deal with the linguistic game of what Muhammad is a title. It's a title.
Even though Muhammad is the most popular name on the planet right now, Muhammad is the most popular name on the entire planet Earth right now. It was not a name before that time, like you said, Rob. It was a title.
It's a title. Why is Muhammad the name? Why is Muhammad? Hold on, wait a minute. Why Muhammad name only mentioned in this bitch 4 times, yo?
4 times.
The nigga mentioned in the Quran 4 times, nigga.
4 times.
They saying that. Hey, Robert,
the Quran is about Mary and Jesus.
I got a good book for you too.
There's a
surah
in the Quran, Maryam, and Jesus is mentioned more times than anybody else in the Quran. And also the
Jesus is the word of God, right? Am I correct? He's the word of God, the Soul of Allah.
Kalim Allah. That's what they saying there.
Hey, Rob, I got a good
Kalim
book
Allah.
for you.
But look,
what book? What's the name of the book? Hold on, Kujo. What's the name of the book?
It's called The Faith Instinct. It's called The Faith Instinct. Yeah, and it talks about that because you know how the Muhammad was written on a rock.
Yeah, the Dome of the Rock. They got
saying that Muhammad. They're postulating that Muhammad was in reference to Jesus.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with that.
Yeah,
the best book for that though is the Carl dudes, bro. And they got the book The Hidden Origins of Islam, where it talk about the companions and how them niggas never was talking about it. That shit crazy, bro.
Crazy.
I mean, but it's 3 volumes to that. I got them shit, son. But I be having fun on Clubhouse with that shit because I be talking to the Muslims.
Hey, how we still got a goddamn 132 people listen to our crazy ass?
Because everybody crazy, man.
132.
Crazy shit, man.
Go ahead. Finish your statement.
Dang, yeah, we got a nice little crowd up in here, yo. We got going on sharp things. So watch this. So back to
300,000-year-old nigga.
No. Who got the most children on Earth? Who gave birth?
Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan.
Yeah,
now them niggas was serious.
No
now I'm gonna say that's like one of my favorite groups of individuals right there.
Wow.
Hey, you know why they were so successful?
Yo, bro,
can I say it before you say
yo,
it?
what was Genghis Khan? Wait. What was Genghis? Wait. Explain what Genghis Khan. What was Genghis Khan?
Genghis Khan is a title.
Mongolian.
Is a title. Mongolian.
He's a Mongolian.
So
the Mongolians are your favorite people.
Yeah.
Nigga, you got a whole lot
in this subject. No. I'm saying I love war, yo. That's my favorite shit, the war. So what I'm saying is they damn near conquered. They had the largest empire on planet Earth. Nobody beat them out.
The largest contiguous empire.
Right. And so, but they did it, and I'm saying because they was drinking milk, one, and they could keep moving, shit was fast, and they brought infectious disease with them. They horses. So everybody that fought them would get fucking infected and die.
Okay.
They fucked up. They fuck them up.
Sexually, what was going on during that time? You had a grasslands that came among the plains area where they lived. Before that, it was more of a marsh. But because of the many fucking ice age, you had the plains. It became a grassland, and they could travel, and their horses could eat. That shit couldn't have happened without that. Without that happening, you know what I'm saying?
They had to stop. The Chinese had to stop, make camp, do all that.
They brought a type of warfare. This was almost completely cavalry, almost. You know what I'm saying? And it was unheard of, man. Those recurved bows. You know what I'm saying?
What was the disease they brought?
What was it? What was the virus they brought with them? Man.
People think the Black Plague. They would actually take bodies of they would take bodies of their people who had died of the plague and catapult them into walled cities to infect the people.
Oh, them niggas is savages.
But the horses had it.
Go ahead, wait. What's up, man?
I'm gonna say pastoralists just get out. Pastoralists are the best warriors. The Mongolians, the Yemenis that invaded Europe, the Somali, the Fulani, all them niggas, bro. Pastoralists get it cracking, yo. The Mongolians was a bunch of pastoralists. Can move.
And that's the thing. I was in the army, and I know Uncle's in the Marine Corps, but in the army, we say move, communicate, move on out. When you can move and connect with each other, communicate, you awesome.
There you go. And remember they built the walls of China to keep them niggas out. Yo, remember that?
Yes.
That's why they built them walls in China. Yeah. The Great Walls of China to keep them niggas out.
And you know they actually were the first group.
And then they got in there and ruled China.
To use the first mobile group rather to use explosives. They was amongst the first group to use explosives.
They was blowing up the China wall. They had to blow the wall up.
They fucked it up. You know what I'm saying? They used like primitive cannons, you know, because they learned it from the Chinese. The Chinese who they attacked, they learned it from them and brought it.
Oh yeah, they was using catapults from the old Roman Empire, right? Didn't they get that from the old Roman? You ever watch Marco Polo? He was kind of serious. Now Marco Polo.
Yeah, Marco Polo is a very interesting thing.
Yeah,
you know,
he
a lot of
ran
shit
with
lied
him.
about, but I mean,
Yeah,
I like
ran with the Mongols, yo.
Yo, I'm still fucked up over this catapult.
Did any of y'all watch that shit? Did y'all watch?
Nah, I never watched that.
I watched it.
Anybody ever watch that, Marco Polo?
I got upset a little bit of the historical inaccuracies, but yeah, I did watch it.
Wait
I'm
a
like real
minute,
big on
nigga.
history. That's my thing.
Oh man, it was a little bit. I ain't say it was perfect, nigga, but get the
It was
fuck
good,
out
though.
of here.
Yeah.
And the Vikings.
Oh, the Vikings.
We're not fucking with the Vikings.
Beast. That's
Now,
like whenever
that's
white
my
people talk
favorite
all
favorite.
this, y'all enslaved each other. The Vikings were rich because they enslaved other Europeans. That's what brought an
Yes, sir.
Northern European DNA down into the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers didn't even know the Mediterranean existed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to be smart to conquer. You know what I'm saying? They ain't no shit.
Yeah, they
You know,
know
they only
shit.
knew what they knew. They weren't
And
crazy.
they hit America first. They
And they
reached
made it
America
to
before
America
anybody.
first. Big up to goddamn Leif Erikson. Big up Leif Erikson.
Ragnar Rothbrook.
The Red, nigga. That's my shit, nigga.
Ragnar Rothbrook, yo. That's my
Yo,
favorite
man, I just
Viking,
want
yo.
y'all to know these dudes are no longer Afrocentric. They're not kicking blackology. I think you are a part of the religious conscious community.
Shut the hell up.
This is the new evolution.
We kicking all shit, yo. You gotta kick world history, yo, to understand your place in it.
How
If you don't
could you,
understand,
like, if you don't know what happened
hold on
with
for a
the
minute.
monks?
John Henry Clark said, yo, he say learn European history, yo. That's the first thing he say do, right?
Hey,
Chancellor William
that's
say
not
go.
what the blackologists don't want to. No, the blackologists don't want to hear
That's
that.
fine. I
They
read.
want to
Chancellor
hear.
William
They want to
say.
hear about the
Chancellor
spooks.
William say before you go to Africa, he say go to Europe because that's where all the libraries and stolen artifacts are. He said right in the forward. So now I've been on my European game for a while.
Yeah, I've been.
And don't forget about the Japanese and
yeah.
how they fought war for over 100 years. And that's how they unified their shit through war. And I say the reason Africa is not where it's at because they have not been allowed to kill each other.
Right. Yo, and
Gotta
you know
fight
what?
and kill each
You know
other and
what?
wipe out the weak niggas. That's
You
the
know
only
why
way
I
you
fucked
can
up? It ain't
get great
necessarily. I mean,
empires.
I could argue against what you just said, but I do agree to a certain
Get my
extent
point,
because-
right? You
Yeah,
get
yeah,
my
get the
point,
point.
right?
Because
Like Shaka was allowed to go crazy.
when you look at France didn't just become a great place. France developed through warfare. France developed through Charlemagne. You know what I'm saying? The Holy Roman Empire. That's how France developed. It developed through people dying. You know what I'm saying? But now we look at what's going on in Africa contemporaneously.
They getting
We
it
see
together
it right
though.
now.
The
You know what I'm saying?
warlords.
So we looking at it like right now and like that shit should have happened in the past. You know what I'm saying? No, that's not how it's working.
No, they
Because
fucked it
now
up.
is when
Europeans fucked
Africa
it up though.
became a part of the Mediterranean. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
they
Africa
fucked it up.
became part of the north of the larger Mediterranean world, which became the Western world. And this is what I don't say sub-Saharan Africa, I say Africa proper, because them niggas gonna have to say what they're not. You understand? Africa proper.
Yeah, they gotta make their thing. But let me make this point though.
I had to
And
make
so
that
yeah,
point.
I'm saying they colonize you, and when they colonize you, they don't leave you to your own vices. You gotta get it in. That's why Shaka Zulu was so powerful, because this nigga just murdered everything. You want to talk about somebody that went in? He went in on other African tribes. He didn't know they was African. They just was in his way. He was like he one of the first niggas to be talking about to get down or lay down. You know what I'm saying? Like it is. You either gonna be part of this empire or you're not. He revolutionized a war. Science was his thing. Remember when he came into office, yo? What the first thing he did was he brought all the priests from different provinces and he brought them in. And he chopped their motherfucking head off and said, yo, if your God was real, he should have saved you, right? So he was really on one. But guess what? He never had to fight the Europeans. Most people don't even know that.
They
He never had to fight white people. They was
They
like,
were
hell
afraid
no.
of them. They were afraid of them.
They couldn't beat him with the gun.
Literally afraid of them.
They couldn't beat him with the gun.
But let's put this out there too. They traded. They had guns as well. When you look at television and shit, you don't see the guns.
Yeah, they had guns. They ain't had the best guns though.
No, they didn't. No,
they gave them niggas bullshit.
Like, see, we say Africa got colonized. Africa didn't get colonized until the 1880s. You know what I'm saying? That's like 400 years after contact. I'm talking about for the majority of the continent. You know what I'm saying? They didn't get colonized until the 1880s, and that's when you had the Sharpie and the Gatling gun. That's when shit was different. Because
because you remember the rocks was better. Yeah. Remember throwing stones was far better than the niggas shooting one time. They matter of fact, they run. Hold on, let me say this. Matter of fact, they run the Europeans up out of there with the great stone throwers. So teenagers can throw stones at 100 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying? Base, you know what I mean? You can throw that. Yeah, so you were coming in and do one shot, yo. They got record of the Europeans say, yo, they was superior in throwing rocks.
All right, when
definitely better than the gun.
What's his name? The John Hawkins. When John Hawkins first went and he attacked Guinea, he attacked the village. He went there. He really did what we like to believe happened during the slave trade. He went there shooting up motherfuckers and dragging niggas like he did. When he went back to the same area, they were ready.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And that's something we don't recognize. We don't recognize that part. They were ready. He couldn't do it. He had to trade. There were instances throughout the slave trade where you did have weaker African municipalities that could get shot upon and stuff and had to concede to Europeans. But we're talking about something that lasted for more than 300 years.
Yeah,
we try to summarize it in a few fucking sentences.
You're just talking about the coast. You're just talking about the coastal people, the decentralized people, because those are the first people.
But a lot of them niggas had a lot of power. The homie was real.
Yeah, they ain't just run through that. Remember they had to build the trade.
Yeah, but the homie's not the coastal. So like those decentralized nations, that's who they ran across first.
No, I'm saying the homie were the major slave traders in Benin.
But
they was on the coast. They was they was chilling. Yo, mango, pineapples. What you mean? We big ocean.
No. But they have connections to other things in the interior.
Yeah.
So the people that's there, those are like fishers or whatever. For whatever reason, they didn't want to fuck with the people in there. They said we staying over here.
Yeah, they didn't want to go in there.
So then when you go to Rio de Oro or where they first go, where's that? That's right on the clear. Like, who these niggas? And like, oh shit, yo, they snatching dig. Oh yeah, get them up out of here. In 1441, get out of here. What you doing? You don't come over here with that shit no more. And they listen, we want to trade with you. I mean, and this is the shit that get me mad about the African spirituality shit, bro. Like, my nigga, like, the ancestors ain't warned you to don't trade with these niggas. What they giving you? You trading beads with these niggas, bro. These niggas giving you mirrors and shit. And all type of bugged out shit you don't even need, bro. Like, that shit got me so pissed off, my dude. I don't be liking that shit. Then in the Congo, you know this shit, Cujo. In the Congo, son, these niggas thought that white people or the color white represent dead ancestors. They thought these niggas was dead ancestors sitting there fucking doing pseudo stories. That shit is crazy, bro.
But we're dealing with an isolated group of people. We're not.
Yeah, it's isolated. I get it. But goddamn,
the Impala didn't look at them like that. The Mbutu did. They came across out of them. Like that. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
That shit crazy though, bro. The fucking they got the Virgin Mary candle, the shit melting because it's too hot. And niggas like, oh, what's going on? Well, this is a sign. Yeah, these niggas trading pseudo stories, my nigga.
I feel you. You know,
that shit. I'm reading this shit, bugging out. Like, what am I reading?
But that shit galvanizes population, regardless of how false it may be or how unreal it is. It galvanizes a population.
I know how real it was.
That's because what Christianity is. The world that we live in now wouldn't exist without it.
Yeah, I get it. And those kings recognize that. He said, yo, send me to you. I'm gonna send my sons over there, go get that education. Them niggas came back and made a whole fucking new founding story of the fucking Congo. Oh, it was St. James the Moor Slayer. We came out of the sky with the sword, and we defeated the dude. Here's your new. I'm like, yo, these niggas just went to Europe and learned the whole pseudo story, bro.
That's why I respected the homie. That's why, even though they were vicious slaves.
Nah, them niggas were savages. Them niggas were savages.
Yeah,
bro.
they were definitely savages. But I respect the fact that they still did their own thing. I do. I mean, you know, I definitely, most of us in America descend from people who were victimized by the Dahomey.
Yeah, but I can't get over that king of Bazadon sending missionaries to America, bro. I can't get
I
this
know, right?
nigga.
He seen that shit.
Yo, this nigga sending niggas over here to negotiate the slave trade. I'm like, oh,
Right,
nah,
yeah,
son.
right.
Like,
It was
that's
real.
crazy, bro.
It was real. Like we just saying, if you find, I looked at somebody thing on YouTube. They're like, you know, you're fine, like African DNA or whatever. Like you're fine. You come from this. I like, yo, you come from niggas that was really chopping niggas up, cutting off babies' heads and making belt loops out of that motherfucker. That's the truth.
Yeah,
You know
and
what I'm
you gotta acknowledge that you know, some of those indigenous Africans were also slaves in Africa.
Yeah,
too, so,
some, yeah.
So,
I mean, all of them were slaves when they were sold from the coast.
Yeah.
All of them were slaves when they were sold from the coast. I mean, that's just by definition, you're a slave if you are, you know, controlled by another group like that. Yeah, they were slaves. But yeah, I know what you're saying. You have more domestic slavery. That wasn't that large. I think that's overblown. They overlooked.
I'm not getting into the whole numbers of it, but I'm just saying like that.
Yeah, it did exist. I would not argue with that because you had plantations in Togo, you had plantations in Nigeria. You know, they tried to cultivate their own cotton, and actually they were doing pretty good, to be honest.
Right. That's why we got into the argument, Rob. I don't know if you was a part of it. We were saying like we had a big discussion on should Queen Nzinga be a hero to African Americans?
I think so.
Hell no.
I think so. I think so.
No shit, here come the Fulani. I heard.
You know why? I mean, you know why? And goes. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm not.
How you feel? Hold on.
Something to benefit black
people.
people.
Hold on. I want to hear what. Yeah. So, I agree because we were saying no, not for African Americans.
I'm gonna say.
You,
I say yeah because what she did is similar to what all of those, not all of them, but majority people. Like I was telling people about the Arrow Confederacy, the Igbo dudes. They use their own spiritual tradition to their law to punish people, and the people they putting shit in the water, making it turn red. The people believe in this spooky shit, so they think that whatever God took them, but at the end of the cave is the white man. But you see what they doing, and then later on, they just be like, "Nah, hold up, son, we gonna turn up on them," and then they just stop doing that and then flip on them. So now if you looking at
Nzinga didn't do that though.
Yeah, she did.
Nah,
yes, she did.
She rocked with
because
them to the very end. Died a Christian.
Nah, it's okay.
Man, there you go with that shit, man.
You see, so when you look in the beginning and you see her with the jogger and you see that shit going on, that's that's that fight that they have. And then you see.
Yeah, but with that Zaga Rabon, they was fighting to control the slave trade line.
Yeah, they were fighting to control.
Yeah, right. And
I mean, so what the fuck is you supposed to control, though?
Yeah, so
that was trade in the region.
Right,
that's
take
your
it
world.
You can't take
she was born into that world, yo. What you want to do?
But
what's it?
Not control the most important fucking real estate.
Yeah, but the story that's painted with Nzinga is she fought against slavery for like our shit. That's not the story.
Yo,
though.
she did free slaves. She did all of that.
It wasn't for our benefit, bro. She was for her
because
people.
it wasn't no hour, yo.
It wasn't.
that.
We did our.
And that's why she shouldn't be a hero for us. And that's why she should be a hero for us.
No, I'm gonna tell you what. Okay, you give me the reasons why she shouldn't. I'm gonna tell you why.
I said for us. Go ahead.
No, first of all, African Americans, right, outside of America, yo, we trying to grab something outside of America, bro. So what the fuck is you wanting us to grab? Right? If we go to West Africa, yo, we gotta grab one of those great warrior kings, right, that endured, that actually will give you motivation. Yo, she went through way too much as a black woman.
No, I know the black woman thing. We see now you're doing the emotion.
As an African woman, as an African indigenous woman, her uncle castrated her, right? Fucking killed her kids, right? Because of the royal monopoly that the nigga had, where no woman could be a part of that. Threw her ass out.
Yeah, she did good shit for her.
Came back. Let me just say it. She came back. Brother was asking for her help after all that shit. Mm-hmm. She came back, negotiated with the Portuguese, faked their ass out, right? Got them in position, moved them like she wanted to. Then killed his motherfucking son like she was supposed to, because it's the order of the day, right? Ushered in a policy, you know what I'm saying, of doing what she was supposed to do to get her damn land back. She went around. If you wasn't fucking with it, that's your ass, right? She wasn't holding on to no prisoners of war like that. She took their ass, put them into slavery like she was supposed. Was she supposed to keep feeding motherfuckers trying to kill her? No. She did all of the above, bro. Like,
Yeah,
what
so
else
we
is she
gotta
doing in that world?
uplift her, bro.
So that's a great example.
So
That's a great
let's do
Can
this.
I say
Hold
something
on.
real quick?
Hold on, Cool Joe.
So,
One second.
so
One
Robon, we
second,
gotta
Cool
uplift
Joe.
them.
So
We gotta uplift them all, bro.
No, yeah, we uplift the people that deserve to be uplifted, or the people who did great
There we
things.
go.
But what I'm gonna ask you is, what book did you read about her? What book do you have?
I forgot the book.
What's the name of the book, yo? The sister,
Dr.
the
Barbara.
doctor.
She was the one that
Who?
had the.
Hey,
I got it. Hold on, I got that.
I had mine at that computer, but I want the most latest one when she did it when she had the Portuguese record. It's the most current.
Hey, Rob Boy.
All right, so here we go right here. Hold on, give me 1 second.
I think her name is Barbara. I'm
gonna pull it up right now. You know I got all this shit, man. You know the library is crazy over here. You know the library crazy over here. You know the library crazy over here. Hold on. So you see this right here? You talking about Linda A. Haywood, right?
No,
right, Linda Haywood. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's it.
So now, so when you get to chapter 6, you see where it says a balancing act, right?
Yeah,
and it says at the right. So then, how did you come to that conclusion? If you read this, like, let me see. I even got this shit.
That she died a Christian?
Yeah, look.
No, he made that up. I don't listen to him.
Nah. Hold on, wait. Hold on, bro. But it's a sign. It's a reason why that.
No,
happened.
Rob, I'm on your side.
Okay, I agree with you, but you saying, I thought you were denying the fact that she died a Christian. Okay, go ahead.
So I beat them niggas up on that social.
Oh, you did not beat us up on that.
I did beat y'all up on that shit, man.
So you see here it says third, Nzinga developed plans to put Catholic Christian beliefs and rituals in place of the Mbagala religious ideas and rituals that have been the unifying ideology binding her together with her followers. Nzinga's successful implementation of her new strategies would allow her to achieve all of these goals. What was the goals? You see here, even though Nzinga's new strategy no longer envisioned military defeat of the Portuguese, she continued to use war as an essential element of her leadership. So she had to play this game. And the game she's playing is when the Dutch is there, then the Portuguese is fighting the Dutch, then they take over. So she's playing a game for the basically survival of her people.
I get it.
Same game the Vikings played.
I get it,
right.
Rob.
So we can't fault her for
So when the Vikings
saying
do it,
she
when the Vikings do
she
it,
dope for them, but I can't.
When the Vikings do it,
you can't take history personally. You really can't.
Shit, I just did.
You can't. I mean,
No,
if
you
you're
can't
really
take
going to be
personally.
honest, if you're going to be
saying whether personal or not,
really
I
want
just
to learn. You can't take history personally.
Uncle already said it though when y'all listen, right? With the Nzinga, what she did, the people that was trying to kill her, she sold them as slaves, right? Because they was trying to kill her. But guess what? The people that she sold, we're partially that. A lot of the people that the Portuguese brought over here to America, and a lot of and that's letting you know the mentality of a lot of people that they was giving away. Well, a lot of the people criminals to a lot of people. Think about it. What's y'all thoughts on that?
Yeah,
My thoughts is
feel it, but
at
what
that
I'm
point,
saying, it's like this. We celebrate Julius Caesar in this culture. You know what I'm saying? But you know what he brought back from Gaul?
Yeah, but I'm talking about African Americans.
Wait a minute. He brought back 200,000 people from what we now call France to selling slavery. They didn't have a bunch of gold out there. They didn't have a bunch of gold out there.
No, African Americans don't celebrate Julius Caesar. We're talking about African Americans.
No. I'm giving an example of what happened somewhere else in the world that a person is still venerated.
I get
that. I mean, yeah,
that's fine. They can do that.
That's why you can't take history personally. You can't take
man,
it
y'all
because
trying
you're
to
on
act
both
like
sides of it.
Nzinga.
You descend from people on both sides of it.
Nzinga's not
Not only do you descend from people who were sold as
Come
slaves.
on, you gonna tell me the story that was sold to us early on about Nzinga is like she
No,
was
it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Come on, bro. The story that was sold to
look.
us
I can only be real on how I first heard about her, and that's when I read Destruction of the Black Civilization, and I see the book, I see the picture he drew in there with her, with the followers caught, and then I read it. It's in the book.
Yeah.
He's telling you what she did. Now you got a couple of new Portuguese things that's what's in that book, in Linda Haywood book.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. So all right, that's one woman. But what about Kemper Vita? So now if you want to do that, then we can say Kemper Vita, She took the spookism of capitalism, made up some shit called Anatonianism, and said Saint Anthony came to talk to her, took her indigenous religions, put it to the back, and started fighting the Europeans. Those her followers come to the Americas, and them people is the people in the Stonewall Rebellion and the Haitian Revolt using her fucking chants.
Okay, this is what I'm asking. Then we can make the same claim for all Africans. They did what they had to do to survive. So then how would you?
Because you don't understand history. You don't understand how history is
I'm
used.
just asking
Bro.
a question, bro. I don't understand history. I'm just saying.
You don't. How is history used, Joe? It's used for a reason. You don't tell all
I
the
get
bad
it.
shit.
I'm asking the question.
Nobody does that.
Then
like
how
Julius
do we?
Caesar is great to Europeans.
I'm gonna give you my most.
Why when we talk about African
I'm gonna
Americans,
give you my most famous.
Because that's not how you tell it. You act like you don't understand it. I
That's
cannot
what
say
they
this
do.
shit
I'm talking about what we do.
and you don't understand that you don't tell the worst shit of Michael Jordan, nigga. That's crazy. You wouldn't even fuck with Mike.
Yeah, I ain't
told the worst parts
Sosa,
of the
check it
nigga.
out. Check it out. Sosa, this is the
No,
best
but-
example. This is the best example I'll give, right? And this is something I did years and years ago because I thought about it. So those people never saw themselves as one people. We got to start
We
right
already
there.
know that. Yeah, we got.
All right, so now that you know that's cool. Now, what about the people who knew what was going on? They didn't care. So what is something that we can relate to that in our lifetime? I'm gonna call it the crack game. Dudes saw when this shit first came out what it was doing. You saw niggas lined up outside the building going in there, and niggas didn't care that they was killing black people, bro. And at the end of Christmas, they'll give you that. So that concept.
But we don't love them for that. We hate.
Listen, no. Yes, we do. Yes, we
bad
do.
example though, bro.
No, it's a no. Can I finish?
That's a horrible example.
I
Yo.
have
Don't
to-
put that
let
to
him finish.
sleep.
Let him
No,
finish.
I have to.
I'm rocking with you, Rob. Go ahead and
Nah,
run it. I'm rocking.
I gotta put that there because you're looking at people who later on in the game and they know what's going on. They don't care. They just like nigga sellers do. I don't give a fuck about this dude. In the hood, you were looking at people are trying to escape the dilapidated neighborhoods. This shit didn't look like this before, bro. There was mad empty lots. You coming out, all you see is death, bro.
So you're saying that Queen Nzinga,
man, that's terrible.
cared.
You talking about niggas wanting to get
I'm
high.
saying that you're saying that Queen Nzinga actually cared, and had she known, she would have felt differently about it.
No. Hey,
Hell no.
Look,
She would have still did the same shit.
That's not the point.
Sosa, the bottom line is you descend from Africans who sold other Africans as well. That's the bottom fucking line. You descend from Africans who were sold, and you also descend from Africans who sold other Africans.
Right.
Undoubtedly.
Right, but you agree that they didn't see themselves the same, right?
Right.
I don't see myself the same as Queen Nzinga, so I can be like.
But why would I blame her for doing something in her particular circumstance, something that she had to do to keep her people alive? She didn't have any idea that the slave trade. I mean, she didn't have any idea that the slave trade would be what it was.
Man, it didn't matter. She it didn't give up. She would not have
even
given
if she
fuck,
did.
bro.
So what?
So stop. I'm saying, but you can't use it to say she didn't give a fuck, yo.
Why should she give a fuck? Why would she give a fuck?
Hold on, man. Let me
Why
say
would
this.
she give a fuck?
I cannot yell. Come on, man. I can't yell.
Why would she give a fuck?
Listen, I cannot yell over y'all. Come on, sweet pea, man.
Know your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Hallelujah.
Oh man.
Yeah, we're having a good call. Don't call. Go ahead.
I'm simply saying that you tell history for a fucking reason, yo. History is used to motivate people to tell their stories. If you picked all the bad shit out that you did, you wouldn't fuck with nobody at all. So Nzinga is a hero to her people in Angola. Right, she's still celebrated. In history, she's noted. She's not noted as a slaver. They don't give her that tag.
She is noticed as a slaver.
It's not, dog. That is not the tag they give her. That's like Michael Jordan is not known as a gambler. Nigga, he gambled though, but he's not noted in history as a gambler. He's noted as one of the greatest basketball players that ever lived.
But she was a gambler.
Two different things, bro.
Yeah, but he still was. But he was that though. Whether you recognize
but that's not what he's noted. History does not remember him for that.
Being a good basketball player,
right? I'm trying to make a point here. You like Tippy. This nigga is known as a slaver. That's it. She wasn't a slaver. She wasn't that, bro. She wasn't running around trying to enslave motherfuckers.
That
wasn't her thing.
She would have, though.
She had no choice. She had no choice in the matter.
She had no choice but to run around and slave motherfuckers.
I don't know.
Which is totally different. No, how you going?
Yeah, she had no choice but to run around and enslave motherfuckers.
Wait, let me get this straight. So you basically want her to be like the motherfucking like the Aztecs was. These niggas was taking Europeans back to the motherfucking base camp, which got them sick and wiped their ass
I wanted
out.
her to be the motherfuckers that figured that shit out and was like, yo, we ain't fucking doing this shit. Rise up.
You ain't doing what?
She did rise up, though, son. You act like she wasn't fight the Europeans.
Yeah, but she didn't rise up. She didn't rise up to put an end to it.
I'm gonna tell you what you wanted, yo.
She rised up to control the shit. She never
This what you want that lady to do.
Control it.
You want that lady to fight.
end slavery.
You want that lady to
Why
wage
shouldn't
war
she
against
control
another
it,
army.
though?
I'm saying, but
Hold
her
on, bro.
goal was never to end slavery.
Why should it
Listen,
be?
yo, why should it be, bro?
Why should it be?
That ain't making no sense.
Why
The
should it
point I'm
be?
making is
Slavery
you
was
want
a
that
fact of
lady
life.
to fight against hostile other Africans, right? Capture they motherfucking ass, right? And then just keep them and feed they motherfucking ass. No, I can do something with these. There's a market, and I'm going to do it to get more goods and products to continue to whip your motherfucking ass. I'm not keeping you and feeding you after you just tried to kill me. Y'all sound ridiculous.
Man, she got
doesn't even make no damn sense.
We read the book. I know Rob Walker can confirm this, bro. She got her weight up, and she used her weight to go and pillage and grab other motherfuckers from the interior.
That's not how that went.
She employed.
Yo, bro, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. No, bro. You got to look at.
Did she
Yo,
do
I don't
that?
know. I don't.
Just tell me
Nah,
she did
brother,
that. Bro.
No. You talking about the people that she was warring with, bro? You gotta understand.
She was warring with them because they was trying to enslave her.
Look, exactly.
No, hold on.
Wait, wait.
No, she was warring with them because she was trying to enslave them, so they fighting back.
No,
you made that up.
It's
because
more
you gotta look
that,
at.
bro.
Brother,
You looking at it at my other computer. I ain't
Yeah, you gonna have to revisit that story because now you gotta look at who was the ruler before her and what's going on, fam. I don't know where you. I don't know where you got. I don't know where you getting this from, fam. Her whole thing is she's trying to kick the fucking Portuguese off her land, son, enslaving her people. That's what you're supposed to do. If somebody come in your hood, nigga, and they coming to take over your shit, you're gonna fight for your hood.
Babon, you remember there was a point in the book, like I'm at a different computer, so I can't just pull a shit out readily. You remember there was a point in the book where she actually had control of a particular sector, right? She had gained control of a particular area.
She got Matamba and Angola.
Right, and she was attacking those, right? Because she was demanding tribute from those other from the other lesser power.
The Ngala.
And she was
Ngala.
The Ngala was her muscle.
No. They weren't a muscle initially. They were the muscle.
Yeah, I know initially, but I'm not saying initially.
She turned them away from the Portuguese.
No. The Portuguese. They both had Ngala. They both Portuguese had.
Right,
but
hold
on. Let me get back on track. She was demanding tribute from the other lesser power African polities, and she was demanding tribute in the form of bodies, bro. So, that's why they were fighting her.
Bro, you messing this whole thing up, brother. All of this happens with the invasion of the Portuguese, bro.
I know.
That's why you gotta tell the story how it goes.
I know, Rob. The reason I'm skimming because we did a whole shift. We did a whole shift from Alfonso. That's why I'm just saying you already know that part. That's what I'm just starting with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Nah, I get what you're saying, bro. But when you're looking at that Ndongo Empire, that's what's happening. The European is putting tribute on these people. So now
let me read
got this.
The European.
Let me read page 115.
The European in conjunction.
Where you at? 115. What? What book?
The European in conjunction with Alfonso.
Where you at? Who you reading?
Chapter 5. Warfare and Diplomacy. The book you pulled up. Real
quick, goddamn.
Yeah, get
Warfare.
that.
That's not the name of that book. Oh yeah.
Chapter 5. Chapter 5.
By Linda M. Haywood. That book.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to chapter 5. Let's go. Oh, War and Diplomacy.
Yeah, let's come over here.
Yeah. We're gonna get you right, Sosa.
Yeah, it's saying thing is appearance in Angola politics in the 1630s had many what? What's this? Hold on, let me see. Respicutions. Am I saying that right? Yeah. Respicutions for I'm right here. For politics. Hold on. Hold on.
No. What page you on? So I can. What page you on?
115. I got it right.
There it is. I'm gonna download it. Go ahead.
Repercussions. I got that right. Repercussions for Portuguese policy. The repercussions. My fault. Yeah, repercussions. It say the most immediate impact was the blocking of slave routes, which meant that the Bombarios, Africans trading on behalf of their Portuguese owners, were unable to travel freely to the markets beyond and Dengo. It say to purchase slaves. As a result, the merchants in Luanda, okay, had no slaves to export, and officials of Camera, the adversary body, of the governor, it say warned what? What's that name?
I don't know that shit.
Cantero, Cantero, that in light of the sorry state of the economy, he could not ignore Zinga. They suggested that he set up one of her sisters as queen of Dongola, right? Dongo, in place of Gola, Harry. Nzinga must have been apprised of the discussions taking place in Lundra. It say for she did not give her ambassadors slaves as ransom for her sisters, as was the custom. So right here, she's blocking trade routes. Wow, she it's a political maneuver.
Yeah, we know that.
Right,
like, well, what the fuck? What else was she supposed to do?
Right.
If
So
y'all was in charge, y'all be done. Y'all wouldn't do nothing.
So what he's talking about is the end of that pattern. That's funny. I got that shit underlined. So she says she also promised to send the 100 slaves annually that Angola Hari had been paying in tribute.
Right.
With this message, and Zenga made it clear to the new governor and other decision makers in Luanda and Lisbon that they would have to deal with her if they wanted to restore a flourishing slave trade. When you go on longer in the book, it tells you like these are decisions that she's making to make sure that her people are good. And the people that she's getting, this is not her own people. These are the niggas that her father and all these other niggas that they've been beefing with, fam.
We them niggas, my boy.
I know.
We them niggas you
I know
but you acting as if the niggas she beefing with, like they ain't beef, they just beefing with her just because they fucked up niggas. Nah, they beef with her because they don't want to fucking be oppressed.
Oh man, you made by Nzinga? Man, you got that wrong. I'm not gonna let you. Yo, we might as well be up for 3 days on this one.
So Africans
are you trying to say Nzinga was oppressive? Yo? Are you serious, bro? You can't be saying that, yo. Come on, yo. That's not in the book. She wasn't oppressing nobody, yo. Nobody never said about Nzinga, yo. She wasn't an oppressor, yo. I've never heard that.
I mean, yeah, you gotta look at history contextually. You can't just like look at black people like we were some harmonious group, just like everywhere else. When I brought up the Caesar thing, when I brought that up, I brought that up to bring up that no one in France complains about fucking Caesar. He did enslave 200,000 people in Gaul. You know what I'm saying? That's how he threw so much money into the Roman economy by bringing all those slaves. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't ratiated. I know that's not really a word, but like we do it now. Like
I get it
now. When you see it amongst black people, it got to be they're doing that to other black people. Black people have been selling black people since time immemorial, just like anywhere else.
Of course.
Yeah.
The Chinese sold Chinese to the Portuguese as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not unique among Africans. Again,
they helped build the railroad. They built the railroad. They built the
we
upper
live
part
in
of
this
the
paradigm right now. So we look at this paradigm as real and exact as if, you know, it was meant to be. You know what I'm saying? We don't look at it. History is real. It's not like you weren't born, you know, you were born just by chance. Just like all of us. By chance, it wasn't some fucking
bro. Like
put those spirits together.
I get what you're saying, Sosa, but it's like a whole like she did some crazy shit, son.
Yeah,
Like
she was. I mean, that's no doubt.
she sacrificed women and all that, son.
Yeah,
She did some shit.
the nigga that
But
she sat
I mean,
on.
it
she
is
Hold
what
on,
it
let
is.
him make a point. Cause go ahead.
Yeah, she didn't sacrifice motherfuckers and all that, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I'm not saying she was an awesome person by our modern standards, but she was a historic. You know what I'm saying? Historically, if we look at it, we see that shit all around the world. I'm not going to pretend it is unique to us, because we are our own worst critics, always saying what the fuck we do to each other, because all we see is the world around us, as if nothing else exists. I can show you correlations everywhere. You could give me any example of what black people do bad. I can show you it happening somewhere else in the world.
So, all right. So this is the point. This is the point I brung all that up, right? I was making a healthy point of the colonization of Africa and the controlling the resources, and which was the people. That's the greatest resource they had. It actually stopped them from growing, meaning they needed to get it in.
I agree.
You know,
with
like
that.
World War I and World War II, they got it in. They separated the winners from the losers. Like when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Well, let's take it back a little bit farther. Let's talk about Russia. What brought Russia in on the world stage? You got a leader called Peter the Great. And what did Peter the Great do? When he came into power, when he turned 18, he left his country, and they was like, yo, why are you leaving your country? He left his uncles and them in charge. He went and learned European technology.
Yep.
Russians do not consider themselves Europeans.
He wanted to be
They're Russian imperialists. He came back building ships. He built the first Royal Navy. And when he built the ship, what's the first thing he do? He attacked the Swedes. The Swedes were a superpower. They fought each other to a standstill the first time. The second time, he defeated them and officially put them on the world stage. Right? Then what? They attacked Japan. Huh?
They had a way to get out of Russia. They had a way to get into the Atlantic Sea. They couldn't do that before that because the Swedes controlled the ports.
They caught, right? They controlled all.
I'm
Right.
sorry,
Correct.
I didn't interrupt you.
Listen, the point I want to make here is, in the lifetime of Peter the Great, right? The Kremlin, which was fucking wood, you know what I'm saying? This shit, he made it in stone. He got all the wooden buildings up out that motherfucker, and he built stone. And at the center of it, you got St. Peter's, right? Which is a city that looked like Paris, right? Replica of Paris. At the center of that, he built a scientific, what I want to say, a scientific buildings dealing with science and technology, bro. And I'm saying repository, correct. So what I'm saying is any African leader in his lifetime could do the same fucking thing. There's really no excuse. They just got to get it in. You got to attack your neighbors or say, yo, we're going to do this together. If you're not on this plan, we're going to kill you and take all your shit. That's just the way Homo sapiens do. It may sound wild, it might sound crazy, but go check the Egyptian empire. You're not an empire because you was nice. You was an empire because you colonizing people and killing them. Look at the guy named Empire. How do you become an empire? You got to kill your neighbors to death, or you bring them in, or your neighbors are strong enough to resist you and they work together in a coalition. But it's always that. Growing up in Baltimore, Maryland, you was either a nigga that got your money took or you took somebody's money, or you stayed so far out the way that it didn't matter. It's always that. I'm a raw squad. I either beat the shit out of Saw them, yo, and Wu on them with the right information, or they coming for my head. It's just that way. And if y'all don't understand that, then y'all not ready for competition. And if you ain't ready for competition, then stay on the sidelines and lose. And I'm officially done.
Nah, I'm ready for
Hey,
that.
Sosa, check it out, though, Sosa. This is my last thing on this point. Now that we have the technology and the ability to look back at what happened and the mistakes that our ancestors made, that's the key to our liberation. So they didn't have that, what we got right now. They're not, like, if you ever read that book, I read that book 3 times, bro, and I made a poem over that book.
We just went through that book.
No, not that book. No, not that book. I'm talking about Destruction of Black Civilization. Right?
Yeah, I read that book long
when you
ago,
read that,
15, 20 years ago.
when you read that book, you're gonna see a theme. The white man comes amongst the people. The white man stays there. See who got beef with who. Okay, then he starts playing sides. And every region that he goes to, you see the same shit happening. And I'm like, yo, how the fuck y'all didn't see this shit, man? I mean, so I'm like, yo, Shaka, then when you get to that chapter, it's like, yo, son, Like, why you just ain't go run down on the what? They ain't tell you that this white man doing this bullshit over here? I mean, so now that we get to see it, now this is why we look at ourselves as one. This is why we develop that here. That ain't nothing that would never be developed in Africa because that wasn't what it was. Now that we know this and we supposed to understand this, these differences of whatever it is, religious, all that other shit supposed to be pushed to the side in order for us to move forward because we understand the game of division. That's the whole moral of all of this, looking at it. Yeah, we can talk about, yeah, she did some messed up things, bro. Like, what we gonna say about it? But she also did fight the Europeans. She wanted to save our nation. What do we want to do? We want to save our people.
Save her nation.
We want to save our people, though. This is what we want to do. We want to save who we are. We want to save our lineage. And, yo, it's going to come a time where some things going to have to happen. We're going to have to make some decisions here, bro. Every ethnic group ain't your friend. And this is what you supposed to, I think that this is
I don't
what
know,
we're
but see,
supposed to learn from.
I think the lesson learned is that to play it like the Europeans play it. See, the Europeans made alliances with the right motherfuckers to dominate Africa in that way. They couldn't do that shit on their own. So they got motherfuckers that the enemy of your enemy is my friend. That's how they played it. And that's how they became dominant. They said the same shit with the Africans, the same shit with the Native Americans, bro. You see what I'm saying? So it wasn't Europeans against them all. They aligned themselves with like-minded motherfuckers.
No, they're not. Nah, brother. They aligned themselves with themselves. All of those European states, even though that they was Christians, they were all warring with each other, right?
Yeah.
And when you look at that, what creates the superpower? They stop warring with each other and make certain concessions amongst each other.
Based on the commonality on the faith.
No, it had nothing to do with the faith because they were
Muslim. They wouldn't have fuck with each. They wouldn't have
but that wasn't. I get it, brother, but that wasn't the case for the European. They wasn't Muslim. They were different factions of Christians, fam.
I know. I'm saying they were Christians. Yeah.
Right. So this is what. Yeah, but they had problems because of different doctrinal differences, and then they used the doctrine.
Hey, Rob Bowen, do you know why?
Hold on, he was in the middle of
no, real quick. Why you had to scramble for Africa? Why you had the Berlin Conference? You know what they were trying to avoid with the Berlin Conference? They were trying to avoid World War I. That's what they were trying to avoid.
You kind of slice his throat right there. Yeah. Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying?
That's the same thing.
I feel what you're saying, Rob, but listen, could the Europeans did what they did had the Africans not align themselves with the Europeans?
Could they have done what they have done completely? No.
Exactly.
But they had a strategy.
I disagree.
Yeah, but the whole point is strategy, bro. They had a strategy, son. And all you gotta do is look at what happens when they come. They perfected the strategy in Africa, bro. When they come over, when they come here, they do the same thing amongst the Native Americans. They see these niggas fighting amongst each other, and they do the same thing, bro.
Right. That story sounds good, but there was no powerful Arab nation.
We're not talking about. I'm not talking about the Arabs.
No. You said could they have done it without the Arabs?
No. I said without the Africans. Yeah, without the Africans. Could they have done it without the help of the Africans?
They couldn't have done it.
Yeah, that's my point.
They couldn't have done it without us. Say that. Don't say the African. Because again,
I'm just trying. Hey, I'm cool. Us, like niggas complain. He say us. They explain. He say Africans. Like,
but it's us. Though,
whatever makes you feel comfortable. I'm good with that.
No, it ain't about what makes you feel comfortable.
No, I'm cool with us. We ain't even got to argue that.
No, because we descend from people who sold slaves as well.
I'm saying I'm not arguing that with us.
Right. Let's say us. Don't say Africans, because it makes it sound like it's someone else.
No, us.
Somebody else did it to us.
No, you took it that way. That's not what I'm saying. Us.
No, we were complicit in it.
Of course. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at, and like he was saying, Robbo, when I read this shit, I'm looking like they ran that play everywhere. And I'm thinking like, but we running the play like we doing this, we ain't fucking with nobody.
But
we ain't building no alliances. We ain't trying to connect with motherfuckers to team up. We just trying to go solo dolo with the shit.
We not a we.
Yeah, I get it, right? So now, even when you're looking at us, that's not true. You see that we tried to connect with the people in Africa, and you see the response. The European tried everything in his possible way to make that stop happening, bro. Like, no, Fuck that. We not letting this happen. No, nigga. We can't let this happen. Get this Malcolm X nigga out of here. He got to go. He can talk that religious shit all he want. We don't give a fuck about your religion. What is this nigga really doing? What is he trying to do? Now, when you start doing that, that's a problem because now you doing exactly what you said, but it ain't at that point now. I'm saying, so like, bro, like, what is it that we dealing with now, bro? Like, yes, the times have changed, there's different circumstances, but when you really look at it, it's all maneuvering in a way to push people out. Like, I use my state for an example. So if I'm looking in New York and I'm looking at the first African here or African descent, 1613, bang. Then I'm looking at 1626, the first 11 people come here, bang. Then 3 females come. We all live in this place called Little Africa. The Dutch free the people. The British take over, 1664, bang. Now, when this happens, immigrants are coming here. The Irish are coming here. The Italians are coming here. What happened in the 1600s? Because they was doing this in this 5-point area, we can't live around these motherfuckers. So we move a little someplace else. Now we move in different West 4 and all those other places that's called Soho. Now what happens? More immigrants start coming. We move to 23rd Street. Listen to what I'm telling you. This is 1600s, going to the 1700s. Then we there. What happens? More immigrant niggas come in. Then what we do? We move to the 60s. Then after that, then we make Seneca Village. Then after that, then we migrate from fucking the South coming over here thinking that everything's going to be better, but it ain't. It's the same goddamn shit. Then we go up in Harlem. And then that shit happens all over the place, bro. Now, today, right now, what you're looking at is just gentrification on fucking steroids. In my city, a 1-bedroom apartment is $2,000, $2,500, bro. You got to make 40 times that amount to get that. That's 85,000. You want a 2-bedroom? Who's doing that? So now you're looking at the same process, but it's just done in a different way to push the people out. This is the key word. These niggas is divided. We don't really need these dudes no more. Get these motherfuckers out of here. So until we recognize what the game plan, what the play is, it's the same play. It's the same goddamn play, bro.
But I'm saying, so what other way to fight it than through politics, right? Would you agree?
Politics is one aspect of it.
Yeah, but in terms of politics, we have to align ourselves with motherfuckers who are on the same page with us, and they may be non-black.
Right, but yeah, no, I agree with you with that. But
don't exist.
A system got to be put in a place, bro. And that's where the political education comes to groom these people so that they don't turn out like the other motherfuckers that's sitting there that just be like, fucking, I'm just here to get the bag. Fuck these niggas.
Right.
I mean, so like, who's doing that? Where's that being done? I'm sure it's being done. I just don't know the organization. I don't know. But every other group does that. I want you to think about that. I don't know where you live, son, but these people groom their people when they come here, son. Yo, listen, you gonna be fucked up, nigga, and you gonna be riding this bike. You niggas gonna be selling this cab over here, and you gonna be selling this shit out here, and all 8 of us are gonna be living here. Nigga, we got a plan. These kids that we have, them niggas going to school, blah, 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 blah. Them niggas went from off the street to a corner store. From the corner store, these niggas went and bought a house. These niggas got a plan, son.
For sure.
So we don't got no national agenda and no national plan, nigga, then what's gonna happen? That whatever these niggas say, that's what's gonna happen to us, bro. That's the game plan. The same shit they did in Africa. Keep these niggas separated. Keep these niggas fighting amongst each other. Keep these niggas thinking that they really getting something and they not, and the shit is really in their face because, like you said, the politicians, every other group that come over here use the shit to its fullest extent except us.
Right. That's what. Yeah, I agree with that. I
so
agree
like that's the purpose of a Queen and Zenga. That's the purpose of all of them who participated in all that. I know you don't want to like it, but that's
I was rocking with you.
We gotta look at that, son. That's the purpose of it.
You can't take history personally. It didn't happen to you. To be quite honest.
Yes, I can.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't, because you don't take it personally when you think about your ancestors who enslaved other African people. You don't take that personally because you didn't do it. The same way you.
Yeah, if any of my ancestors that enslaved other Africans, fuck them. That's how I feel.
I mean, no, I mean I mean, you could say that, but I mean, just being mature, talking about what actually happened, because we're not the only population to descend from enslaved individuals.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? There's quite a few people, especially all across the continent of Europe, who are the descendants of slaves, especially the people who call themselves Italians now. They're pretty much the slaves of the Romans. They don't recognize that. You know what I'm saying? That's gone from their memory. I don't want it to be gone from our memory. It is what it is.
No, I ain't
I'm
trying
not
to
trying to deny that it happened. I'm not trying to deny that it happened.
Yeah, we're not trying to erase for niggas' memory.
But it's the truth, though.
Of course. That's what we deal with.
What are we gonna be mad for?
We bring out the whole. I just think we bring out the whole story so you can examine, so you can see all of it. I think, like, some of the issues we had is that how we fight against blackology is that, when you don't teach the whole story, you fuck us up.
Yeah, we don't know the whole
fuck us. Motherfuckers they knew the whole story and they sugarcoated this shit, bro.
No, we don't know the story because we didn't pass it on. If you read in the slave
I'm talking about the story that we do know, bro.
No. I'm saying
I'm talking about what we do know. What we don't know, we can't.
But the things that we don't even know, we don't know.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, that's saying the things that we don't know. That's irrelevant. We don't know.
No, it's not irrelevant.
No, factor.
It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant because it's so formative in the people that we are now. We don't know. We don't know because many of our ancestors who were enslaved didn't share those stories with their children. So their children, in turn, didn't share those stories with us.
Yeah, I'm talking about the people that.
No, we don't recognize what slavery was.
I'm talking about the people that got the information and sold the story of Africa to us erroneously, bro, without telling us the whole.
Yeah, I mean, but no,
that's what I'm talking about.
We
I don't know whether they didn't know or they don't know.
I'm talking about something that's here and that's actually still tangible. Yeah, we can get that. What you're talking about, as far as like the African side, yeah, that's easy. All you gotta do, it might hurt your feelings, but you might gotta look into it, and you gotta be honest.
Right.
You gotta be honest. It's there. It's there. You can look at the wars in Fort-Geelong. You can look at the wars on Bunce Island. You can look at the wars on St. James Island and the Gambia River. You can look at all that shit, and you can see how these things develop. You can see the multiple jihads put forth by the Fula people. You know what I'm saying? But you can also see how the Fula people were in turn enslaved. You can see what happened to the Serer. You can see what happened to the people in Guinea-Bissau. You can really look and see what happened. It's there. That information is there. We may not know it distinctly to know exactly what ship your ancestor came on, but one thing we need to realize, we don't descend from one African. We descend from countless Africans.
Of course. Yeah.
We descend from countless Africans. We don't descend from one person that got on the boat and da-da-da. No, we descend from countless people who got on boats. That's how come I'm saying
I just feel like here's my thing. I agree with what you're saying, and I agree with Rob saying, right? And one of the things I'll be pushing back again is that when our pro-Black movements and our Pan-African movements start to develop, I'm talking 2022. They push separatism. They don't push. They don't push to do it like the people that's flourished did it. They choose to go another route, like the separatism route.
Yeah, because we tend to juxtapose ourselves against the mainstream. I know exactly what you mean, but we tend to juxtapose ourselves against the mainstream. But that's like people not wanting to get the COVID vaccine. You know what I'm saying? Because we're dealing with our recent history. So what we do is juxtapose the mainstream. So like to the point where it's even in our ideology where we'll say like, how white people try to say we were more like apes, but then you'll have a whole thing coming out the Black community saying that white people are rhesus monkeys and all that shit. All that is a juxtaposition of the white position. That's all it is.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, in order for us to flourish, how can both dichotomies?
We have to become an us. We're not really an us. We're only an us to white people. We're not really an us. We have to become a we.
In terms of being us, it's us involved participation and involving ourselves in the systematic process to implement these laws, to fight back against generation, or Is it to push a anti-American separatism movement?
Yo, but it's
What
not even
matters
anti.
us,
I don't think it's an anti-does, but I guess it gets to your thing when you say that we pushing some or people are pushing some kind of they didn't tell us the truth. What do you mean? Tell us the truth about what?
Yeah.
I'm talking about a lot of the stuff that we learn now. You know, we know how Africa was romanticized. So a lot
No, break that down. What was romanticized?
romanticized in terms of the whole process of slavery. Like that's
it never was romanticized, bro. Who wrote a romanticizing thing about it? Who?
How do we
read
get
this?
In the last
when people like Dr. Ben would say, when you say Africans, so are the Africans. Tell me the king.
Exactly, that's the point. Because all
we know who
Africans
some of the I get it, but we know who some of the people were though.
No, we don't. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. So you're saying we don't know who
No. All right, so I'm gonna ask
you
you
don't know
something.
about the homies. We don't know.
No. I'm gonna ask you something. Who's the person that started the slave trade? What person of African descent started the slave trade?
I had to say the person that's I would go with Congo and Alfonso and his father.
No. Alfonso and his father is 1498. That's way late. I mean, not 1498.
No, not 1498. Early to mid 1400s. That's why I would go.
No. Actually, yeah, because that's the Congo. Yeah, that's around that area.
Yeah, I would go with Congo because we're talking specifically the transatlantic.
No, brother, no. That's the point. This is not a gotcha moment.
No.
But
I
this
get
is
you.
the
We
point.
rocking.
People don't. When I'm saying we don't know, this is not a gotcha moment.
You gonna go to the Moor dude, right?
Exactly.
I already know where you going with it.
Okay, so now I'm gonna ask you another question, right? What was the two systems that was on the slave plantation?
In Africa or in
America?
The two systems of slavery on the plantation?
Yeah.
I'm confused as to what you want. We talking house nigga versus field?
That's what most people say, but that's not true.
Hey, wait a minute, Rob Bourne. Real quick. You want to talk about Adama the Moor or the Congo. The thing, what really precipitated the real quick. What precipitated the transatlantic slave trade was the goddamn discovery of the new world. Like that shit didn't happen out of some avarice. It didn't happen because white people wanted to get at black people. It happened because there was a need. There was
brother. No.
I mean, we can't discount that they couldn't trade slaves in the Mediterranean.
Brother,
I mean,
listen to me. Listen, brother. The transatlantic slave trade begins in 1441. Those people were brought where? To Aragon and Lisbon. Nobody knew about the New World. They came over there and they snatched 200 people, fam.
Yeah,
and
then they got a big deal.
Right, so
that's not a big deal.
It doesn't matter. That's the beginning of. Listen, brother. The key to Prince Henry the Navigator was to find that Prester John dude and to know what these routes were. The trade routes they wanted to know those. Yeah, but that's who they was looking for, bro. Yeah. But at the end of the day, he wanted to know the trade routes, right? And that dude, and that we're talking about the origin of the European and the transatlantic slave trade.
Lisbon. I get that.
All right, so that's 1441. That's not that. No, that was happening. So even before
but you had slaves being traded all around the world at that time.
We're not talking about that.
No one could have imagined that the slave trade would have grew as it did from that.
Brother, listen to me, brother.
Let him make his case. Let him make his case.
I'm just saying,
then you can rebut it.
Even at that point, when you even get to that point, there's already a slave trade that's already in effect that got over 7 million people already African descent being already put on plantation. The European what? But Barassa. You don't know what happened in Barassa?
There weren't 7 million people enslaved in no fucking.
I said no. I never.
Give me a date so we can be focused.
Hold on, man. Wait a minute.
Bravo, give me a date.
Hold on, man. Wait a minute. I'm talking about two different slave trades. The transatlantic slave trade that begins in what century? So what I'm telling you, is that that's the point. So when that starts with those people, with them East Africans being put over there, that shit been going on 750 years before
Yeah, I
the
agree with
captain
that.
get there.
I agree with that, Robo. I just didn't want to go back that far. That's why I started with
Right. So I didn't lost my train of thought now. God damn, man.
My bad,
Fucking,
bro.
You was a governor, Prince Harry the Navigator to learn the trade.
So the slave plantations, right? So you got the tie system and you got the gang system. One of them, the difference between those is the crop. So if you in a place where there's sugar cane and those things of that nature, you working from sun up to come down. The other system, you're not. You have a Pacific day off. That's the two systems that govern all slavery here. So when you say that a lot of these things, that's just minute to a certain extent. A lot of people don't know that. They're gonna say house nigga and slave nigga because Malcolm made that famous. That's not true. Those are not the systems that govern the whole entire goddamn thing. Those are the two systems, right? So, so what I'm saying is that it's so much. And I had to realize by dealing with Danny with this shit that I like, yo, son, this shit is crazy. Like, in order to master this shit will take you at least 20 plus years, bro. Because you gotta deal with Spain, then you gotta deal with all the shit they doing. Then you gotta deal with Portuguese, you gotta deal with all the shit they doing. Then you gotta deal with the Dutch, all the shit they doing. Then you gotta deal with the French, all the shit they doing. Then the last people that come is the Brit. Do you know how much shit that is involved in that?
Before the British even show up. Yeah, of course.
So like I thought that it was just like I'm gonna read this one book, I got it. Then I realized this is why authors that deal with the slave trade, their focus one will be with the companies. Okay,
it was hundreds of years in the making.
Right. So you got all of these. So like we don't know this story, fam.
Yeah, we don't.
We don't know. What I'm saying is that it's not like we was told the fucked up story. The fact is that we weren't told. We don't know this shit, son.
We don't.
We don't even. If you ask somebody,
look,
if you ask somebody what was the slave trade, what do they mean by triangular? You ask them what is the triangular root? Right. And you be like, what? They be like, what was that? What was the items being traded?
Hey, Rob on.
It's a lot, son.
Yes, if more people knew, they couldn't deny it. You know, if you knew about the mercantile trade at that time, it couldn't be denied that it happened. But because we don't know much about it, you have these fringe groups like Dan Calloway and all that shit popping up because we know so little about the trade at that time. You know what I'm saying? We don't realize how that is the precursor to the world we live in now, which is a one world trade controlled by the Europeans. That's not something that they knew they could do. But we're looking at it like it's like we look at it now like it just had to happen. But
no. I agree with that. Like, you know, we kind of look at it like it was a systematic play. Like
like they did it on purpose. They had
just
no
fell
idea.
in line. Shit just fell, and they take advantage of every advantage, every step of the way. But it wasn't like
they had no
we're gonna do this.
idea.
We're gonna plan this out. Hell no, they had
no idea that there was gonna be a cotton boom.
Yeah, like, look, right? So we
played out.
I look. See, and even with that, right? So okay, they come over here. They didn't know who these people were that they was coming across. They didn't know that these people were gonna get sick from their own diseases. They didn't know none of that. Now, once that happened, then we see again Baltimore de la Casas. What does he say? Yo, listen, I think he got some Indian coochie. I think that's what happened. And he said, yo, listen, man, we killed too many Indians, enslaved the Africans.
Yeah, so they didn't know that corn was to become that maize was going to become a major staple all around the world.
Yeah, nobody. No one knew that. Right. No one knew that. But
South America, they didn't know.
Right. So no one knew that. But at the end of the day, when you look at it, it becomes a system, bro. And that system is governed. They knew exactly what they were doing. This is all of these different nations, all of them, even though Spain and Port had their thing, everybody had to get their contracts from them. Everybody had to get the Asianto from them. Everybody had to do it. You had to check in. You want to talk about check-in? That's the ultimate check-in. You want to sell these dudes, you got to get this contract over here.
But they didn't know it first. I'm saying you're right. It did develop. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing about pirates. That's the interesting thing. If you really want to look into something, look at the pirating in the Atlantic Ocean or even in the Pacific, because the Chinese were amazing pirates, to be honest. But look at like the Blackbeard, the shit you may have even heard of. Look into the goddamn the pirating and the privateering that took place. That's how the English got into the game. The English got into the game by goddamn robbing Spanish vessels and taking all their silver bullions. That's how the English even got into the game. That's why Sir Walter Rodney is a person. That's how I know his name like this to fall out my ass like that. You know what I'm saying? How the Roanoke colony existed, why Virginia exists, all that shit is all tied together. When we don't know the story, we look at it like white people did everything and they just had all this control and they knew what they was doing the whole time. But when you actually know the history, you see that that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. We got to see how these things developed.
Yeah, all I'm saying is this. My only thing with you with that was also, I was like, yo, I don't think they told us a fucked up story, because if I'm looking at them early church dudes like Richard Allen and these dudes, yo, these dudes is writing about they're writing about who did the shit, when it happened. They know this shit, bro.
Right.
But we don't know it. They do that shit back then.
My thing is, like, even in your presentation, you brought up Frederick Douglass, right? My mindset is that we should play the way Frederick Douglass played it, not the way Marcus Garvey played it. Frederick Douglass should be our model for success in America. That's my viewpoint on it.
I mean, Frederick Douglass had a pretty limited perspective. You know what I'm saying? He's
gonna be limited.
Wait a minute, he did. He had a limited perspective. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't feel it like a lot of people could. But I do agree. I see what you're trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Because he was trying to make himself a part of the government, which we should.
Yeah, he was about embracing.
I agree with that.
Yeah, he was about.
It's about embracing the Constitution and what it stands for all people. I do agree with that.
Right. So,
I'm not arguing with that.
I rock with that nigga, bro.
Yeah, but even with that, so you got to look at it, right? What is the political history of our people until you get to Frederick Douglass?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'm
not discounting that. I'm just saying that.
Right. So you got to understand where that idea would even come from.
I get it.
It comes from, yo, we gonna free you, fight the Revolutionary War. Okay, you did the Civil War, you niggas is free. Okay, we gonna violate the whole Reconstruction shit. Okay, we gonna build Jim Crow. So now you got all of these leaders. Look, you got all of those leaders that are trying to work with inside of the government. So after a while, people gonna be like, yo, man, fuck these people. Yo, we gonna have to do our own thing.
But if
like, this ain't gonna work.
But the thing is,
MLK essentially picked up where Frederick Douglass left off.
And Sosa, that shit developed. You know what I'm saying?
I know it did.
We can't pretend that Reconstruction was working to a certain extent.
No, I know.
Until 1787.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not tripping on that, but I'm saying, but we look forward to our successes. MLK picked up where Frederick Douglass left off.
Yeah, I'm saying, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that at that time, when Frederick Douglass was still alive, you know what I'm saying, when Reconstruction ended in 1887, when the Union troops withdrew from the South and went back, you know what I'm saying, went back north, when the Southern people could control their areas again, you know what I'm saying, that's when the shit fell off.
Yeah, and then
because we didn't have equal representation under the law.
Right, and then after that, what did we get? What came after that? The 14th Amendment.
No, the 14th Amendment was before that.
Yeah. That's before that. I mean, that's
but out of that 14th Amendment. Hold on. Hold on. Listen, we get the 14th Amendment, right?
Let's know the history of our country.
Hold on. The 14th Amendment, right? And then it was a fight to have that amendment reshaped, right? Because it was hard to get. It's hard to get an amendment.
Look into the Reconstruction.
I'm familiar with the Reconstruction. That's what we get. That's where we start getting our terms separate but equal and all the bullshit that comes out.
No. That's not true. Look into the Reconstruction. That's not true.
I'm saying the 14th Amendment is where we start getting this shit like separate.
It was always that. That's the
no. Hold on. I'm talking about the language because
we don't care about the.
I'm saying the reason they was able to usurp the 14th Amendment because they was like, okay, hold on, because they was like, okay, all right, this is the 14th Amendment. This is how we gonna play it. If you own if that shit shouldn't affect private citizens. So now, if you own a restaurant, as long as it's separate but equal, we can usurp the 14th
That's not
Amendment.
the 14th Amendment. That came much later.
Sosa, I just want to tell you this. Sosa, listen. Hold on a minute, Kujo. Sosa, this thing, Sosa, this whole thing this whole thing you're talking about is the reason why you have Marcus Garvey, which is the reason why you have Hubert Harrison and all of those other people, because it was all a lie from the jump, bro. Everything that they said, son, every state got freedom different. And the moment we start building stuff, they attacking us, separating us, doing all type of shit. So when you get to Frederick Douglass and you got Henry Howlett Gardner saying in 1843, like, yo, son, this shit ain't gonna work. In order for the people to get free, yo, we gotta tear this shit down. That shit got lost by 3 votes. Frederick Douglass was against it. After that happens, 1850 comes, they do what? They put the fugitive slave on it. Then he changes his mind and was like, yo, son, I believe now that violence is the way to get our freedom. But they don't tell you about that part of Frederick Douglass. They keep putting this other fucking one part of his story there. No, he was with the shit.
Yeah,
so now so what I'm trying to tell you this, and when you're looking at Martin Luther King, he is representing the ideas. Who is this one of his major people, Byron Rustin? What does this do? The Quaker. You're dealing with this temperance movement, meaning that if you follow the
Quakers play about the Quakers.
Yeah, I'm trying to break that. Yeah, but I'm
I
trying
fuck
to
with the
break
Quakers. Go ahead.
I'm trying to break this down. Yeah, fuck the Quakers too. I don't like
no. I'm not saying fuck them. They played a pivotal role in abolition. Like most.
But you gotta put it in. No, you gotta put it in context, son, because what they see what's going on in the South, and they see the revolts, and then they see people in the North, and they didn't want black people to tear their shit down. That's why they did that. Because this is why you have gradualism and immediate emancipation. They wanted that gradual shit. They didn't want that other part. They like, nah, we're just going to just straight up. So we got to put this all in this context. That wasn't like, we just want to help you. No, they didn't want us to tear this shit up over here in the North, because we are escaping from the South coming over here. And if they keep doing that shit over here, the same revolts that's happening in the South is going to happen over here. And they don't want that. And it already happened in 1712. That shit shook the whole goddamn fucking hemisphere up. So now what I'm telling you is that Martin Luther King represents an old ideology of us working with these people. Everything is going to be all right. When you get to this new formation of radical abolitionists, and you're looking at Bishop Turner and all the rest of them, they are realizing what's going on. This is why immigration becomes an option for us. Why you think people talking about, I want to go to Africa, let's go to Haiti, let's go to Kenya? Why is that there? It's there because these rights of us being American is not being afforded to us. So now you got a new group of black politics coming on the scene. We not listening to you. We want immediate stop the lynching. Look at what happens 1919. You just got the Red Summer. What you mean? Like, it's gonna be these different people that come around. So now you look at where we at today. The argument that became was, yo, do we want our own nation within the side of this nation? Do we want our own separate state? And then people decided to kill Black Power in 1971. All of the new formation of the Black Caucus, they were happy with their jobs. All of the grassroots movements that put them into their organizations, from the first mayor in Cleveland and Ohio and everything, they all turned their back to talk shit about the grassroots. And now look where we at today, fam. So like, yo, we gotta put it, all of these things were needed. You needed the gangster shit, you needed the radicals, and you needed the people to do what you saying, right? But now look at the situation we in today. How would you reassess it? Even Martin Luther King reassessed this shit. He reassessed this shit before he died. He like, yo, I think I'm integrating these niggas into a burning house. This shit is crazy.
Right, because he said he didn't ask for no money.
Now, see, the thing is, I mean, that's way out of context with the burning house thing with Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was he was a goddamn G. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I know I grew up thinking Malcolm X was the harder nigga or whatever, but that nigga died. That nigga died trying.
Who said he wasn't a G? Who said he wasn't a G? I didn't say he wasn't a G.
It ain't about him like trying to coalesce to white folk. Nah, It's about this motherfucker demanded shit, and he put it on a world stage. And that's something we don't recognize because we don't fucking look at context when we look at history. We're not looking at the context. America look like straight assholes when you trying to fight a war in Vietnam about some goddamn dumb people not getting your rights, but you got an entire population of human beings over here right now that's not getting right. And he put that on the international table. So America didn't change their mind, like, oh, we should be cool with white people. No, black people rather. No, they had to. They had to give that shit. And that's what that man put out there. So look, I grew up in all that little anti-Martin Luther King shit too. But I can't tolerate that shit no more. Cause that man died. That man died. Look, it ain't about bringing us into a burning house. That shit sound good. I get it. But in real life, if I motherfucking pay taxes and it's a fucking hotel off the highway.
He said it though. Why you saying it like he ain't say that?
My tax money went to make that hotel profitable. And if I can't stand that hotel, it's a goddamn problem. We need equal treatment under the law. Ain't nobody asking for shit special. We are citizens. We should have equal treatment under the law.
And we agree with that, but
we got to do a show strictly on the 14th Amendment and all the banners that got cracked down under that 14th Amendment.
I can't.
I did a whole class on that motherfucking 14th Amendment.
Really,
that shit did a lot of damage and tearing down shit, that 14th Amendment, and a lot of action played off that 14th Amendment. You know what I'm saying? So that shit is crucial. That's a crucial story in our history, the 14th Amendment alone, bro. It's a crucial story in African American history.
It's a crucial story in American history.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But I'm saying specifically for African Americans.
Yeah.
So like, check it out, right? So check it out. Since 1968 to right now, son. Hold on, let me pull this shit up. I got this shit in my notes. So I was looking at the comments, right? Someone said that segregation wasn't helping people. During that period is the time we had our most independent schools that we cry about today. We had most of our land. We had a land union in the 1800s, and we had all of this stuff popping. And we was just doing our own fucking thing.
Because we didn't have a choice.
But at any
I get it.
But at any moment given time, we didn't have protection. They come snatch that shit, burn that shit.
We didn't have
yeah, that's cool. That did happen, but let's look at the facts here. So let me pull this up.
Because we got plenty of examples of African Americans trying to establish it. We can look at Slocum, Texas. We can look at Coe, Florida. We got plenty of examples of that, but look what happened.
Yeah, so what's the
plantations doing?
If we don't have protection without protection under the law, it's like
stop. Why do you keep saying protection under the law, fam? Like, these niggas broke that shit the whole entire time, son. It don't got nothing to do with what no piece of paper say, son. The only thing that changed that shit is the majority of the people rose up against it. You gotta understand that, son. We made that happen. It don't got nothing to do with what they wrote on that piece of paper, bro.
Yeah, because that piece of paper is crucial. We made it happen, so they put it on that piece of paper, bro.
No, brother, that piece of paper is not crucial, bro. If it was crucial when they ended slavery, when Abraham Lincoln did that, there would have not been Jim Crow that lasted until 1968.
See,
what you talking about, bro?
Now you skipping, Rob, because now you ain't putting it in context.
How am I skipping?
Like you're not putting in the context of all the dominoes that fell after Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln got killed when he said, like, yo, I think
it don't matter, son. The 13th Amendment got it right.
But the whole story got to come out. You can't just cut it like that.
Andrew Johnson became the president.
Can't just cut it like
president
that,
that was impeached.
I agree with a lot of you saying, Robert. I don't think we had told.
Yeah, but I'm saying though. So if it didn't matter, if the Civil War didn't matter, then why the 13th Amendment got amended?
The Civil War did matter. It did matter.
All right, no. So what I'm telling
did matter.
All I'm saying to you, all I'm saying to you is this. Whatever's on that paper didn't mean shit to these people. From 1776, it didn't mean nothing, bro.
Nah, because no. It meant something, but they found ways legally to.
No, there was no legal. It's white supremacy, and the black nigga supposed to be the slave.
No. There was legal implications that allowed them to usher in Jim Crow. They usher in Jim Crow under the 14th Amendment, bro. They challenged the 14th Amendment and usher in Jim Crow.
Listen to me, bro. Right after 1776, what happens, bro? What happens to the what happened? 1789, they put the gradual emancipation out. You got people in Pennsylvania. You got people in all these different pockets that's supposed to be
why
free.
I failed?
Now,
You know why I failed? You know why? Because you're right. They said that they was gonna enslave it 25 years later. That's what they said in the Constitution. The enslave because it was becoming a problem because it was less necessary. But oh boy, guess what happens? You have this thing called the goddamn Louisiana Purchase in 1802, the invention of the cotton gin in 1792. You got all these new lands between the goddamn Louisiana territory and Florida.
And then you got the illegal
Mississippi and Alabama. And
right,
that's when you have the beginning of the domestic slave trade. That's how come you got so many niggas in Mississippi and Alabama now. And they from Virginia, for the fucking record. Big up Virginia. They from Virginia and they don't even know.
And then that goes more into it, son. You got the illegal slave trade that's going on all the way after that shit. And not only do and let's put it all the way out there. Sosa, listen. Sosa, wait. Sosa, you gotta Sosa, wait a minute, Sosa, you gotta get this. Abraham Lincoln, until he died, the part of his program was colonizing us to fucking Latin America, bro.
I remember that, Rob, but he changed his position, Rob.
No, he didn't. That's
he did.
Listen, no, brother, no, bro.
Hold on, Rob.
No, bro,
listen. This, Rob. That was his
no,
first. Yes,
no,
it was, bro. He did change his position.
Yo, fam, listen. All right, now I'm gonna show it to you.
Hold on, Rob.
I'm gonna show it to you right now. I'm gonna show it to you.
Hold on, Rob.
I'm gonna show it to you, bro. Yo, bro, listen.
Listen, let me explain this. Let me just answer this. Now, at that time, when he was feeling that way, he did not want African Americans to participate in the war. At that same time, he changed his thinking. Frederick Douglass was one of the individuals that was by the process of changing his thinking. So what Frederick Douglass did is went around the country galvanizing African Americans and say, yo, when the opportunity comes, pick up your arms and fight for the government, bro. So he changed his position. And what got Abraham Lincoln killed is because after the shit was over, he was like, yo, I think the African Americans participating in the war, they should have the right to vote. John Wilkes Booth heard that shit at that rally and shot Lincoln in the theater, bro. Come on.
All right. So I'm gonna ask you, hold on. I'm gonna ask you one question. When did he change his mind, brother?
The minute at the point when he decided to allow African Americans to enter the Civil War to fight for America.
So you say 1861 is when he changed his mind.
Right. When he came,
okay.
When he came back,
I'm sharing my screen. So what you're not privy to is his letters and everything that he did. I'm telling you, until he died, this was his plan. So I'm gonna show it to you now. So you gotta update this. That's called the lullaby theory. No. We dealing with. No, wait a minute. Sosa. Hold on, man. Just chill for a second. We dealing with Abraham Lincoln letters and his policies. This is written documentation. This is not no theory. Let me find this. Hold on. Let's put them in here. Let me get them up here. You said 1860, right after the Civil War. That's what you said.
You check my date. But don't hold me to. Let me check my date.
Yeah. Where's the shit at?
I remember this
book. That. So here's the book right here. See the book? Colonize. Hold up. Let me throw it right back here. Colonization after Emancipation. Lincoln and the movement for Black resettlement. All right. So let me get to where I want to go here. This one, let me see where I want to go here. Damn, man, let me, because I'm not gonna be able, because this shit is not in the book. I'm gonna just pull up the thing because I took it from the book. So I ain't gonna be able to find it that way. That shit gonna take me too long trying to figure out the exact words. Just wait for these things to pop up. I'll find it.
But for the record, I'm aware of the whole I think it was in Argentina or some shit. I'm aware of that. You know what I'm saying? And you're right. That is certainly the case. And whether he changed his tune or not, what really happened in real life is when the Civil War ended, he was trying to push forth Black people. Black people did have these rights. Black people were voting. That's why I say.
All right. So let's get down to it. So the colonization of free slaves to either Africa or the tropics of Central America and the Caribbean featured prominently in Abraham Lincoln's formative beliefs on race and slavery, enabled by $600,000 appropriation from Congress. Lincoln aggressively pursued this policy in the early part of his presidency. Now you're going to see what happens. Hold up. He's a part of the American Colonization Society.
Right.
Hold on. We're going to get to it. This is 1857. That's that part. We're going to go past that. This is the debate with Stephen Douglas. Where's the date here? All right, that's that. Let me get it. Hold on. We're going to find it. So now, this is 1861. Notably, he forged a direct link between his proposal and the earliest forerunner of emancipation. The Compensation Act of 1861 was permitted the Union Army to seize property, including slaves, used in support of the rebellion. By this act, Lincoln declared the legal claims of certain persons to the labor and service of certain other persons having become forfeited. This is 1861. Let's keep reading. Two colonization, we gonna get there. Two colonization experiments initiated during these months have received extensive attention from historians since the time of Hagen and Nicolai. The first, the contract to purchase land in the private investor in Chirac, region of Panama, began in September 1861 and fell through a few months later amidst objections from the British and several Latin governments. The second, also initiated by contract, 1862, consisted of an attempt to settle the La Livachi of the coast of Haiti. They sent 450 people over there, right? It says, the contract entrusted the colony to an unscrupulous speculator who squandered the money and left the island without supplies, leading to its abandonment and the subsequent rescue of the starving inhabitants in the United States in 1864. Let's keep reading. The thesis concedes that Lincoln originally believed that the white and black races should be separated to the betterment of both, as he told the deputy, this thing you're talking about. When these black people go before this dude, there is about colonization. It's not about freeing them, right? That's 1862. But let's keep reading.
Man, I'm familiar
now,
with
now, hold on, bro. Mark Illy and Benjamin Qualls have dated Lincoln's last colonization or overtones to the early or middle part of 1864, right? The text tells the story of such an unnoticed project initiated in 1863. At the exact moment, Lincoln is widely believed to have begun a move away from colonization. This is your theme. Just 3 weeks after signing the Emancipation Proclamation, Lincoln personally approached the British Minister of the United States to discuss a joint venture between two nations in the Caribbean. Lincoln knew that the agricultural colonies of the British West Indies were perpetually plagued by labor shortage and offered the proposition. Two countries would reach the agreement. This is the British Honduras, and this is the other part they don't talk about. It portended a new approach to the same policy, taking into account lessons learned in previous months. The only reason why this shit didn't happen is because he wanted to send niggas to Suriname, but niggas stole the money. Now, by January 1864, see where we at now. Agents in British Honduras and Ghana spoke openly of the impeding arrival of the first ships of emancipated slaves, and a team of recruiters stood ready in 3 northern port cities to facilitate their transportation. The lost round of colonization unraveled well into a second half of Lincoln's presidency. This goes all the way till he died, son. So there was never no thing where he didn't do it. The problem that was happening with those things is that people that he put as the treasury was stealing the fucking money, bro. And now when you looking at this, people
afford to do it.
Yeah, but I mean,
no, it's not that they couldn't afford to do it.
I understand.
Brother, listen to me. Congress already gave them $600,000. $600,000 in that time frame is what? What are you talking about?
I'm saying we're aware of the issue that after the slave trade is over, the problem was what to do with the slaves. Like I get that.
No. You said 1860. You said after the. You said this shit went all the way until he died, bro.
You got me on that. You got me on that one. But because after the shit was over, it was an issue of now because from his mindset, his limited view, and the way that the motherfucker was acting, he was like, "Ain't no way we gonna be able to sit this motherfucker together, bro. Like, there's no way they're gonna be able to do it. Like, motherfuckers ain't gonna go for it." And he trying to preserve the union. You know what I'm saying? But it stands had
that's the white man excuse. I'm not going for that, bro. You're not telling me that, bro.
In real life, it made sense to keep black people around because you have a permanent underclass. It actually worked.
But it was
that's what actually happened.
But he was trying to appease both sides because he wanted to keep the colony together.
Couldn't afford to do it. After the war, they couldn't afford to do it. They couldn't afford to do it. I don't care about the money you say they gave them. They couldn't afford to do it after the war because of the devastation of the war. The object after the war was to get the country back together. Not that they didn't give a shit about niggas. They didn't care. I'm not saying that Abraham Lincoln cared.
Bro, they gave him $600,000 after the war.
That's nothing.
Not enough.
Okay, that's nothing. All right.
No, anyway, compared to what was lost.
Listen, we talking about, and it got to the point where I just showed you 450 black people got sent there, and when they got sent there, some shit went down over there, and they even brought them niggas back here, bro.
Right, I'm saying.
So what I'm saying is that these colonizations fell because one of the Honduras government wasn't jacking it. Them niggas in Suriname was like, yo, why are you sending these niggas over here? And you have black people ready freely to go. And this is a group of people that
I'm not trying to make an argument
about.
that somebody had to change their heart and that they cared about niggas. I'm saying that
he never had to change your heart.
To keep a permanent underclass was a benefit to the overall society. It created it made the society we live in now. That's how come white people can be poor as shit, but still can vote for people who don't have that interest in mind.
I get it. I don't know how I get to the goddamn defense of Lincoln. I was fucking Fred it up. Got switched over. But
nah, you good though. You good. I get what you're saying. And it's not like you didn't read it. It's just that this is new information, bro.
Because I'm familiar with the aspects of it. I mean, we had a conversation before when old boy was on. He was saying like Abraham Lincoln wasn't trying to send niggas to goddamn the jungles of goddamn South America and shit. I was familiar with that. But I'm saying it's like I gotta get the book in front of me. But also with that, right, you gotta look at some of the aspects of other writings that Lincoln was making that was starting to change his view on the perspective of slavery shit. When he was starting to question the morality of it and actually, you know what I mean, in his brain, but at the same time, he also is a politician, so I understand how that shit go. You feel me?
Yeah, yo, bro, listen, bro. He claimed he didn't like slavery, right? And what he said is the same thing where you got the first letter ever written in Germantown, and they said something real specific in there. They was like, yo, why you keep sending Africans here? This is early 1680. Why you keep sending these niggas over here? They said, yo, we taking people out from right and just wars. That's how we getting. They said, nah, we don't want these niggas. Then they said in that thing, the exact same words that he said, Abraham Lincoln said in his debate with Douglas. Well, all right, them niggas will be free, but they'll never be able to reach a position point of power. They'll never have power. So it doesn't matter if we free them. That's 1680, bro. That's 1680. 200 years later, this nigga saying the same shit.
No, not 1680. We passed 1680.
Germantown, bro. I'm talking about the first emancipation here.
Oh, I was on Abraham Lincoln. That went back a little bit.
Yeah, because I'm showing you that this is a trend with these niggas, bro. And then all you gotta do is look at what happened after Abraham Lincoln. What did they do to us, bro?
Yeah, I get what they do.
They never let the free Negro. The free Negro has always been the enemy, fam.
I get it. I get what you're saying, Rob, but I just feel like we got to do a show on the 14th Amendment completely, and look at the players in the 14th Amendment and how the 14th Amendment was ushered in, what they did to counter the 14th Amendment, and then the other articles that was added.
All right, so so give me a date of your amendment of the 14th Amendment.
The 14th Amendment. I gotta pull that shit up.
Hey, just look it up. I don't remember that shit over my head. So we got the 13th, 14th, and 15th. 14th. Go ahead.
The first issue to 1868.
You said 1868, right?
Yeah.
All right. Now watch this. You said 1868.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you I'm gonna show you how what them niggas think about that shit.
Look, as a 14th Amendment to the United States, the Constitution was adopted July 9, 18. I can put a shit on my goddamn screen real quick so we can just look at that motherfucker. and just all the shit that crumbled after that. You know what I'm saying? Right. It talks about how the amendment was contested. But and then when you get into the 14th Amendment and then you look at Reconstruction of Jim Crow, you start, that's why I was saying, like, you see it in the language. That's when you start to get the language separate but equal and shit like that, because they were counteracting the 14th Amendment through the Supreme Court. You know what I'm saying? And that's why certain citizens, they was like, well, separate but equal. So they're equal, but they got to sit on the back of the bus. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, they're equal, but they got to eat in the back of the restaurants. Like, they would do shit like that to counteract the 14th Amendment. But then other amendments were made to it, and then that's why MLK was pressuring John Kennedy.
No. Let's get back to when does these other amendments happen that change things for Black people? What date you got?
Let's see. The first one is 1868. We gotta go to it because there's different. There were different amendments made to it. Where's it at? I forget. Hold on, let me find it. Yeah, I gotta find that motherfucker. Go ahead, talk while I find out where you know daddy. I'll find that motherfucker real quick.
Yeah, man. All I'm gonna do is show you Negro domination, bro. I know you know what that is.
Is the language in terms of natural born rights and equal tech. That might be it right there. Yeah, the equal, like when they started adding shit to it, like the equal protection clause. The equal protection clause was, I gotta do shit like this, but now I gotta read that motherfucker.
The Equal Protection Clause was created largely in response to the lack of equal protection provided by law in states with Black codes. Under Black codes, Blacks could not sue, give evidence, or be witnesses. They also were punished more harshly than whites. 117, 118. The Supreme Court in Schroeder v. West Virginia, 1880, said the 14th Amendment not only gave citizenship and the privileges of citizenship to persons of color, it denied to any state the power to withhold from them the equal protection of the laws, and authorized Congress to enforce its provisions by appropriate legislation. 119. In this decision, the Supreme Court stated specifically that the Equal Protection Clause was.
And it goes on to design to show, you know what I'm saying? So it's like there's crucial shit that was laid out with that 14th Amendment that was.
Yeah, but you ain't naming nothing fruitful, bro. What's fruitful?
Natural born citizens, equal protection under the law.
You're natural born.
That's what counteracted the Black codes, Robo.
No, bro. All right, watch this. Look. This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
It wasn't enforced, but that's what was supposed to happen.
Yes, and that's my point. The amendment don't mean shit because this is what happened. Now here you go right here. This is what happened.
It was enforced, but they usurped it, and they keep having to add.
No,
yeah.
That's
listen, why the hardest thing to do,
bro. This is what happened. You see the date here. What is this called? Negro domination. In 1898, the primary goal of the Democrats became to restore good government to our beloved state. This is what they said. Mm-hmm. They said, Negro congressmen, Negro solicitors, Negro revenue officers, Negro collections of customs, Negroes in charge of white institutions, Negroes in charge of white schools, Negroes holding inquest over the white dead, Negroes controlling the finances of great cities, Negroes in control of sanitation and police of cities, Negro constables arresting white women and white men, Negro magistrates trying white women and white men, white convicts chained to Negro convicts and forced to social equality with them until the proofs rose up and stood forth like Pellin and also. This right here leads to this. This leads into the taking over of North Carolina, and this leads to this. This vampire over North Carolina, and this is the beginning of the white supremacy party. See that right there?
Yeah.
See where it says Negro and it says rule? Right. What is his foot on? Let's blow that up. The ballot box, the vote. So this is 1898, bro. So none of that 14th Amendment shit don't mean nothing.
The 14th Amendment plays all the way out, all the way through Martin Luther King, bro.
Yo, you can keep, brother.
Wait
No
a
matter
minute.
what
My
you, no
point.
matter
What you're ignoring is you had to get to that point.
You're missing chunks of the story.
Because that, like I said, during Reconstruction, black people could vote.
Exactly.
But in 1887.
That's why that's why they talking about Negroes running cities
Yeah.
and all of that, bro.
Yeah.
Like, come on, fam. Like, what I'm trying to tell you is, bro, white supremacy, son.
I'm not saying I'm not saying
that's what you making the 14 minutes seem like a magical thing that was written and it helped. No, it didn't, bro.
I'm not saying it was a magical thing. I'm just saying that shit was instrumental.
Yeah, it was instrumental. It was instrumental because of all of the freedom fighters.
I agree.
Fucking Marcus Garvey going all the way to fucking Malcolm to Black Panthers and everybody else.
Yeah, I don't take nothing away from people that played their role. Like,
that's who made them we made them respect that Constitution.
That's my point. But that's my point. That's what you said. We made them respect the Constitution, bro. That's how it was done. That was my argument from the beginning. In order for us to get what we get, we got to follow in the footsteps of the people that did it the way that was most effective for us.
And when and what decade haven't we did that? We've been doing it the whole time.
Yeah, but
there's not a decade that passed that we haven't been doing what you just said.
Right, but the whole point of what we got it though is the difference. We was talking about the dichotomy within the Pan-African movement, separatists versus the idea of inclusiveness. That's how we.
No, I get it. I get that. But in reality, most people are not Pan-Africanists. Did you just forget about that? Why are we are still talking about police brutality. We are still talking about healthcare. We're still talking about a wealth gap. We're still talking about the same things that we asked for, bro.
Yeah, because I'm just saying, like, Rob, I feel that, but I think, like, realistically, it's hard. Like there's no precedence for what happened to us, bro. So we can't look at where we are today and see it as failure based on what we came through. We made
right.
We gotta respect that, like, you know.
No, I respect. I respect Martin Luther King because I was like what Cujo said. I like, man, fuck him because his boy that did that strategy. I can't imagine sitting there letting somebody throw something on me, bro. Like, I'm like, nah, son, why you letting that happen? I mean, so then, as I started getting more into it, I said, wait a minute, he did have people walking around with, all right. Then I looked at it, I was like, okay, he's a threat because he's dealing with a form of agitating the government.
Right.
And so I understand that. Yeah, I just don't agree. I just don't.
Like, yo, I'm finna go down here and I'm finna get beat up on national TV and I'm gonna put these motherfuckers on display trying to act like they're talking freedom of black. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, so the nigga did that shit, bro.
And they would have killed him. Strategic, like all that shit we talk now, you know what I'm saying? Them niggas would have killed him.
I mean,
they did kill him.
They did kill him.
They would have killed him.
Yeah, they did kill him.
Without a cell phone. The same way cops will kill people now a lot of times without the cell phone.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you won't record them. If that goddamn shit went on, they would have killed him. They killed her like some of them.
They did kill him.
You know what I'm saying? They did kill him. I mean, I'm talking about the mega Evers. They killed those people. You know, these people died. Like, we look down on that shit like they should have did something. They shouldn't have been marching and shit. We sound ridiculous when we say shit like that. We don't realize the sacrifices these people made. They didn't have that protection under the law, nor did they live in cities where they were so isolated from a larger white population. You have people in larger cities who lived in areas where they were isolated from white population, so they could defend themselves. But what does that say about, these towns where they don't have that luxury? A lot of times we don't recognize the sacrifice made by these people. These people did that shit.
Yeah, they did it, and we got to put respect on all of them, even though we don't agree with all of their tactics. We still do. So
Like,
this is what I'm reading right now.
Even though I can knock the Moors, when you look at what a nigga was doing at that time period, you'd be like, how the fuck was niggas moving like this in the goddamn 1900s? It's like,
right. Yo, check this out, right? It says income for Black Americans was reported in 2018 at $40,000.
Right.
171,000 is the net worth of a typical white family. It's nearly 10 times greater than that of Black family, 17,150 in 2018. It says in 1968, a typical middle-class Black household had $6,674 in wealth, compared with $70,786 for the typical middle-class white household. According to data from the Historical Survey of Consumer Finances, that has been adjusted for inflation in 2016. The typical middle-class Black household has $13,024 in wealth versus $149,733 for median white household, and larger gap in percentage terms. Yo, only 40% of Black Americans own homes in the U.S., virtually unchanged since 1968, and a full 30 percentage points lower than the home ownership rate of American white owners. Fam. So what we talking about here is, when you talking about generational wealth, the number one thing we all know is real estate and home and all these things of that nature. 1968, this happened. Yes, we got our rights, we got all that other stuff, but look at this shit here. This is the issue. This is the problem. This is where you don't gotta be a Pan-Africanist. You don't gotta be a Moor. You don't gotta be a part of none of this shit. This is what we talking about that's affecting Black people across this country.
Right.
Why is this like that?
And part of the reason of and some of it is the conditions that we were even after the Civil Rights Movement, right? Because we all came up under parents that didn't have a political understanding, right? They weren't engaging themselves in politics the way that they need to be, right? They wouldn't setting aside life insurance and shit like that, like all the type of economic knowledge that we needed to push it forward. We didn't have that yet. Like we're now, this generation is starting to actually grasp it. You know what I'm saying? And build upon.
You know what? That sounds good, but don't fool yourself on that bullshit. Because 20 years ago, people said the same shit, and I'm hearing you say it now. You know, like it's goddamn brand new. That's bullshit, bro.
I'm not saying it like it's brand new.
I'm not trying to down what you're saying. I'm not trying to down what you're saying. I'm not. But I'm just saying, in real life, matter of fact, I could say 30 years ago.
I'm saying this like my grandma.
People are saying the same shit you're saying now. But see, no. What we look at it, listen, real quick.
So,
what fucked up is we look at it as if it's episodic. We look at it as like it's a different episode of the same TV program. It's not episodic. We're living in the continuum of the civil rights movement. Who the fuck told us it was over?
Yeah, I don't think
it's not over. It's not over because what we're dealing with now is not equal treatment under the law. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it sounds good. We're going to always put it on the fucking next generation. All they believing that children are the future shit. Children are stupid. Children ain't leading no goddamn body to nothing. Yeah. You got to lead them into being adults.
I was talking about us, not.
No. There is no us.
I'm talking about.
There is no us. That sounds good, brother, but there is no us. Where's the us? Where is it located?
You're not leaving the. I'm talking about us in terms of this generation, what we and our understanding and how we need to push it forward. Like we got to start something. Like we can talk about. We can go for days.
You have to build off of what's before you. The only thing real in your life is the fucking past. That's it. Everything else is goddamn irrelevant. You don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. The only thing real in your life is the past. You stand on what's there. You don't try to recreate the wheel of every fucking generation. That's our goddamn problem.
It's not. I think like that's what I'm saying. I think I was saying what you were saying. I'm talking about. I was basically expressing the continuum. That's what I was talking about. Like I don't disagree with what you're saying. I was talking about the continuum.
I have to recognize the continuum. It ain't this generation and that generation didn't do this. That generation.
No. Every generation is limited from its perspective. That's just how shit is. Every generation
are we. As are we.
The information age is a whole new type of understanding versus
not necessarily.
Necessarily.
I disagree.
necessary.
You know why? Because there's
The
no
ability,
discipline
the
within.
ability to become entrepreneurs via your cell phone is totally transforms.
Yeah, it make a lot. It make a few people money, but you know what?
It can make more than a few people money, but it make millions of people money. Millions, tens of millions. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
Now, we had our neighborhoods then. You know, we had our neighborhoods in the 80s. We had our neighborhoods in the 80s. We had stores on the corner in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? We had that. We walked around in our own neighborhoods in the 80s. A nigga owned a store on the corner. You might have a Chinese store, what we used to call them. They were Koreans, though. We called them Chinese back in the day.
Yeah,
you don't like it is now.
But
we
my
didn't have crack.
Is that
we didn't have that cocaine epidemic that came and made us who we are now.
I get it.
We don't just exist because of happenstance, brother. We exist because of the world we live in, and we're a product of that world.
I just don't understand, like, if you think I'm saying that, because that's what I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying is that if you specifically need your own neighborhoods, you ain't free. Freedom is every neighborhood is your neighborhood. You don't just need your own. Yeah, if you got some, cool.
That's the problem.
But I'm talking about freedom, complete freedom.
That's the problem. See, when you hear black people say stupid shit like integration was the worst thing to happen to us. No, integration was awesome. What happened is we didn't self-segregate. We didn't support our own. We didn't just stay in our own place. We didn't make our own area strong because we thought that white people goddamn ice was colder than ours. So we goddamn hurry up and move the fuck away too and let these neighborhoods just fall into disrepair. This is what we're looking at today.
I mean, the tactics then politics also that played into that, the freeways running through particular neighborhoods, and there's other tactics that played in there. Not owning homes, renting homes.
Bruh,
you know what I'm saying?
I remember
like all these different.
I seen it happen. I seen crack happen. I seen it happen, and when I seen it, I didn't know what was going on. Like Rob Bourne said, that was just life. That was life. I had a junkie uncle. He's the first junkie I ever met in my life. I heard him talking about rocks one day. This was in 1984. You know what I'm saying? I heard that shit. You know, I didn't know what was gonna happen, but that shit destroyed our fucking area. It destroyed it. This trust you see amongst us now, we didn't have that. We had a certain amount of community with each other. Now, no one trusts each other. And I can't blame you for not knowing it if you didn't grow up and see it when it wasn't like it is.
I'm saying I grew up and saw that shit.
We have to recognize what happened. We can't just write off the history and be like, okay, it's good now.
Who's saying I don't that's what I'm saying.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, who's saying right off the history? Like that's what I'm getting confused about. Like I ain't said nothing about writing off. The whole discussion was history. Nobody's saying writing off. I'm talking about building upon that. That's why I use Frederick Douglass as a model.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he is, but he's not the end all because his perspective is limited from where he stood.
You know, everybody is limited.
Coming off a plantation in Maryland, and I like to point out that he came off a plantation in Maryland. For all them niggas that like to say that Maryland ain't the South, but he came off a plantation in Maryland. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. His perspective was limited by the world in which he lived. I have a much larger. You have a much larger perspective than Frederick.
Joe, if you're thinking I'm saying make Frederick Douglass God, that's not what I'm saying.
No, I ain't saying make him God. He should be venerated. He's an ancestor. He should be venerated. But you have to look at it contextually.
We have looked at.
You know, from his point of view, I agree that we should demand our rights under the law. We definitely should. We're Americans.
Yeah. I'm talking about I'm talking basically building on that. Not necessarily that he is the goddamn gold standard, but I'm talking about in pursuance of some of the things he did leading up to MLK, how he played it.
But see,
for me, the way I look at opposition in America is based on those type of tactics. You know what I'm saying? So I'm a big advocate of getting involved in the government and voting, and not just voting happens like just here and there, like demanding things for particular people you vote, voting locally, make sure you put the right people in position in your local offices and shit, understanding the importance of a census in your neighborhood and knowing that you shouldn't duck that shit because
Frederick Douglass had no idea that radical reconstruction was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like what you're talking about, you can make your argument a lot more cognate if you really had a lot of knowledge of what went on from 1865 to 1887.
I get that, bro, but I'm still
it's significant. And the reason
I'm talking about move right now, moving forward. Right now, moving forward, how we gonna play it? That's what I'm talking about.
How we gonna move forward? Right now, like I said, we have to become a we. And that's what we're not. And like you just gloss over whenever I say that. We're not a group of people. We are only a group because white people say we are. We say things like the black community. There's no such thing as a black community. Black people are just like white people in the United States. We're just individuals in the United States. We're just American citizens. There's no separate black community. That separate black community that exists in the minds of white people and in our minds apparently is something that was put forth by the US government. We don't necessarily just happen to live in the same place. We were forced to live in the same place. There were a time when we did live in the same place by choice, but who's to say that was...
Right now, there's a lot of African Americans that have the ability to move.
Right, and that's not, see, but that's the thing. That's how come we're not the same, because we're not together. You know what I'm saying? You got black people that got more money that's like, man, fuck them niggas. You know, they need to be like me. They need to get some money too. We have no sense of community like we did. You know what I'm saying? We've adopted this talented 10th bullshit from your the boys of the world. You know what I'm saying? We adopted that, and everybody wants to pretend the talented 10th the same way poor white people want to pretend that they rich white people. Poor white people want to pretend that they rich white people. They identify with them.
You're on a rant right now.
Yeah, I told a white dude told me the other day that, you know, I should be thankful because white people invented airplanes. I was like, no, a person who was white invented an airplane. You had nothing to do with it. Nothing. Nothing. But that's the way they look at the fucking world. That motherfucker had nothing to do with no goddamn plane. Nothing. He ain't even from North Carolina. The fuck he had to do with a plane? Nothing.
We view our shit this way.
Nah, man. I'm serious. We're not a we. We need to become a we. We need to become an actual group, form a body politic where we can actually make decisions amongst us. We don't have that. When segregation ended, that was something for the talented 10th. Who the fuck want to go to Yale anyway? But rich black folk. That shit worked for them. Instead of going to these big main colleges, we should have maintained and kept on going to the black colleges. Because the money would have came to the black colleges eventually, because that's where the talent is. But we ain't have that type of community even at that time. Because we running from our past. We want to avoid being slaves. We want to talk about fucking Egypt. Talk about this shit for 5 fucking hours tonight. About some goddamn Egypt. We want to talk about Egypt. We want to talk about Nzinga. We want to talk about goddamn the Mandinka and the Fuller and all these motherfuckers, but we don't know shit about ourselves here. We don't know shit. We don't know what makes us who we are here. But we're going to talk about that bullshit. We're going to talk about that. Ain't taking nothing away from it. I think it's significant as well. I love it. I love history. I like to talk about it. But it ain't us. Ain't none of them people us. We don't want to talk about here. When I say we come from Maryland, Virginia, North and South Carolina, motherfuckers laugh at me like I'm just sitting up there making this shit up, wondering why we got shit in common. We don't just happen to talk alike. We don't just happen to say to use double negatives. We don't just happen to say be all the time, what you gonna be doing tomorrow. That's something that we have done here. We are a collective. And until we recognize ourselves as a collective, we will continue to have problems. Because we aren't a collective. We aren't even a collective like the Mexicans are. Because when you hear the Mexicans talk about their problems, they never say people of color. They say fucking Mexicans, because they talk about themselves. But we want to just make it something that ain't white. Nah, nigga, we got a problem and we got to come together. We have to become a fucking we. It's that goddamn simple. Ain't nothing gonna work until we become an actual body politic. Nothing. Nothing. I don't give a fuck. You could be a Republican or whatever the fuck, Democrat, it doesn't matter.
None of that shit matters. We have to become a we. We have to become a goddamn Voltron type shit. Nothing else works. Nothing else has worked so far. And what's going to happen, more than likely, is we're going to become just like white people. And in about goddamn a few generations down the road, it ain't even going to be no more dark-skinned people because all these motherfuckers breeding and shit, and everybody want to be yellow and shit. That's what's going to fucking happen. And we're going to be just like Puerto Rico or the Dominican Republic. You're going to have your goddamn great-great-grandchildren don't look nothing like your ass. That's what's going to happen if we don't get our fucking shit together, for real. Big up, Virginia.
Yeah, for sure. Big up Charleston, South Carolina, Church Town, my Geechee folk.
Big up South Carolina. Big up Gullah. Big up to the Gullah Geechee. Nigga, I got family in Charborough, North Carolina. I'm mixed, nigga. North Carolina and Virginia. You know what I'm saying? Big up goddamn Gullah Geechee corridor, goddamn it. Jacksonville. That's right. Family all day, nigga. That's right.
Yeah. Man, I ain't got no bars. I ain't got no bars that you drop the link in the chat. It's still 100 motherfuckers watching at 3 o'clock in the morning, man. Y'all niggas is up late. I hope y'all been enjoying the program. We've been going at it, goddamn. We got there Rob on the atheist fall through shit, goddamn anti-theist. You feel me? Goddamn. Cujo the African in the building.
Yeah, big up Virginia.
Yeah.
And thank you for having me, Social, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I think you just wrapped it up with that one, man. I'm gonna go ahead and close out, man. You rocking latest 3:30, man. I want to we appreciate everybody joining the Pseudo Killer, staying up late with us, man. But I'm finna take my ass to bed, man. And y'all gotta take y'all ass to bed, man. So appreciate you coming through.